SuperKarts USA SuperNationals are not just a single-day event. It's not just about Super Sunday. It's about a body of work. It starts on Wednesday, rolls through Thursday's final practice and qualifying, and, of course, really starts getting serious on Friday when we go wheel-to-wheel racing, and that's where we are now. 2 heat races up for grabs here today. Hello, friends. My name is Rob Howden, joined by Henry Beaudette and Mike Smith in the Kart Chaser Tower here, right between start and finish lines. A beautiful day set up for us here right now, but a little bit different morning. It is cool as has been all week long. 50 degrees currently trackside, beautiful blue skies. But guys, you can see it right there. The wind is up. It is whistling here this morning, and Mike Smith going in a different direction. It is flip-flop. It's no longer in their face coming down the straightaway. Massive tailwind all the way down into turn number 1.
No, 100%. We were talking about it during the practice day, the fact that they were getting a headwind as they head down the straightaway and what that would do for drafting, etc. Now that has actually flipped a complete 180 and it's heading at your back down the main straightaway. And as you come through turn 1, 2, and 3, head towards one of the best passing zones on the circuit. Turn number 4, you now have the headwind that way. We'll be curious to see if it continues and if that does anything for the passing.
Yeah, no doubt. Really kind of changed things up a little bit here, folks. Here's what you have on the docket right now. We are underway, as you said, our first couple of warm-up sessions here getting rolling for KA100. KA100 Senior, Junior first, and Senior following them. We'll go Master, Shifter, and Micro Swift as the morning categories here. And again, the first couple of warm-up sessions already in the books. A 7-minute warm-up, and you indeed need that here this morning. It is chilly trackside. From there, we go into the first round of heat races, 10-lap heat races, of course, starting with KA100 Junior A versus D, split categories. Henry, we've seen a lot of practice. Drivers have kind of dialed things in. They've figured this racetrack out to a certain extent.
Yep.
Yesterday, fantastic qualifying. What are you looking forward to today as we finally go wheel-to-wheel racing?
Well, I'm really looking forward to, the whole day, obviously, but the drivers out of position. We had some surprises yesterday. Who could forget, that Pedro Alvarez de Lima, they're celebrating qualifying at the front. Can he stay there? Drivers disappointed, starting down towards the back. You're looking at people like Joe Turner in one of his classes. Can they make progress? I'm looking to see who can grab hold of the momentum they gained yesterday and continue to write a bit of history for themselves. And also the drivers, who's going to be coming and trying to gain a bit of redemption after a poor start to SuperNats 27.
And again, listen, that's perfectly said, because the simple fact is that based on qualifying, that's really starting the storyline for every driver. You came in here, you qualify really well, like some drivers like Aruba Moya. We said up front, you started your weekend in a different fashion than many other drivers. So it's a different storyline. Where do you start from? If you had trouble in qualifying, you've drastically changed the way you're going to be approaching the weekend.
Yeah, I've got to say thanks to Emery Lyder, who pointed out to me that in combined final practice, Ruben Moya was 45th.
Oh my goodness!
And pulls it out of the bag. Now he's starting at the front. Is he the fastest driver? No. Is he 45th fastest? No. He's somewhere in between. But he's got that track position. He now has the whole shot. Can he hold on?
Mike, let's come to the driver's side of this. You're, of course, one of our driver analysts, primary here as well. You and I have both raced here before. But how do you approach a morning like this? People didn't see it. We weren't live, but there was really a driver that hammered the barriers coming up the front straightaway in the very opening session. Obviously not the ideal approach. How do you handle a cool morning warm-up?
Well, it's like Henry mentioned about the momentum, things like that. Nothing kills your momentum like having an issue in morning warm-up before you go racing. It's one thing when you got practice sessions, you're getting ready for qualifying, but you finished qualifying and you got the ride that you knew you had. If anything happens in morning warm-up, that's a curveball. That's plan B or C that maybe you weren't planning for, and it certainly gives you an unknown going into a race when you need everything to go your way.
And it puts your mechanics already on the back foot, right? What they want you to go out and get those cobwebs cleared out, especially in the younger categories. You're getting back into the groove again. You're not learning a lot because it's so cold, but man, then you make that mistake, and not only does it get into the driver's head a little bit, now the mechanic, instead of being able to fine-tune that kart to make sure it's perfect for your first heat race, you're putting the kart back together, and sometimes things get missed.
No, exactly. There's tuning and there's fixing. If you're tuning, we're in a pretty good shot, but for fixing, it's already a bad thought process.
You're using the same tools just for a different purpose.
Exactly that.
Yeah, you want to come to the race here and be a tuner, not a fixer.
Yep.
Right?
And I've got to say, we're just watching the next class go out. Record viewing figures yesterday. Thank you to everybody on the Kart Chaser YouTube broadcast, on the live chat feature. please keep your comments coming in. We really, really enjoy listening to your opinions. Drivers getting support. It enables us to sort of tell the paddock, and it means a lot to these drivers knowing that there's a community of you out there supporting them. We'll keep things nice and respectful. Keep them go-kart related.
Exactly.
That's what we want to hear. But we can create a real community. Record viewing figures yesterday. I'm sure we're going to have more today. The drivers are going to do their thing. We're going to try and do our thing. You guys and girls back watching in YouTube land around the world, let us know where you're watching from. You do your thing, and we'll have a really special day.
Yeah, and that's what this is all about. Again, obviously taking the opportunity to thank those of you who are tuning in. We know we have friends and family around the world. You're queuing in on your favorite driver. You've obviously got race here opened up so you can watch the live timing as well. It's obviously a full experience. We're glad to have you along for the ride. I know this for sure that it was an interesting thing for me. For Tuesday and Wednesday, I was like 16,000 steps. Yesterday, I think I was like 8,000, but I stood for 15 hours.
Oh, yeah.
we didn't really leave the booth here much. We sat down a little bit in our chairs, but for the most part, the three of us, the trio, have been on our feet the entire time. And again, we'll take this opportunity from the very get-go to shout out the crew from Kart Chaser. Guys, they were here trackside at like 6 o'clock, 6:30 in the morning. They left last night at 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock at night. So this is a hardcore effort to bring you coverage of the greatest race in North American karting.
Xander Clements alluded to it yesterday when he was on commentary. We have all 22 members of the Kart Chaser crew have enjoyed watching the sunrise and the sunset here trackside every day. It is a mammoth effort.
Yeah, and we've said it multiple times, too. The other huge crew out here making things happen. Never mind all the teams and the drivers and everybody doing their own thing. It's the SKUSA crew out here. They started before this event even began with actually building the track and designing the track and actually putting everything into place. Ops crew getting after it. And now all the SKUSA officials out there waving flags and guiding people around and making sure everybody's safe. So it's a mammoth effort for everybody.
Yeah, those flagmen are out there for a reason. It's not just about trying to take care of a cart that might get in harm's way, but they're a safety factor here. That's the whole concept. You tell these drivers the yellow flag when it's put out isn't for their safety; it's for yours as well. You know, the bottom line is that you come around a corner full out and you're not lifting it all on a yellow, and you get into an incident. That's on you. So. Indeed, they're here for the safety. They're here to make sure that our events are clean. We did have a number of issues yesterday, but that is kind of indicative, I think, of a temp circuit. It happens. There's no runoff, as we know. You have to be picture precise when you're making those moves and trying to hit those marks. We're sitting here in the booth, folks, and the one thing you'll hear us always kind of give a little bit of an awe. The minute somebody hits the barrier, we know it. You hear it before you see it.
Exactly. We're watching the feed, right? We're going to call what we see on our monitor in front of us for the live feed for everybody watching at home, and on the Jumbotron. But at the same time, we can see the most of the track from where we're standing here. And like you said, you hear it, and then you see it. We start looking around and find out where it is.
Exactly that. So again, into our morning warm-up session, 7-minute sessions for the 4 categories. The KA100 Junior and Senior classes have been split into 2. Master Shifter and Micro Swift will run in those single race groups. And of course, when we go racing, set to go at 9 o'clock here today. KA100 Junior will start it off Group A versus Group D, and of course then Group C versus Group B, dialing things in through all the categories, so they'll get a lot of racing in. And finally, wheel to wheel, and I think we're all really excited about that because we've watched these drivers try to bang out really good laps. A few of them have been like, you know what, I'll start to learn how to pass. Now it gets serious, Mike. This is when we go wheel to wheel.
No, exactly. And one of the things, too, you just mentioned it, 9 o'clock is when we go racing. That's not very far from now. So if you are one of those people that had a problem in morning warm-up, there's not a lot of turnaround time to try to get that thing. God forbid you had to get the thing straightened and put on the table or something like that. It's not a lot of time. So, going back to the wheel-to-wheel aspect, it's been all about speed, pace, how to get around this joint quickly, with racing kind of being on the back burner. Well, now it's all about racing and only racing for the rest of the weekend.
Well, it's one of the things I'll say to any new driver coming here. I don't care if it's a kid or another KA Master driver that I've talked to about their first time that's here. Just be on the racetrack for every lap. If you're pushing too hard in a morning warm-up and you get into the wall, like you said, you've just put yourself behind the 8 ball for the remainder of the day. It's about getting this faster and faster. Get every lap you can, especially when you're new here.
Yeah, exactly. And if you do have an issue, you need to go out there and have a clean, positive session. And if that's a Heat 1 for you today, perfect. Have a good clean one, and then get after it again after that.
100%. So again, drivers getting themselves comfortable. Very good session here so far for the drivers in our KA100 Senior category, I believe, that are out there now. Get a chance to get some laps in here.
And also, you think about, we're talking about time. Yeah, there are 540 entries here, spread across 9 different classes. But of course, the classes are split morning to afternoon. So the drivers, it's not as though the case of, well, everyone's got 2 races today. We're going to be on air for, upwards of 10 hours. 10 hours, 27 minutes was yesterday's broadcast. But it's not as though these drivers have got an on-track session now, then another 2.5, 3 hours before the next. No, because this morning, 4 classes. So you haven't got a great deal of time because a lot of these drivers, they'll be done by lunchtime. The drivers you're looking now, they're done by lunchtime. Okay, some of them are doing double duty, but in terms of the mechanics, get these go-karts prepared, you've got warm-up and 2 heat races in a block of about 5 hours.
And remember, Henry and Mike, when you've got a class this big, sometimes it takes you 15 minutes to get through the scale line first and foremost. Then you're pushing up early. So you may have an hour between your sessions, but the bottom line is really it's back, fix, and get back out onto the grid.
And that's why some drivers will actually try to come in 1 lap early just to be able to snip off that 10 or so minutes lost. If you end up in the back of that thing, like you said, you can lose a lot of time. So everyone's got a little bit of a different agenda. We've talked about how you're going to approach the session a little bit differently. In today's warm-up, this one here, if you are a front runner, you might put a little bit less time on. Just make sure the engine's running correctly. Nothing's weird going on or like that. But if you're further back, you got to try to make a big change. Try to find some more speed before you do go racing.
So we got some great racing throughout the weekend, as we know. These morning sessions with the KAs, the Master Shifter, and the Micros. One of the big shows we're going to see in the afternoon will be the Pro Shifter as well. One driver's going to be racing both morning and afternoon. Master Shifter and Pro Shifter, that is Billy Musgrave. And right now, we've got Alexander Searle standing down with him on pit lane.
Thanks, boys. Billy, where does this rank on some of the coldest days you've raced in?
In the top. It's cold for us, so coming off. Now back this morning with the wind coming in. Yeah, track conditions are definitely changing, and the track is going to be.
What's your approach heading into this morning session?
Try to keep things on the same like yesterday in the pro sessions. So going to try to apply that here this morning and get a test a little bit, see what the track's kind of developing in, see how the wind's going to change the track conditions, and just try to be adaptable.
What have you noticed with the track conditions? How have they changed over the course of the last couple of days?
I feel like on Wednesday the track came in really quick. Like by the 2nd or 3rd session, the times were really good and the conditions of the track felt good. And then from there it stabilized a little bit. And then even as we went into the quali runs, both for Masters and for Pro, like we put the tires on, the lap times were fast. Lap times dropped, but the feel of the kart, even with the new tires, is just slippery. So it's just challenging. You just got to adapt to it, figure out, how to make the car a little bit more compliant, when there's not so much heat. But yeah, that's the fun in it.
Do you think this wind's going to affect anything?
Yeah, absolutely. Now, you just look at the straightaway. We got a wind where I think the other day we had a little bit of a crosswind and a headwind, so change the gear a little bit this morning to account for that. And then, of course, when the wind comes up, the track temperatures drop, a little bit dusty. So, yeah, it's going to be challenging, but that's what it's about.
Thank you, Billy.
Thank you.
Mike, I love to hear that from Billy Musgrave, some great insight. I was waiting for somebody to talk about gearing a little bit because that's going to change things on the straightaway. What are your thoughts on takeaway on his comments?
Yeah, it's interesting on the gearing too. As a shifter driver, right, you're going to be maybe running it out a little bit more, a little bit of a gear ratio adjustment. If you're talking about a single speed person, exactly that. It's how much do you stretch it because you got to give it up someplace else.
Yeah.
One thing I thought was really interesting about what he said in the grip. They threw on new tires, so they went faster. The grip was higher, but it still felt slippery. And a lot of that can be you've got new tires, so the surface of the tire, you got more grip, but you still don't have the lateral bite. You need that dig as you go into the corner, and you're still not going to, even new tire or not, the sidewall is still the sidewall, and so that's where these guys just aren't able to dig in, and that's why it still feels like they're a little bit slick.
Yeah, and Mike, you said you went for a little kind of walk around parts of the racetrack and kind of have a look to see is any rubber going down, and really, give us your thoughts on that too.
It's clean, yeah, and I think it's the surface. If you look at it, it's not very coarse, it's not very aggregate, if you will, and so we're just not seeing it. grab onto the rubber and hold onto it. And therefore, if you don't have that little bit laid down, you don't have it stacking on top of each other where you start building a lot of black stuff on the ground.
But what I am noticing, yeah, no, you're right, there's not a lot of rubber being laid down, but there are marbles appearing. So the Envico tyres, they are shredding rubber. They're not laying a lot of rubber down on the racing line. You can't see a dark patch on the concrete on the racing surface or anything where the racing line is. But look at the amount of rubber and marbles. So as the week progresses, okay, every time a kart goes into a barrier, the track workers are sweeping the surface. However, as the week progresses, those marbles are going to get more and more and more and more and more, which means getting offline to make a pass is going to get harder and harder and harder and harder.
And also what happens too on these street circuits is all the little things are in the cracks of the aggregate, in the cracks of the surface. Actually, you pull those out with the tires, and so it's not just rubber on the side, it's little tiny pebbles and like dust. So they get hit, the wind will blow it and get it right back on course.
It was interesting, like very early when we went rolling on Wednesday, all those marbles came immediately.
Yeah.
It was 4 or 5 sessions in, I walked back down to the paddock. They were all on the outside of turn number 1. It happened very quickly. And again, that is all part of the formula, the way this parking lot was built, how they did the aggregate, how they laid down the asphalt. It's all going to change. We go to the Rio, it would be different. If you go to this parking lot, it would be different. That's particularly here. It's more rubbing a bit of the rubber off as opposed to laying it down. That's why it's going to stay slippery. And I think it's going to stay slippery all weekend long. We're not going to have massive amounts of grip.
Yeah, and the temperature has to do with that too, right? If it's not very hot, you don't have a high temperature rubber program, it's not going to melt into the surface, not get dig into the surface. So, yeah, no matter how you scratch it, we're probably not going to see stacks of rubber here at SuperNats 27 rather, but it's still going to be one of those things where these guys have to stay on top of the tuning.
But, how not frustrating, but how challenging is it, for the morning session? Okay, warm up. You're out here, it's cold, it's windy, the wind chill factor, the track is very, very green. Then you have your first heat, mid-morning, the wind has died down, the ambient temperature has risen, you're not shivering as much. And then your last heat today, just before lunch, probably around the hottest part of the day. Okay, so you've got 3 different on-track sessions, 3 distinct different ambient temperatures. This afternoon, the classes, they'll go out in warm-up just after lunch, hot part of the day. They get to their first heat late afternoon. The suns are beginning to set, and then their second heat, that'll be under the lights probably, which is the coldest part of it. So every single track session, they have to deal with something very different.
And let's say this too, taking a step back and looking more macro, it's been getting colder and colder and colder, and will continue to get colder. We were almost 70 degrees yesterday in the high heat of the day, high heat if you will, because it really wasn't that warm.
Less cold.
Less cold, exactly that. It was almost 70 degrees. You look forward, we're looking at potentially a high of 57 on Super Sunday. That's chilly.
I may have to not wear shorts on Sunday.
By the way, Henry, I know we don't have the visual here, but Henry is sticking with his trademark shorts. We may see him put actual pants on for Sunday. What a day that would be.
Oh, dear. What a time to be alive.
You make a great point, though, too, just with the general temperature not being very high. That goes back to getting any kind of temperature in the tires in the early session. And we want to talk about the Super Sunday races specifically, and 20 laps for everybody, save for the pros going 25. You want that tire pressure a little bit lower. And here's the other thing, too, about the tires. Sometimes when you have a hard time getting the grip, you might go even further down to try to get more side bite. There's 2 different thoughts of it, right? You go a little higher to build some heat, go a little bit lower to try to get some side bite. How low do you go, and how treacherous are those opening laps?
That's a conversation I want to have with a couple of mechanics when we wrap up the day here today. Have a quick chat with them. One driver hard into the barriers on the outside of turn number 11.
It's a rocket racing car.
Okay, yellow flags are flying there, of course. See if anybody lifts at all. No, we're all full pin coming through.
Got to set track record now, Rob.
Yeah, that's it. Why would I bother slowing down and not running into the cart that's off the racetrack in front of me?
But good work there from the corner workers again. Instantly, obviously we've got a visual on it. You've got 3 corner workers already with the cart off the racing line. In fact, they don't throw it over the barriers, they move it off the racing line. The 3rd corner worker is now moving the barriers back. He's back. Oh, there is a replay of it. Yeah. And you see the little white plastic connectors as well. And
also, that was actually some contact with a couple of drivers coming through. He got roughed up.
Yeah, and there was side-by-side going through there. There's the 934, I believe that's Keegan Kaminsky, that was on his right, and just didn't have the room on the exit.
And you see, as the impact made, you saw the little white sort of connecting bits of plastic. Now, they're in every third or fourth barrier. The corner workers are also having to make sure that when the barriers get hit, those, and you can see on the top of the red and blue barriers there, the connecting plastic
So
rods.
the reason for that is, when we first, they're designed not to be bolted down, these barriers.
Yes.
You have to bolt them down in Las Vegas because of the high winds right now. If
Yes.
those weren't bolted down, those things would be whistling across the racetrack. So they do give pretty quickly. You'll see that they give, but they do hold it in the event of the wind getting high.
They're literally just pieces of PVC, little dowels of PVC, like you see at your, in your wall of your house.
But it's another thing for the corner workers because they've got to get those off the track as well, because if a car hits one of those into the air, that again creates a problem. I know why they're there. It's a good reason. But again, it's adding to the it's adding to the amount of work that these corner workers have to do quickly and efficiently. We cover this sport all over the place. I've been very fortunate enough to go around the world. I see corner workers of all different standards. These are some of the very, very best that SKUSA have got.
They definitely put in the miles. We see the minute an incident happens, there'll be corner guys from different parts of that area that run to the accident scene to get that track put back together. It's not something you would do at a regular racetrack. If somebody's driven off or there's contact, you help them get back out of the way, whatever it may be. But track repair is one of the big things that happens, as Henry had alluded to there and kind of laid down. It's a lot of work that gets done here.
When track repair back where it belongs.
Yeah.
Because that's the part of it too, is that the thing gets hit, but it needs to go back. You can almost see in some of those areas a little dash painted line. They got to put it back where it was because it defines the track.
Exactly.
It's not like you're just fixing it. You got to put it back exactly right.
And also, if the barriers on the outside, the exit of a corner, are moved back slightly, then I'll guarantee you, drivers will notice this and they will use the new extra bit of track.
Yes, they will.
You can't give the drivers an inch, because if you give them an inch, they will take a mile.
So, Joe Turney, quickest. I know we haven't been kind of looking at any lap times here in the morning warm-up, but interesting that Joe Turney up top here in this particular session for Q1, the KA100 category. So, Turney faster by just over a tenth from Race Liberanti, who continues to flex the muscles there in the MPG Motorsports Kart Republic. So Kart Republic 1-2 there. Jesus Vasquez Jr. third. Paulie Massimino, your pole sitter in KA in the fourth spot. And Colin Lloyd, who was very quick in qualifying as well, P5. So interesting to see Turney kind of dial things up a little bit in tough conditions. He, of course, coming to running both categories here this weekend, both KA100 Senior and Pro X30, as is Massimino. So again, interesting session there to see which drivers kind of master these cool conditions.
Yeah, we're seeing somebody on the live chat asking if there are any Danish drivers racing. Well, the Danish flag is one of the 35 flags to represent the competing nations here. So to answer the question, yes, there is a Danish driver here. Off the top of my head, can I remember what the Danish driver's name is? No, but we will.
We'll work on that.
Yes, it'll be Christensen or Thomason or... I mean, if you're Scandinavian, we got Victor Gustafsson, same old Stephen jockey.
Moving into the Master Shifter category, their session coming up here. Billy Musgrave will be one of the drivers to watch, as we know some really strong drivers in here. Patrick Hajek has been very quick. Thomas Misch. We know Skitty Barnes has been fast as well.
I'm looking for a Dane.
All right, folks, again, lots coming here. These drivers getting ready to fire up in the Master Shifter category. But let's head down back to pit lane once again as David Land has caught up with Finnegan Bailiff.
Saturday, I think we're going to call this one Freezing Friday. So what's it like out there on the racetrack?
Yeah, it's super slick. I have no exit grip, just trying to figure out the kart, but yeah, just no grip out there.
So when the conditions take such a drastic change, I mean, how much do you want to change on the go-kart? How much do you not want to change, with what you were kind of liking yesterday?
Yeah, I don't know. It just depends on how the weather keeps going, if it gets warmer or the wind slows down, but hopefully not a lot.
As we look forward to racing conditions later on, what do we think about the track? What do we think of a race like? What's the advantage to it? What are some of the disadvantages to it? And what do you have to do to get to the front of the field?
Just got to be aggressive. There's not a ton of passing spots, so I'm going to have to kind of push my way through and get to the front. But yeah, it's going to be a tight race.
We like the tight races here. Back up to you guys in the booth.
David, thank you so much. Indeed, good insight on the changing conditions, how you kind of approach those conditions. Like we kind of talked about at the very start, how do you approach essentially the actual session itself? Like how do you approach it as a driver? But again, as the mechanic and as the tuners in the paddock, what do? Do you play too much in a session like this? Or do you stay with your baseline? It's just interesting. Tire pressure, pretty much the primary approach, I would think.
Yeah, I mean, unless you need to make a swing, if I was in the paddock and we had a good qualifying session, I'd probably go out just to make sure, and we didn't do any kind of power adjustments, no carb changes. It'd be like, go out there, make sure the thing runs, bring it in.
Yeah, that's pretty much the case, right?
Yeah, the temperature, okay, there's a little bit of, it's not a drastic change. It's not like we went from, 80 degrees to 50 degrees.
Yeah.
It's been pretty close. So, yeah, the wind changed a little bit. There's things like that. But if you're already close, just make sure nothing bad happens. Give yourself plenty of space.
And I think Billy Musgrave brought up a good point too. It's not just about the temperature and the, how cold the racetrack is, but with the wind we have here, where we are in the desert, you're going to get that fine kind of silt of dust around because obviously this racetrack we're surrounded by essentially the desert and dirt. And it just kind of finds its way onto the racetrack through the evening, and you just get that fine little silt. So by the time you get through, some of these warm-ups get done, that track and that racing line cleaning up quite a bit.
Yeah, and that's what you watch out for if you do see a yellow flag, is if the barriers get moved a ton. You start approaching your braking zones or something like that. You're going to watch out for barriers getting moved and maybe some of that silt, some of that sand getting into your braking zone where you needed to have a little bit more grip, and now you've got less than you usually do. So, yeah, all those different things come into play.
And I am still in the place where I think that the morning warm-up session is exactly that. I don't think they don't call it a testing session. It's called a morning warm-up session. Get back out, get yourself stretched up, get back on the racetrack, get back in that racing groove, kind of clear the cobwebs out a little bit. And you'll even hear the IndyCar drivers say that as well. When they do a warm-up before an IndyCar race, they'll say a lot of times it's just a systems check. It's just to make sure that they're kind of in the groove where they need to be. Some minor changes maybe on the car, but otherwise it's just getting yourself back where you need to be back focused again.
And if everything's going well, that's exactly what it is. If you wrecked in qualifying yesterday, different story, right? Now what we're doing is trying to figure something out. You blew up. You had a mechanical issue. It's a completely different scenario. You're going to use every single lap of it, and depending on the scenario, you need to drive hard because you need to see what the chassis is going to do. So, and that's where you have a difference of opinion on what to do through the corner. You're trying to be nice and chill and take it easy. Somebody else trying to set a track record behind you. That's where the difference of opinion can mess things up in the corner.
And let's say this is a tough racetrack. Always has been. We talked about last night in those sessions we saw where it was dark and it was slippery, and you could even a guy like Davide Foray can go off, which he did yesterday in the qualifying session. Drove off straight into the barriers. It happens to the best of them as well. It doesn't take much to make that minor little mistake and find yourself in the barriers. Ideally, you don't do that. You don't change the effect of there. All of a sudden,
hello.
Tons of barriers getting tore up there. That's a big wreck.
Interesting spot, too. That was outside of turn number 2 on the outside, and the barriers have actually been lifted in a pretty good way. So
100% just trying to carry speed through turn number 1, got out into the barriers, and he cleared out probably maybe 5, 6, 7 barriers, maybe even more.
And again,
the driver's up and out of his car.
Look at them all.
Yeah, 100%. And that's a Magic Car driver, I believe, from here.
So again, the full course yellow you see on the racetrack right now. This is because there's going to be some repair. There's a good shot of it right there.
Is that Boudicot?
Oh, it is.
Wow.
Again.
So Robbie Boudicot, who had trouble yesterday in qualifying, has an issue here as well. Gets wide, clears out a bunch of the barriers. They'll get this cart out of the way. The SKUSA staff will get to work getting this track back together. And in the meantime, let's go down to David Land. He's caught up with a guy who was quick in warm-up, Joe Turney.
Yeah, Joe Turney, first of all, welcome to Vegas. It's great to see you here. Obviously, we missed you last year. But the obviously treacherous conditions right now, what were you kind of feeling out there on the racetrack?
Yeah, the track's pretty windy out there. Like there's a big headwind coming out of 1. So down the main straight, a bit of a tailwind, but then going towards sector 3, I think you need a bit of a draft. So it's going to be close in the racing for sure in the KA. I don't think many people will be getting away in these conditions.
Describe that a little bit in more detail. How much does the wind affect you and the direction? I mean, how much do you have to change, or how much do you have to be aware of that as a driver?
You don't have to change too much. Like, I mean, we still drive the same way, and it's not really blowing the cart around, but it's more just like the headwinds. Like if there was no wind out there, you could probably go alone. But then when it's like that today, to go alone, you get a big headwind, you lose low sums.
So racing conditions begin today. You know, it's kind of hard to get a gauge on that in practice, but what do you think this racetrack is going to race like?
I think it will race good. I think in the slower classes it will probably race better. In the fast ones, it might be a bit harder to get close, but for sure in the KA and the juniors and the mini, it should race pretty well.
And Joe, I've got to ask you the personal question. You're doing double duty this weekend. You missed this race last year, and there were so many great expectations about you at this race last year. What's it like to be back here, to be able to kind of finish some of that unfinished business from last year?
Yeah, super nice. Everyone's given me a really nice, warm welcome here. So, yeah, thanks to that for everyone. But yeah, we'll do our best. We're obviously running double. Not a great quality in KA, but we've got the speed to do it. We just showed that, so we'll do our best.
Joe Turney, he's got the speed, and you know he's going to put on a show before the end of the weekend.
Before we jump back into Turney, obviously that was it looked like a massive shunt for Robbie Boudreau, but really it was just coming out of the corner. He got wide and just got under the barriers and just was lifting the barriers.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like it was a massive hit. Just his angle of entry just put the barriers up in the air.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the barriers are made to absorb some of that energy and stuff like that. He didn't even get to that second level orange one. So, yeah, to your point, it may look worse than it actually was.
Yeah.
Boudreau, though, what it is worse is his luck so far. This has
Wow.
been a tough couple of days.
Yeah. I'm not happy at all with that one. I am sure the issues that, of course, he had earlier in qualifying as well with Patrick Hajek. And again, lots of issues going on for Robbie Boudreau, but we'll see what he does when he goes heat racing here in a matter of time, not long till they're back on the racetrack for heat racing.
No, exactly. We're going to be getting right into it here very, very quickly. Again, Master Shifter on course for their warm-up. I believe we've only got micro after that, and then we're going into racing, which I can't wait.
13 minutes away from our first race.
Let's go, baby.
Yeah.
Let's go.
So we're watching this Master Shifter practice. I think one of the legends of SuperNationals is down speaking to Alex Searle with Mr. Gary Carlton.
Yeah, Hall of Famer.
From your experience driving this event in the cold before, what are some of the challenges that you guys face?
We'll get back down to Alexander Searle when we can. We'll get the call there and get the chance to chat with him. I think the interview's still going on. There we go.
There we are.
I think there's drivers that can go better on cold tires and drivers that can't. So that's what this race really separates the men from the boys, I think, and the experience level, because from one session to the other it changes a lot, and obviously the temperatures can change, especially when you go into the evening when it goes dark. So it's difficult. I think this race is, as much as it's hard for the mechanics and for the tuners, the drivers make the difference in this race.
You have a pretty large contingent this weekend. How has your team progressed throughout the week?
Oh, it's some up, some down. I think, yeah, this race is definitely difficult with the 4-minute qualifying. I think it puts a lot of emphasis on one lap. So, if you don't get the one lap right, you might have a long weekend. But yeah, for the most part, I think we're sitting pretty good. A long weekend, three races, 25 laps in the final. A lot can happen.
You put emphasis on the drivers making the difference in the cold weather. What have you told your drivers heading into the first round of heats?
Stay out of trouble, really. Stay out of trouble and put a lot of heat in the tire when it's on the warm-up lap, because that's going to really make your first lap either a lot harder or a lot easier, the amount of heat you can put in the warm-up lap.
Thank you, Gary.
You're welcome.
Yeah, the one thing I took away there was, and I would underline where he said, hey, it's a long week. That was kind of the theme he talked about. 3 heat races, a 25-lap race. Long way to go for all the drivers here. We're just getting really things underway. The morning warm-up almost done. Micro Swift drivers getting ready to roll out. But don't go anywhere, folks. Quick break here to start off the day. We're going to take a little breather here. We're going to come back. Micro's going to go back on the racetrack because, again, we are only about 10 minutes away from the first wheel-to-wheel action of the day.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this branding business, okay? Branding this, branding that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
Wins the main with a stunner in Pro Shifter.
Looking for a team with a diverse calendar? How about a team that offers both full support and teaches you and your kid how to do all the work yourself? For us at Drive Your Line Kart Sport, fostering growth on and off the track in a family environment is what we do. Well, that and bringing home some hardware. Contact us today online at dylkartsport.com.
The foundation of your racing endeavor is the kart. It carries your hopes, your legacy, at times your heart outside of your body. And if it's the right kart, it holds the line. Factory karts are the only karts hand-built in the U.S. A precision-welded frame made of 4130 chromoly tubing, adjustable wheel bearing cassettes, seat mounts that don't break. But what good is a foundation if it's not the fastest? Made with care by a 4-time SuperNats champion Billy Musgrave. Factory karts, American-made, race-proven.
Welcome back to the Las Vegas Motor Speedway. It is wheel-to-wheel day here, the Friday action at the 27th running of the SuperKarts USA SuperNationals. Rob Howden alongside Mike Smith and Henry Beaudet, as we will line yourself up for another 10-plus hours of coverage here today. Of course, Wednesday, nothing but practice. Everybody getting 4 sessions on track. Yesterday, 3 sessions. Kind of tumbled down a little bit throughout the weekend, as we ended up, of course, having just the 2 sessions yesterday, a 5th session, 7-minute, a extended 12-minute final practice to kind of set the lineup, set the groups for qualifying, which were super exciting yesterday. But we've been talking all along about the fact that we are getting closer, like 5 minutes away from our first heat race, guys. Henry, we've seen a lot of great driving. Everybody's been able to dial things in. They had a qualifying session. They're warming up.
Yep.
Now it's time to get serious.
And it's a test, not just for the drivers, but for the track. We won't know exactly how, we think we know how it's going to race. We think we know where passing opportunities are going to be. But we don't know for certain yet. Why? Because in practice, people go for moves, but it's very rare you see someone defending for a move. Now you're going to start seeing it. The rest of the questions that we have are going to be answered in the next few minutes.
The great thing is, Mike, we're going to see a lot of guys that maybe had some trouble in qualifying put some shows on for us. We know a couple of drivers starting deep in the field. Oliver Hodgson very deep in the field. Keegan Kaminsky deep in the field. Robert Budashow and Master Shifter deep in the field. Not super deep for Joe Turney, but he's still going to have to be in a recovery mode to make sure he's got a good starting spot for Super Sunday.
Yeah, as Henry says, a lot of the questions that we have are going to be answered, and the one that's always asked right up until about, I don't know, less than 10 minutes is, how's it going to race?
Yeah.
And we're going to find out here in a bit. But so far, it seems like there's a lot of options for drivers to play around and kind of find some different things. So we'll see what happens here when we start going wheel to wheel.
Henry, I'll come right back to you, but let's go to this kind of flashback to last year when we wanted to see what was going to race like. Everybody's like, this track is super dangerous. It's going to be horrible. It was one of the best years of racing we've had in SuperNationals because the track was so racy, right? So this one here from the very get-go, drivers have said, hey, I think it's going to race pretty good. Joe Turney gave us some information. Slower categories probably going to race a little bit better than the faster categories. And when I talked to Paulie Massimino the day before, he said, I think I can see 4 really good passing spots and 4 sketchy passing spots. So we may get 8 in total.
You talked to Bailiff, right? I think it was, and he was like, yeah, it's going to be really hard to pass here. I don't think we're going to be able to do it very good.
Yeah.
It's a way end of the spectrum.
100%.
Well, as I was doing my rounds around the paddock last night after we went off air, I won't name the driver because that would be unfair, but I spoke to a driver who is starting, second, third row for the heats.
All right.
And they said, turn 1 is perfect because of the way the corner opens out. He said, this is perfect for me because I can just get on the inside, get a good start, get on the inside, and just use the track and ease everybody else wide coming out. Use that profile of the corner. He said, it's really good for drivers starting 3rd, 4th row of the grid to get the inside and just, use that, the fact that the first corner opens out into a wider exit. That's something to watch for. Drivers chancing their luck. They'll keep the inside here, and then as you come out of the corner, guiding drivers, in front of them towards the outside barriers.
That's one of the things I mentioned yesterday is going to be, I think, with the late start zone that we have, that turn 1 shouldn't be too bad. It's going to be how many people remember there's 2 pedals on the go-kart and actually use the left foot. So to your point, Henry, we'll have to watch that and see how it goes.
So does that open up turn 4 for being maybe calamity corner as opposed to turn number 1?
Add into the wind too, right? We're all trying to get out of a slower corner, and we're going slower. The wind's going to make it a little bit more different. And that's what Joe Turney said. We don't drive a heck of a lot different. It's just maybe you can't get away like you thought you could before, or you make a little bit more of an adjustment for turn 4.
Checker flag being thrown on the final warm-up session of the day.
Oh, boy.
Indeed. Aaron Likens giving the checker. That'll wrap things up for the drivers here in the Micro Swift category. Santiago Orioli, the quickest driver on the field here for Micro. Warm-up is done. Heat race is coming up next. Folks, don't go anywhere here. Kart Chaser followers, we are going racing after this break.
Join us for the biggest kart racing convention of the year, the 39th OVKA Kart Racing Trade Show and Swap Meet, Saturday, February 1st, Robert Center, Wilmington, Ohio. Whether you're into sprint karting, dirt and oval racing, road racing, unlimiteds, or vintage karting, there are deals here for you. Shop our 60,000 square foot show floor, filled with the karts, parts, and supplies you need. Network with kart racers of all disciplines from across the country. Get insights from experts at our performance seminars. Visit our Intro to Kart Racing open house to get started in racing. Visit OVKA.com. Vendor registration is now open. OVKA.com.
Turner Brown will win on Sunday.
Augustus Toniolo wins X30 Junior.
Kai Hunter wins the main event in KA Senior. And the RPG Cosmic wins in Micro.
Donovan Bonilla has won at the SuperNationals.
For more information on how to start your driver development journey with RPG, visit RollisonPerformanceGroup.com.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here. Told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Karts.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Oh, karts on the racetrack, exactly what we want to see. You essentially break up a SuperNationals into probably 5 chapters. Practice, and of course the qualifying sessions. Of course you've got your heat races, and your LCQs Chapter 4, Super Sunday Chapter 5. It's time to go to work, folks. John Antonino on the pole position here as the drivers at KA100 Jr. firing things off. John Antonino will be on the pole position alongside Ty Fisher. Row 2, Sebastian Garzon and Diego Ardiles. On row 3, we'll have Alexander Vanchev starting on the inside. Outside, Isaac Mouthkit in the number 879. And Nathan Golseth and Jose Alejandro Helfen in row number 7, or rather row number 4, 7th and 8th, and rounding out the top 10, Luca Popescu and Dean Peterson. Both these drivers for Nash Motorsports looking to work their way forward.
Behind there, Nathan Dupuy and Naomi J. Garcia from Trinidad and Tobago. Charlie Smith and Christopher Utsi are on row 7. And Martin Jaramillo, he was very fast in his session yesterday. Travis Petit, Heito Farias, Ian Kim, Luis Fernando, and Remy Andriatos round out your top 20.
Yeah, great field of drivers. It's the first opportunity to see what turn 1 is going to look like, to be honest. That's kind of what we're kind of keying in on here right now. Antonino on the pole on the inside. Ty Fisher will be on the outside. Drivers will set themselves up coming through the final complex of corners here. 12, 13, 14, and 15 will line them up to go green flag racing.
Very quickly, other drivers to watch out for. Jackson Walney starting down in 24th position. Xander Malatesta in 32nd. And we've got a grand total of 42 drivers. Max Weiland for the Magic Car team in 41st.
Here they come, folks, lining things up. They'll get into the staging lanes right now. Nicely done by the drivers here on the opening lap. Everybody into position, getting into the staging lanes. It is time to go wheel-to-wheel racing. That's SuperNationals number 27. The start line very deep into the field. They're set. It's time to go. Green, green, green. Racing into turn number 1. A great start there. The drivers working their way through. Antonino has the spot coming through. 2, 3 wide coming out of turn number 1. 2 and 3. Little trio breakaway. Rolling their way down in to turn number 4. Further deep in the field, give each other some room here, guys. Get through cleanly. Number of drivers decent so far. They're giving themselves the room that they need. Good start for Orioli. he gets into a good position, or rather for Fisher as well. Garzone's up into there, Ardiles as well, but it is John Antonino setting the pace here on the opening circuit.
It was a really slow start. Antonino really brought him down very slowly, and it was actually Fisher who was looking over to the side, making sure didn't have too much of a nose by the time they got to the line. Backed it up, backed it up, backed it up. Now clean and green here at the beginning.
Yeah, that's Garzone, I think, in the second spot, Henry.
Yeah, indeed. And we've had one question answered. Can we get a full field of go-karts around the opening lap without any problems? Yes, is the answer. Good job. It's now the MPG, My Parents' Garage Motorsports, of John Antonino leading as we head down towards turn number 4. Now we start seeing how the track races.
Ty Fisher to the inside, book it. He'll go through to take P2 away. I was literally just going to say, will we see these top 4 drivers work together to stretch away? No, Ty Fisher, the Canadian, putting the Race Lab TV cart on the inside very quickly. He'll work his way into P2, but you can see the field starting to stretch out a little bit. 3 drivers, little gap, 3 more drivers, and then a larger gap back to the next group. Finally, things kind of settling in for the first couple of laps of heat racing.
And Garzone didn't actually fight that too hard. Kind of let things go ahead and push a little bit early days. Again, 10 laps for these heat races. We're already going to burn a couple here as we go, but didn't lose any time doing the pass.
And Henry, that is part of the success of a race weekend. As we know, Gary Carlton said it's a long week. Here's a pass for the lead. Ty Fisher going to P1. It's knowing that if you're going to lose the spot, you're going to get it back. Garzone lost a spot, as we know. Here he is fighting back to the inside. Will likely come out P2 here. The driver's starting to get a little bit more racy with Ty Fisher up front, but you have to stay out of trouble.
Yeah, and that goes to show as well as, unfortunately, it was John Antonino showing us, you can get freight trained here as well. Yeah. You get moved out of line, like Ty Fisher moved him out of line through turn number 1, and then on the outside line, Garzone took advantage, Ardiles took advantage up into P2.
So this will be interesting. Let's see what Antonino can do. Pole sitter coming back. Went all the way back to P5 right now. Let's see if he can push the reset button, go back to work. Garzone's the driver in front of him right now. Put your head back down and go back to work.
Well, the question is was it too much patience at Antonino? He really didn't roll over and die, but he really held the outside, let it go, and the third and fourth driver forced themselves in and dropped him further back.
Well, you think about it, the entire first 5 corners are all these, you're doing nothing but lefts. If you're on the outside, you don't get that right cut back yet. Here's a big move to the inside there. That is against Sebastian Garzone as he goes back to the inside of the 806 of Alex Vanchev. So move Garzone back to P3. Fisher, Ardiles, Garzone, Vanches, Antonino, and now Malkiet up into 6th.
53-second lap time. These laps are going to go by pretty quick, and we're already about halfway as we come to the line this next time by. Only a little bit of this lap left, and it is Fisher, Ardiles, and then, as you say, Garzone in that same conversation. Antonino, if he's going to fight back, now is the time, rolling in there just inside the top 5.
Just outside the top 5, Isaac Malkut, little sizzle for PSL karting, runs in 6th position. Then Jose Alejandro Halfon in 7th. Charlie Smith is 8th. Martin Yaramillo and Golseth round out the top 10. We've still got 42 drivers running. Jackson Walney up 6 places.
There you go. A couple of drivers have got some moves right now. Jackson Walney up a couple of spots. +5 for Charlie Smith. +5 for Martin Jaramillo. So a couple of drivers on the move right now. Jackson Walney was up 5 last time by, but maybe now 6 as he gets another spot here on this lap.
As Jaramillo, they're actually leading this group on screen right now, trying to bridge the gap now. That's going to be moving on up to try to go find Charlie Smith, who will be next in line. Jaramillo back there in 9th, Smith in 8th. So this group right here, just outside, there's a move to the inside. That's another one making it happen. I think that was Dean Peterson, wasn't it, in the blue ride?
And that's a great pass. It's a great passing opportunity there. Get to the inside, get it through. Dean Peterson getting another spot there.
And it was a move at turns 12 and 13. And it was a clean move. So you can maybe add that to the list of overtaking opportunities.
100%. I think that's going to be a big one there for sure. Yep. You got to open up wide to get through that corner to really make it run through.
So now Antonino starting the fight back.
There was turn 4. You saw him under the brakes, diving down inside. He's going to move up one more spot. Antonino 5th last time, down from pole. Remember, now up to 4th.
If he goes any farther forward, it's going to be a confidence booster for him. Yeah, he started on the pole. He would like the win, but to go back and then be able to fight your way back forward and know you have a hot rod that can get back to the front, I think that will be big for him. As we said, we've got 6 laps down right now. Ty Fisher still leading. There he is right there. Garzone right with him though in the Orsalon Racing Tony Kart. number 850. Ardiles Vanchez there as well. The gap is definitely shrinking.
Yeah, we saw that Fisher did. We got a yellow flag into turn number 1. Somebody has found the barriers. In fact, the first driver to find the barriers. So again, interesting. Ty Fisher was able to open up a 10-car length lead. Now Garzon, Ardiles have managed to close back in. Again, we're learning an awful lot. Can drivers break away? Yes. Can they be caught? Also, yes.
And the next question is, when these moves come, does it bring everybody back in again? You can see right now Antonino right back there in P4. All he's waiting for is Garcon to make that move somewhere where it checks everybody back up. And I think you'll see him right on the rear bumper of Ardiles once again. But let's just put it this way. We've got 5 drivers or 6 drivers right now that have shown us they got the speed to be able to potentially run for race wins here this weekend.
That's exactly right. You got Fisher. There's the move inside. Move for the lead. That's going to be Garzon on Fisher. I was just going to say it. Fisher has made a couple of moves. Garzon's been making the move. Ardiles has been kind of hanging out, being opportunistic and being in the scenario where they need to be, but it is now leading. Lap 8 at 10, it's going to be Fisher, Garzon, and then Ardiles, Antonino.
So what do we got? Turn 4, turn 12, or turn 12, 13,
yep,
and turn 16.
And once again, Ardiles, opportunistic, gets it done, and there almost was the same thing that happened to Race Liberante. Antonino, another MPG driver, and the race is on right now. Ardiles to the point. Fisher's going to go through. Here comes Antonino.
And there's that freight train we talked about at Henry earlier. You mentioned you can definitely get freight train. He goes all the way back to P4.
4 different leaders, a number of overtakes for the race lead, all very clean as well. I'm looking further down the order. Max Wyland, he started 41st. He's up to 28th. So again, and Ty Fisher now getting absolutely freight train. He's back to 5th as Vanchev makes the move. So here we go as we begin lap 9 out of 10.
2 to go. Here we go. And there's a crossover maneuver. Not a lot of moves. There's not a lot of room there. And that was Garzon getting back to the inside. He's going to lead it going down inside with a lot of defense.
There it is for the first time. We see the defensive run down to the inside. Oh, he gets into the barrier on the exit as well, folks. Little tap for Garzon. Wide on the entry. And listen, that was a shallow entry into the corner. Going to be a wide exit. Didn't pay an overall crazy price for that one at this point here, but a number of drivers now into the group. Looks like about 8 drivers now in that lead group as they're all digging in here in the last little bit. We talked about this when we went defensive, how many guys are going to come back into the fight. That's something I think we're going to see all weekend long. The minute they start pinching down on a couple of these corners, you're going to see these guys in trouble. Garzon looking in the mirrors right now. Antonino back to P2.
See the early turn in from Garzon. Didn't open up quite as much. Immediate defense right here. Here is goes Antonino. He says, go, go, go. Keep pushing. This is going to be the move out of turn number 1 and get the run to turn number 4. First opportunity for Antonino.
Final lap on the racetrack for the opening heat race of the day. A mid-corner run down into turn number 4 for Garzon. Antonino runs in second. Ty Fisher going to rough it up here a little bit with Ardiles. Ardiles on the inside, Fisher on the outside. More contact coming through as the 806 of Vanchev is in there as well. This RG Bargy has allowed a 2-driver breakaway. Antonino, every time Garzon looks back, Antonino just points forward. Let's you and I go. We don't need to fight it out here again. Final lap through turns number 12 and 13. Back over here to the double apex right-hander, 14, 15. Let's see if we see a move from Antonino. I think he's comfortable coming home P2, potentially get the points you need, because the first winner on the day is Sebastian Garzon.
Well, I have to say, excellent race for the drivers. Do you know who, so they deserve a lot of praise. Do you know who else is sitting there smiling at the moment? The team that designed this track. Because we've got a racetrack here, a temporary racetrack, that's the first time we've seen racing on it. It bodes very, very well indeed. All the elements that you need for some great go-kart racing are in this track. Looking down there is your top 15. Good move from Jackson Walney, up from 24th to 13th. You can see Hector Farias, Hector Farias finishing 9th. Didn't mention him much for the race, but a good solid job there. And looking back there, from 41st to 26th for Max Wyland. And apart from Jose Martinez, 42 drivers, and Travis Petit, who we lost at the end there as well. That's good to see as well, because the drivers, there's not many people now moving into desperation mode before the second heat race.
I think really cool thing to see there was Jackson Walney. How many spots are you going to be able to make up in a 10-lap heat race? He did a good job working his way back forward, as you had said. Plus 11, very likely the hard charger there. I saw that Max Weiland went back down. Max Weiland plus 15, although started very deep in the field. He gets himself back up from 41st up into 26. But for a driver like Jack Sawolny, I think we all expect him to be kind of in the fight up front. A decent recovery right now. Not amazing, but a decent recovery that's going to put him in a position to keep working forward.
And there were lots of drivers in other classes in the paddock who qualified badly yesterday and now breathing a bit of a sigh of relief because they've seen, okay, the track does allow moving forward. There are plenty of opportunities to pass. That is going to be a real buzz for them.
When I think one of the points, too, was John Antonino actually falling back a little bit there, staying patient, staying in the conversation, like you mentioned, confidence booster. I can get back here, and I can work myself back up, and it wasn't all to do because of other things. He actually made some moves and smart decisions, too, by that kid.
All right, folks, the second group here. It'll be Group B versus Group D. Getting set to go here for, so probably Group C versus Group B, getting set to go for KA100 Junior. Another quick break here on Kart Chaser. We'll be back. More wheel-to-wheel action from SuperKarts USA SuperNationals 27.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
The foundation of your racing endeavor is the kart. It carries your hopes, your legacy, at times your heart outside of your body. And if it's the right karts, it holds the line. Factory karts are the only karts hand-built in the U.S. A precision-welded frame made of 4130 chromoly tubing, adjustable wheel bearing cassettes, seat mounts that don't break. But what good is a foundation if it's not the fastest? Made with care by a 4-time SuperNats champion Billy Musgrave. Factory karts, American-made, race-proven.
Back at it, folks, getting set to go. You can see the drivers here in that next group of KA100 Junior already out onto the racetrack. Turner Brown going to start on the pole position alongside Max Cristea. It'll be Mick Blanketspoor alongside Chase Gassi on row 2. Mateo Calderon and Maverick McKenna on row 3. Lev Krutholov and Enzo Vidmontier row 4. Nico Sarfati and Jackson Gibson on row number 5. Thought we may be going green flag this first time by. I think they're going to give him a couple of laps. There's your top 10. Brown all the way back to Gibson.
Alessandro Truchot and Alexis Bayerjon on row number 6. Christopher Wakefield and David Ibarra. Ruben Gutierrez and Amador Martinez Seitz. Then Bronson Custis, Roman Felber. The top 20 rounded up by Indy Anderson and Tyrone Kemper Jr. But once again, we've got a 42 kart starting lineup, and outside the top 40 people to watch, I know we're getting a lot of support online from Matthew Cagle starting in 21st. Disappointing for Sarah Bradley down in 23rd. But also right down towards the back, Tristan Murphy. We're expecting big things from Tristan. But a lot of the front runners there, and of course Nathaniel Pryor, Cash Felber down at the back. Nathaniel Pryor is racing. He got out of his kart yesterday, mid-session, how should we say that? Hobbled into the ambulance and is racing. So that's good, but yeah, the Villeneuve kart driver, number 893, starting 40th. Yes, we want to at least stay in the seats for all 10 laps.
All right, here we go. Drivers finally coming back around. 2 lap worth of warm-up to get some heat into these Avinco tires. Drivers rolling into the staging lanes. Now the tram lines. Brown on the inside. Cristea on the outside. Blanketspoor and Gassi at lead. Row number 2. Spooling things up. And are we at it? Looking for the flag, and we have it. Green, green, green. Racing into turn number 1. Good. Oh, Q1 driver getting looped around right in the front, and chaos further back as well. At least 8 drivers involved in the incident, maybe 10 further back, Pryor being one of them as well. But one of our front-running drivers went sideways coming through turn number 1. Guys, not sure who that exactly was, but somebody from the top 2 rows.
Might have been an accordion as it kept checking up as they went to the back, and they get to the last third, and they started going around.
And you look at there, the number 803, lots of damage. That's Enzo Vidmontien. Damage to the nose cone. So we got front bumper penalties as well to consider. I was the curse of the commentator yesterday. Was it me or you? Was it Mike Smith that said he didn't think turn runners would be a problem, Rob? I can't recall.
I was surprised because what we said before, really good start in the first race. This one, a little bit more of an issue. We'll have a look when they come back around. We'll find out which driver's falling down the order. It might have been Max Cristia, and indeed it was.
Oh,
Cristia,
no.
the driver, falling well down the order as he lost control of the car. Rear end stepped out on him coming through that turn number 1. And, of course, the chain reaction further back that collected a number of drivers. I'll go a little deeper here. Indy Anderson, Matthew Cagle was involved in that. Tyron Scott, Pedro Alves de Lima. Oh, he was involved as well. That's so tough.
Well, he'll be starting at the front row later on.
Oh, yes.
But again, not a great start after a driver that was riding high yesterday. Karting giveth, karting taketh away.
Good start here, as we know, for the drivers out front. Everybody kind of settling in early with that first group.
Oh, and someone's lost a rear axle.
Yeah, that's
half a rear axle coming out of turn number 11. Sorry, Mike spotted that there. There's the driver. I would imagine, well...
You mean driving the tricycle?
Oh, there it is. Look at that. Now, the yellow flags are waving, and that has been ripped out completely side by side, halfway down the axle. Incredible.
And again, that's one of those things. We weren't watching it, but we heard it. It was the 876 involved with that one there, guys. The 876.
Bronson Custos.
Oh,
so Nash Motorsport have got to have some work to do to get him out for heat number 2.
Hard hit coming out of turn 11. That left rear splicing right off the axle. And underway, though, now. We'll try to pick up this battle up front as the driver's settling into the group. You see a number of different packs developing here right now. 4 or 5 kart packs. They come out at turn number 11 again. This is a little bit deeper in the field here now.
Look at the inside move right there. That I'm not sure if that was... Oh, it was one of the Kart Republics. Vidmontien, I think, getting the job done down to the inside. Now a little bit of clean air for Vidmontien. Trying to work now inside the top 10. But again, as we go across the line, Turner Brown still your leader, Gassio Lee, Blanksport, Kutolov, Sarfati, Truchot, McKenna, Vidmontien, Wakefield, and Gutierrez your top 10.
Impressive from Mick Blankensport, the Dutch driver. Not known over here, coming here as a one-off, and that's what you get. You get drivers. I mean, a lot of these drivers, they know each other's tactics. They race around each other all year, but then you get your outliers coming in, your one-offs. And Mick Blankensport, hey, they don't know him, he doesn't know them, and he's using the fact that they don't know each other, to his advantage.
Yeah, great challenge to be able to come over to an event like this, something brand new, coming to Las Vegas, which is obviously an experience in and of itself. Then you throw the race in there as well. Drivers like Blankensport, Kruta Holoff has been doing a tremendous job here as well all weekend long. We'll see Nico Sarfati in the top 5. This will be the final junior race for Nico Sarfati. He'll move to the senior category in 2025, as will many of the drivers in the field here as they age out of the junior categories as well. Brown, Gassiet Lee, Blankensport, Kruta Holoff, and Sarfati were the top 5 last time by. Again, here's some fighting a little further back.
Cagle 29th, Cristia from the front row is running 22nd. So obviously it's not good, but it could be worse. And we've still got 37 drivers running, so we only lost a couple in the opening lap. Of course, with Custos, we're looking at a battle for second place.
That's a Sarfati on the move there on the 830 GFC machine. Mike was getting a really good pass down to move himself up, I believe, to P4, getting by Kruta Holoff.
Yeah, I believe that was in the turn 7, 8, 9 section, that kind of rounded field before the chicane. Sarfati on the move, and I was also just keeping an eye on Vidmontien, who is, after bridging the gap a little bit from the back group, starting to work forward, trying to get to McKenna, but right now on screen.
Trying to look up the road to see who is leading.
Turner Brown he's got his shopping and checked out.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. I was going to say, Turner Brown well and gone, just to give you an idea as far as how strong that ride is. The RPG machine going into turn number 11 and behind. It's, as you can see on the ticker, it's 1.6 seconds to Gassio Lee and Kukolov, who are actually nose to tail and are bringing a train of about 4 or 5 with them all the way back to McKenna.
Mike, we talked about this yesterday, whether or not a driver starting for the pole, or wherever you were, maybe if you're able to get out front, can you pull away? Will the drivers start battling each other? And that's what we've seen. There's been a lot of fighting for second, third, and fourth that's allowed Turner Brown to stretch away.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I think that we also, in both junior categories, we had that mixing of the groups because of the shenanigans that happened during where they were kind of waiting up and things like that.
Yep.
So that also could be kind of mixing things up and changing things around as far as the pace goes with some of the drivers, as the 834 starting to slip back there on your screen. 834
that
being
was,
Tyrone Kemper.
Jr.
Yeah.
And this is the back you're looking at now for about 9th place on backwards. Bayerjon in the red and white Birrell ART was at the head of this group. So this is Bayerjon, Calderon, Wakefield, Sainz, Ibarra, Gutierrez, Gibson, Kemper Jr. at the back of this group. So we've got a chasing pack, and then we've got this this pack. But of course Turner Brown is helped by Max Cristia going off at turn number 1. That gave him a break. He's got his head down and is gone.
Let's highlight a couple of drivers coming up forward here right now. Lillian Scarborough plus 11. Tristan Murphy plus 10. Payne plus 10. Cash Felber plus 18. You mentioned him at the start.
Yep.
41st up to 23rd, plus 18 in what? 7 laps? I'll take it.
You got a little bit of a gift in turn 1 there, but I'd say maybe 8 or so you were calling out maybe, but the other 10 are straight up, and that's still pretty dang impressive where you still got a couple laps to go.
And listen, this is a Supernats. You're going to gain a lot of your spots based on other drivers having mistakes, that's for sure.
Just noticing this, Sarah Bradley's bad weekend for Speed Concepts Racing continues. Well, bad weekend. We're expecting more. A driver who would obviously hoping to, she's ending her junior career soon. I think she's 14, so maybe another year in. This could be her last hurrah, but it not going well, and she's had to retire.
Driver on the move right now, Sarfati, fastest lap of the race last time, has been working their way up 6 spots. Lev Krutolov up 5 spots, but is Sarfati making things happen? Trying to get to the front here late in the going.
8 laps down, 2 to go. As we know, you saw Aaron Likens jump out there with a 2 to go sign, so they'll see the white flag this next time by. This is the 887 right now of Maverick McKenna, Enzo Vidmontien right there, as is the 812 of Alessandro Truchot, just 11 years of age, did mini in Europe all year long. Here he is here running in the KA100 Junior category, and a good run for Truchot, now up into the 8th position. But it's a 1.6 second lead still for Turner Brown. Give it up to Turner. Grab that. Thinking about it to the inside there in the final corner for Vidmontien. Couldn't pull the trigger. Let's see whether or not Truchot maybe comes. But there's our first really good look at the lead. He got up to 1.6 and just held station. He hasn't been pushing harder.
Yep.
Take care of the tires. I've got the lead that I need. But here comes the battle further back. Sarfati to the inside of Krutolov. Book it. He'll go through to P2. Sarfati puts the GFC in second. Great run there for Blankenspoor as well. He takes advantage, goes to the inside, and gets another spot.
We've seen this a few times. Gassio Lee tries to do the follow-through, but can't carry the speed through the exit because the other pass is already happening. Has to check up, cut down. 3 wide on the exit. No speed for Lee. Loses another spot.
Final lap. White flag has flown at start-finish. This is it here. Turner Brown's going to try to walk away to a 1.8 second lead. Sarfati doing what he can to hold off Krutolov. He's right there with him, as is Gassio Lee and Blankenspoor. Big win here to start things off for Turner Brown. And another one for Sarfati, plus 7. That's big for a driver in the top 10 to go to second spot. A lot of momentum for Nico Sarfati, Mike.
Last lap of the race, fastest lap of the race for Turner Brown. Is that thing set up or what, boys?
Yeah, that is well played. Well set up for Turner Brown. There it is. It ends up being 2.8 seconds as Sarfati, Krutolov, Blankenspoor, and Gassio Lee kind of went at it there for the final lap. Lost about a second to the leader. Nonetheless, some good racing with those drivers. Gave each other enough room to get through, and Sarfati coming through plus 7 on the race to go from 9th to 2nd. Maverick McKenna in 6th spot. Enzo Vidmontien 7th. Alessandro Truchot 8th. Alexis Bajaron and Mateo Calderon rounding out your top 10. Out of the top 10, Henry, Sarfati was the hard charger.
But look at the teams. That's great news. I've got to say, for Lev Krutolov, the Energy Course team, the owner of Energy Course is here from Italy. Dean Keeble has just been tasked with taking over that operation. Big boost for them. Mick Blankenspoor coming in for J3 competition, celebrating their 10th year as a team, and they get a new driver to the United States into the top 3. There's Max Cristea recovering to 18th. A little bit further back there, obviously drivers that we didn't see finish. Sarah Bradley, Edgar Rodriguez, Bronston Custis, Mason Kuhn and the rest. But again, a good start, but we're going to hear from one of the drivers about to go out to see.
A shout out as well to Cash Felber, the hard charger, plus 18 on the day. And indeed, we have an interview down to pit lane. Alexander Searle standing by with a very quick driver in KA100, Race Liberante.
Thanks, Rob. Race, real quick yesterday, you did it on your third lap, not even your last one. So how would you kind of describe how your team's progressed and how you progressed throughout the week?
Kart. And it took a while to get it rolling, but last day or so in happy hour, we dialed it in pretty good. Had a great qualifying run going, and an even better lap already started going into turn 4 when I just ended up hitting the wall under another driver. He went a little wide, and I clipped him. So a little mistake on my part. I haven't been racing much karting-wise this year, so just kind of getting back in that rhythm of close proximity and everything like that. You know, I'm getting a little older now, so just, you know, working through all of that, but I'm ready to go heat racing. And, yeah, I think it's going to be a really, really tough time making moves out there. So if I can get those done early, and I think our raw speed is ridiculously good. So if I can get out to the front, I think whoever's towing with me, we can have a good little race up front.
It's colder and windier today than it was yesterday. I mean, did you notice any differences from track-wise, from setup-wise you guys have to do for this heat race?
No, honestly, like we rolled off how we ended yesterday, this morning. Me being a little bit bigger of a driver, it kind of helps when the track conditions are like this compared to some of the smaller guys. So it's kind of going in my favor right now, if anything. So I was kind of fighting a free go-kart all week, and now, you know, we got that dialed in, and you know, I think we're really, really, really good for these heats today. So I'm kind of liking this wind and this cold weather. I like it when it's low grip out there, and that's why we street race.
Some of your MPG boys and girls are already out there racing. What have you noticed? What have they told you in terms of how the track races?
Yeah, it's tough to make passes in that last sector back there because the fast line's, you know, kind of right down the middle entering some of those corners. So makes it a little bit more difficult, but you can absolutely get hung out to dry here in turn 1, which we saw Antonino do a little bit when Fisher got by him. So just kind of being cognizant of those things going into this race. The wind we have today is nice down the straightaway, but not so nice exiting turn 1. So I don't think you're going to see anybody really getting away right now per se, but I think the racing is going to be good, and it's everybody's variables the same out there.
What's the approach? I mean, I know points obviously matter in terms of starting position for this weekend, but first heat race of the day, is it kind of like the nervous jitters, or are you kind of over that at this point?
Absolutely not. I'm treating this like a big club race. So it's, you know, you go out there and you race, and when you start thinking about it too much, you end up screwing up, and that's exactly what I do every time I start trying to be conscious of things and overthink kind of my positioning. So I'm just going to go out there and do my thing and be who I am as a racer and shake out how it shakes out.
Thank you, Race.
Thank you, guys.
So indeed, Race Liberante, and I like that thought, being conscious of it, because really, as a
Where
racer,
are we on pickups?
when you get into your groove, it's more about being unconscious, right? Things just happen. You react based on all the experience you've had in your life.
Where are we on
about the
pickups?
reaction just happens, right?
No, exactly, and it's the very first time you do SuperNationals, the first time you do any kind of big race, you're just kind of in awe of what the heck's going on. But exactly what Ray said, actually, if you just at the end of the day, it's still just another race. If you boil it down to what you have to do as a driver, it's just your job to go do what you do. And you know, race is no slouch when it comes to these type of races as well.
You know, to back up Race's point, 2 drivers only got into the show yesterday, Laurentiu Mardan and Emilian Denner, because of the withdrawals. And they had no time to think, no time to prepare, no time to be conscious of it, and they're both starting their races later on in the top 10.
One of the things that Race brought up as well, it talks about the fact that he does like street racing, which is low grip, which is a temp circuit, which is running against the barriers. Race is one of those guys that you would put in a group of guys that run a lot of street races. He's a Rock Island Grand Prix winner, right? That's one of those races where you're flat out around that racetrack and hanging out on the barriers every corner. So those kind of experiences is something he can draw on when he comes to a race like this.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it was interesting what you mentioned is being a little bit bigger guy. I like to call that being custom. Race is one of those guys that I've got a chance to go wheel with him a lot of times, and he's a hard but fair dude, and it's good to see him out here with a little bit of speed. And like he said, though, is that he feels really good about the raw pace. Interesting, he says it's going to be hard to pass. It's so interesting. He says hard to pass. Joe Turney says no problem in a few different spots. maybe it's a confidence thing, or maybe race hasn't had to do a bunch of it yet.
We saw 4 fantastic passing opportunities already. We know 4. We've already talked about the passing over in turn number 12, 16. Like it's getting done. Turn 1 as well. So
I think once everybody gets out there and they do it for themselves, we'll see what happens.
Let's have a look at the grid here, folks. Paulie Massimino with that pole position in qualifying yesterday. The Brandon Jarson track racing machine, the LN Kart, starting on the pole in the number 940 alongside the Texan Peyton Phillips in the number 945. Gashu Jake Drew in the GFC number 918 starting third alongside Nick Gabriel from AEM Racing. And then we'll have Jesus Vasquez Jr. on the inside of road number 3 alongside Chase Hand. Road number 4, Fernando Luque in the 955 and Raheem Alabai in the number 985. And to cap off your top 10, Franco Crivelli and Fast Frankie Mossman.
The Welshman, the terror from Trefeglois, Matt Higgins, goes from the inside of row number 6 alongside Alexander Kardashian, Eli Warren and Archer Eversman on row 7, Lorenzo Kaufman and Carson Sorter, Connor Ferris and Ethan Lamp, then Flavio Aquini and Stephen Miller. Watch the number 996 kart from the outside of row number 10. Another stacked grid as you look down through the order. Some names to pick out: Nick Eggleston, Brandon Lemke in 21st position, still there now. Autumn Fisher, she's recovered well from an injury yesterday and she'll be going from P37 on the grid. I have to say, in this race, all the main players are up near the front. This has got 45 starters, Rob.
Yeah, the only one I would say that's the main player that's not up front, and would likely, I think, end up being the hard charger, could be Brandon Lemke starting in the 21st spot. That's not where he's supposed to start. Adam Maxwell, the very tail of the field, a talented driver at Indiana. He'll be able to work his way forward as well. Field now set up with Paulie Massimino on the inside, Peyton Phillips on the outside, Jake Drew alongside Nick Gabriel on row number 2. KA100 Senior is going to be one of the best races come Super Sunday, and it all starts here. The first wheel-to-wheel action for the drivers here. And again, A versus Group D, field set, spooling up, looking for the green flag, and we're underway. Green, green, green. Massimino trying to hold him on through. And the outside there, of course, Peyton Phillips trying to dig in as well. But Jake Drew, will be on the move from the get-go. Also right in there, Chase Hand trying to find a way by Jesus Vasquez Jr. Good start right now at turn number 4 as the lead goes to Paulie Massimino, a driver who's had a fantastic season so far. Not only on pole here at the SuperNationals, he was on pole as well at the Cup Karts North America Grand Nationals event, the biggest 4-cycle race in the world. He is rolling, and good lot of momentum coming into the event here. A heat race win would start things off nicely. Good opening laps, guys, coming through turn number 12 and 13. Nice start here to KA100 Senior.
Everything looked pretty good. There's only a little bit of a moment there back when there's a move to the inside. That's Jesus Vasquez getting the job done, going onto the straightaway to complete lap number 1. The only issue I saw, Kardashian and Crivelli just a little up in the air for a minute. Both drivers continuing on. It was Crivelli losing a couple of spots out of the gig, but we are clean and green here with 1 in the books.
Yeah, it was Alex Kardashian there making that move. 3 wide, just about got away with it. Massimino under pressure going into turn number 1. Peyton Phillips tried the outside line, but again, that moving the driver wide, using the fact that the first corner opens out. Massimino did that perfectly as we look at just the lower reaches of the top 10. Lots of battling. I noticed one spinner, it was a Sodi kart towards the back of the field. It was a brief rotation, no contact, carried on. We've got 45 karts to the first 2 laps, clean and green.
Yeah, great positivity there, Henry. You're right. That's what we wanted to see, some clean laps. A little bit of a 4-driver breakaway right now as I believe Chase Hand's up on the wheel. No, it's Vasquez Jr. in P5 up on the wheel, trying to get on the draft of his teammate Jake Drew. Hand gets shuffled back to P9 on the opening circuit. But you can see that 4 drivers are digging. Vasquez trying to get up there as well. In fact, he's got his teammate right behind him as well. Here comes a move to the inside for Vasquez.
Love that camera shot, by the way, of just the other side of the barrier going down the start-finish straight, giving you some sort of idea of the concrete and plastic-lined corridor that the drivers have to negotiate around this circuit. Also, you get very close to the action from there as well.
2 things to point out real quick. Driver on the move, going to be the fastest driver last time by Stephen Miller, up 9 spots to 11. How about the driver we point out as someone who should be going forward, going backward? Brandon Lemke down 20.
No, so an issue for Lemke on the opening circuit. That is a tough thing to have happen here when you're trying to get yourself back into the middle of the fight. Paulie Massimino, though, doing great here right now to put lap number 3 in the books, rather. Massimino leads, Phillips second. Gabriel, Vasquez, Mossman. Vasquez was able to get by Drew on that last lap, and here's this scrap right now. That's Mossman trying to hold them off. A little bit of a bump and run in the middle of the corner, not quite enough. But that's the fight right now behind Frankie Mossman. Jake Drew's into that. Alibi, Matthew Higgins in the middle of that fight as well.
Watch the two GFC drivers going to try to link up right now. You're going to see there's one of them going out right now. The 922 Chase Hand. Hand is out.
Wow. Again, listen, guys, every session, every race, you think about how someone's storyline of the weekend can change. A race win, a big move from 40th up to 15th is massive, but the DNF is the one that hurts the most.
Absolutely. So there's the first big player to hit trouble across SuperNats 27 in race trim. Chase Hand. Now, what you saw Massimino making you saw fast Frankie Mossman making a move into turn number 1, then having to defend. We've now got a 3-kart breakaway at the front because Phillips and Gabriel are right there, and that is another of the GFC karts, I think, making a move, the number 996.
That's Stephen Miller.
That's Stephen Miller, sorry, moving up there. So Miller, the freight train is Stephen Miller, keeps moving forward.
Yeah, that was big for him to continue that move. Don't let anybody get away because we do have a good 3-driver breakaway up front. The trio of Massimino, Phillips, and Gabriel working together so far. A little bit of a gap back of over a second to Mossman. We'll see if these front 3 drivers can be patient, run it through to the end, and not let everybody else come back into the fight.
Mossman started to make inroads. They're going to come across the line right now. We'll just see exactly what that kind of inroad is. How about fastest lap of the race? Frankie Mossman just behind him. Also in the 51.8s is Jesus Vasquez Jr. Those two drivers starting to bridge the gap to Mick Gabriel in the top 3, but the driver just behind Vasquez, who I thought was going to be able to link up and help him, Jake Drew, who's going to come under fire right now for Miller. Move Miller up, another one, I believe, and it's going to be Drew going the wrong direction. He was already working the needles early in the session.
One thing you try to teach the young drivers who are faster than those in front of them, the minute they reel in, they're behind 2 seconds, they catch the driver in front of them, they don't make the pass when they get there. They kind of fall down to their pace. Stephen Miller's not doing that. The minute he got there, he went by. Stephen Miller is on a roll right now. We have a driver in the barriers coming out of turn number 6.
Yeah, and we've also, whilst we have great news for the Brandon Jars and Mike Doty Racing crew with Paulie Massimino leading this race. Oh, there is the number 994 kart, and that would be Michael Boyadzis with a Trinity karting group on the Formula Alonso chassis. Bad news for Massimino's teammate Chris Harrower. He's just been given the technical flag, the meatball flag, so he is now out of the race.
Mossman backed up fast lap of the race with another fast lap of the race. He's a good solid half a second faster than Mick Gabriel just in front of him and caught them. Watch for the first opportunity to come right on the back bumper. Here comes Mossman. Is he going to try for it? Yes, he is. Inside Mossman, moving to P3.
But you know something? Sorry, guys. If Massimino starts to defend this group, guess who the next driver in line is to join the lead pack? Number 996, Stephen Miller, from 20th on the grid. There he is.
That's it. He wants to fight, too. He's up there like, come on, let's go. And listen, the guys behind him know, right? Drew, Higgins. All right, let's go with this guy. He's fast right now. But as you said, this is a pass.
Oh, that's a first little
that's Drew.
Run.
It's Drew.
Well, and I was just going to say, before Drew made that move, I watched Vasquez's car go through turn number 1. I said it in qualifying yesterday. The way it came through turn number 11, that thing looked like it was on rails. Just did it again. Look at him right on the back bumper of Mossman in 5th.
And a little bit of a gap here for Massimino. You saw when they were coming through, just enough potentially to hold on here right now. Working lap number 8, so this and 2 more still to go. Massimino with a little bit of a lead. Phillips, who has been a strong wingman throughout this entire race, did not leave him at all, but now he's got drivers digging in to try to catch back up to him. Finally, a bit of a gap, kind of a stretch out there of the lead group. They'll come across the line to get the 2 to go. They'll work their way up here. Peyton Phillips still holding the spot. Here comes the move to the inside for the 976 of Frankie Mossman. He'll go to P number 3. Book it. He is through. Mossman actually into 2nd.
I've got to say, very smart from Peyton Phillips.
He rolled
Saw
out.
the move. Yeah, rolled out so that they didn't lose time. That could be critical. They've got to work together to get to the race leader, however.
Yeah, Gabriel and Vasquez working together as well. Vasquez going to put it to the inside. He'll take that spot away. Coming through turn number 7. Vasquez now up to P4 as well. A lot of great passing right now, but doing it in the right spot so that they haven't lost any ground to the guys behind them.
And if you're watching the feed, you could see that move get set up. It was actually Vasquez. Just goes to the outside as they approach turn 7. Ducks underneath from the braking zone. Perfectly done.
8 laps in. We'll see the white flag this next time by. There it is, Aaron Likens giving him the white. And I'll tell you, Mossman's closing up a bit here. He has been on fire in this race. Frankie Mossman, +8, started 10th, up now into the second position. A little further back, the fight continues. White flag flying.
Almost 0.2 of a second to the good was for Mossman, and that was with a pass. So he did have a little bit of a draft when he did it, but the fight is on. Miller to the inside. I'm not going to say book it, but he got it done, baby.
Yeah, great pass. Listen.
Matthew Higgins actually gave him a little bit of room there, and it's going to cost him, but Higgins is an experienced campaigner.
Miller's going to be a guy to watch, guys. I'm telling you, he has been so quick here in this KA100 Senior category. Big momentum for him through this one here. Paulie Massimino, though, trying to bring it home to capitalize on that pole position. There's the 945 of Peyton Phillips, able to hold on to the third position. But Massimino and Mossman, most definitely impressive. Mossman coming closer. Maybe another lap for Mossman. Massimino will take the win from the pole. That's why you do it. That's why you want to get that pole position. Capitalize on it. A little chaotic further back. Everybody did Dyson and moving around. But Massimino coming away with a big victory here. Mossman ends up in the second spot. Peyton Phillips in third. Jesus Vasquez Jr. in fourth. Mick Gabriel rounding up the top 5. There's your top 15 rundown. Stephen Miller. Fantastic drive for Miller to 6th, +14. Jake Drew 7th. Matthew Higgins 8th. Kardashian 9th. And Alibi in 10th position. Guys, you got to scroll down further to some of the guys, though. Chase Hand, number 1, 43rd. And where did Brandon Lemke? He was able to get back up to 31st. Only -10 or +10, because at one point he was +20, as you had mentioned.
Yeah, so we didn't quite see what happened with Brandon Lemke, the number 924. I did say I thought I saw a Kart in the middle of the pack spin on the opening lap, but I'm not sure if it was Lemke, but he certainly found trouble. But yeah, if you're going to, you know, the tale of woe for Chase Hand begins. Not over yet. The recovery drive, the pressure is now on, although I have to say,
with these deep fields,
he's deep field, it's now a case of stay out of LCQ.
Yeah, that's exactly that. I was just going to say, you got to have 2 good results to potentially stay out of the LCQ or give yourself a good starting spot in the LCQ. There you go. We're into this. We're going wheel to wheel. This has been fun so far. Finally able to see these drivers go back and forth. We're loving it right now. Another KA100 Senior race still coming for you here. B versus C. We'll go to a quick break, folks. Don't go anywhere. We're rolling our way through KA100 Senior B versus C. Master Shifter, Micro Swift still to come up for their first heat race.
Wins the main with a stunner in Pro Shifter. Turner Brown will win on Sunday.
Augustus Toniolo wins X30 Junior.
Kai Hunter wins the main event in KA Senior. And the RPG Cosmic wins in Micro.
Donovan Bonilla has won at the SuperNationals.
For more information on how to start your driver development journey with RPG, visit RollisonPerformanceGroup.com.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Jr.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here. Told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Karts.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Back at it once again here, ladies and gentlemen, to get things underway for yet another drive. Here it is KA100 Senior Group B versus Group C. Those drivers lining up onto the track right now, trying to build that heat into the tires. Super crucial, as we know, to get the heat built into these tires. To watch them throw these carts around because, again, as we talked about earlier, temperature quite low. It wasn't even 50 degrees when we were here trackside to start the day. 55 now, it's on its way up. The sun is shining. The wind still pretty aggressive on the day here. A little swap, as we said before. And yeah, watching these guys in front of us just throw these carts around to try to build the heat in the tires, rolling through those corners, getting full wheel into it to try to build some sidewall heat as well. We'll give you the full field rundown. Here they are. Jose Carlos Hernandez starting on the pole in the 990 alongside Colin Lloyd. Row 2, we'll have Josh Campbell and Alan Isambard. On row 3, the driver we spoke to earlier from MPG, Race Liberanti, qualified second, but a pushback bumper after the qualifying run, putting him back to P5 only for this race. He'll have a better starting spot for race number 2 and 3. Donovan Medina, last year's X30 Pro winner, will start at the outside of row number 3, P6. Nicholas Terlecki and Jaden Pope on row number 4. Row 5, capping off your top 10. 2 drivers to watch. Number 1, of course, Joe Turney on the Kart Republic, and Oliver Calvo, who's had lots of success in the SuperNats over the years.
Quick update, Nicholas Terlecki's father is now stable in hospital. We send him our very best. We think he's watching. James Overbeck and Luke Welcome on row number 6. Caden O'Connor and Stephen Isett on row 7. Jack Groton, John Burke are next. Then Patricio Gonzalez and Brett Rivetta. A stacked 10th row, however. Finnegan Bailiff and Henry Wheeler, 2 potential big movers and shakers there. Danilo Romalo, Aidan Rudolph are next. Mateo Papis and Christian Miles. Very, very strength, lots of strength in depth. Antoine Morley, the TV rental kart world champion, is also there in the middle of the pack.
Keep going back to 39th, guys.
Oliver Hodgson.
Yeah.
What will the driver from Kings Lynn in Norfolk do?
Field set, getting set to roll, spooling things up. A couple drivers potentially on the line. Big guys moving over. Green flag flying, and we're underway. They'll work their way through turn number 1. But you saw a number of drivers moving across the track from drivers right to left. About maybe row 5, row 6 back. Big defensive run down to the inside. Colin Lloyd trying to put the car on the inside as well.
Wow.
Contact on the outside. Big climb on the curb there as well. A lot more action to start this one here. A number of drivers jumping up and over the 992, getting aggressive there as well. Opening circuit, working their way now through 7, 8, 9, back up through 10, over to turn number 11. We are underway.
And a big event over there in the chicane. Several carts are actually stationary, still sitting over there. But as you mentioned, a lot more contact, very argy-bargy, exact opposite of what we just got done seeing from the first group. And now the second group has set the tone early. It's going to be elbows up.
Yeah, look who's got the lead here, folks, on the opening lap, getting things rolling here. What a fantastic start. Another one of our MPG drivers. Race Liberanti goes to P1 in the opening circuit for P5.
What did he say in the interview? Our speed is not the problem. If we can get out front, I think we can get rolling, and there it is.
Wow.
Is it about time we call Race Liberanti a wily old fox?
Oh, no.
Is he that there? But I mean, I noticed
Them's fighting words.
Juan Carlos Hernandez there, in the barriers there, but on a spin, the number 930 getting tagged there when he went for the move. Jaden Pope went for the move, backed out of it, and then the back end just came around, was lucky not to be collected.
You get these first laps where you see a lot of incidents going on, a little bit more elbows up going on, and the patience goes away in a big hurry. You get hit, you hit back, it happens really fast.
It's that balance, guys, as we know, right? The opening lap of these races are the best opportunity to overtake because everybody's still stacked up. They're running 2-3 wide. You can make that move to the inside. You can potentially get those big spots on the opening lap, but it's risk-reward. There are opportunities, but there are also opportunities to get yourself pushed back like a Jaden Pope.
We can add another driver, another potential, front runner to the list of ones having problems today. Add Chase Hand to the list as well. Stephen Isett out of the race for the Speed Sense Motorsports team. He was qualifying mid-pack. He was caught up on the first lap. He is out of the race.
Wow, Liberanti, Hernandez, Isambard, Turney, Campbell. That was your last run by the start-finish line, the finish line, if you will. The start line well further down. You can see the lead right there, though, for Race Liberanti. Hernandez trying to hold back now. Alan Isambard has got Joe Turney right up there as well. Turney taking his time. Head down. There's your group of 7 drivers in the lead pack here, right? Top 7, Liberanti, Hernandez, Isambard, Turney, Campbell, Terlecki, and Oliver Calvo. You got to go 2 seconds back to Colin Lloyd, so a good breakaway from those top 7, Mike.
Get a bit of a note to Oliver Hodgson. How long does it take to move up to 23rd? Not long, 16 spots up for Oliver Hodgson. He is rolling.
And of course, he had the experience. There was a couple of incidents in front of him. That extra years with experience, know to anticipate, see trouble brewing before it happens, and you get that split second to make the right decision and avoid the incidents. That's what experience does for you.
Joe Turney has worked his way to second already, getting by both Isambard and Hernandez. So move Joe Turney on the Kart Republic up into the second spot. He'll put the target firmly on the rear bumper of Race Liberant and see if he can't reel him in, as we're now just slowly working our way up 4 laps in. One driver burying it into the barriers on the outside of turn number 10. We've seen a lot of that this weekend. Drivers having some trouble not getting through that chicane 9-10 cleanly into the barriers. SKUSA officials on that very quickly. Is that Kardashian potentially over there?
It's an EOS chassis. That yellow and blue EOS chassis. That driver was already down towards the back of the group. The corner workers there, you can see now. You can see debris on the track there. Those white sort of PVC balls, as we were saying, just getting knocked about a little bit. That was lucky there that they got away, but I can't quite see the driver who it was. There's an EO chassis in the back. There he is.
Lucas Klimek.
Lucas Klimek coming into the pits. And now he's going to get caught by the lead pack as he's touring back to the pit lane to retire. The leaders aren't far away.
Drivers on the move right now, and the one I'm watching, Oliver Calvo. We've seen him on screen now, that bright yellow helmet. He's made multiple inroads and now made 2 moves in 2 laps. It is Oliver Calvo into the top 5. Next one in front of him is going to be Carlos Hernandez. Jose Carlos Hernandez is going to be the first one who's going to get attacked.
You know, you look years back when the Streets of Lancaster Grand Prix was on, that was kind of the precursor. Everybody ran the Streets of Lancaster if you're in California to kind of get yourself set up for barrier racing. It was a very narrow racetrack, using those barriers, very high speed coming down into the final corner as well. Oliver Calvo was super good at that racetrack, won a lot of races as a junior driver coming up, and it's really transitioned for him always to be a factor here at the SuperNats. Mike talked about the fact that he's on the move right now. And listen, not only that, running with Speed Concepts Racing, one of the top teams in the sport right now. Calvo, the man on the move, as we said, into P5, digging right now to try to work his way forward.
On screen right now, I believe that's Bonilla that we're watching there. Correct, at the 980 of Donovan Bonilla, trying to make inroads to Lloyd just in front in the RPG, but instead it's going to come under fire from Overbeck. Overbeck to the inside, turn number 4.
SuperKarts USA Pro Tour KA100 Senior Champion James Overbeck for Brandon Jarsacrack Racing, finally working his way up into the 9th position. So chipping his way forward at this point here. Look at this guy, though, rolling up through the field. The 991 of Oliver Hodgson, digging to get himself up here.
Hodgson has cracked the top 20. Let's have a little down, and he is Keegan Kaminsky there, you're pointing up right there in 20 seconds.
Yeah, he's come from last.
Yes.
From last, yeah.
Both those drivers, that we talked about it, Kaminsky and Hodgson, were going to be rolling through the field. Well, guess what? Speed is no question, and neither is passing around here. Those two guys getting it done.
But Joe Turney has caught Race Liberanti, and he's bringing Alan Isambard with him. We've now got a 3-kart battle for the lead, and this is, street racing expert versus, well, it's hard to call Joe Turney a rookie, but in terms of street racing, nowhere near as much experience as Race Liberanti.
SuperNats rookie for sure.
Keep an eye on Race Liberanti, able to make that kart wide and tight without losing too much speed. He just was a little bit tighter. Watch, he's probably not going to. Oh, he does keep it wide open. All right, we haven't gone full defense yet with a couple to go.
Interesting 2 laps remaining, right? So if he does potentially lose a spot, it's going to be hard to get it back. He's going to go more on the defensive, I think, now, as opposed to saying, okay, if you go by me, I'll tuck back in, especially with Isambard there as well. 2 laps remaining. Let's see the white flag this next time by. Good feel for a potential defense here. Turney going to make the move to the inside? No. Thinks better of it. Tucks back in. Liberanti still leading out of turn number 4.
Race Liberanti looks over his shoulder, has that little bit of a lazy inside. There's the middle move right there where you can carry some speed in the corner 7, 8, 9 before the chicane, as well as after 11, that 12, 13, 14, where there are these long round corners. You can keep a little bit tight Watch Liberante keep it tight through here and get set up. He's not going to open up all the way, but still carry a little bit more speed.
I like this right now because we're seeing whether or not someone can defend. We're also finding out what Joe Turney thinks he needs to do right now. Does he need to win this? Does he? Yeah, he's looking forward, saying just keep going. He doesn't want to lose the spot to Isambard. That's what he's thinking about right now.
Now, can Joe Turney trust Race Liberante? Can Race Liberante trust Joe Turney? They communicated to each other. We're not seeing Liberante defend. And so there's good communication between two drivers from rival teams. Yep, a thumbs up there from Race Liberante as but Joe Turney. You can trust him now. It's a heat race, but maybe not as the week progresses.
Yeah, final lap in the books here right now. They're going to bring him around. Liberante's done a good job so far holding back Turney, who's not been overly aggressive in terms of trying to get the spot done. He works his way through 12 and 13. Here's back over to the 14-15 corner. Really one more opportunity for Turney to toss it to the inside. Doesn't do it. You're going to hold on to that second. I like that. You want the points. You got to keep the points low. Checker flag flying. Race Liberante will take the victory. Turney comes home second. Hey, we didn't talk that much about Alan Isambard, but that's a huge run for Isambard as well. For him to get up to where he was. Right? Again, started the top 5, but a good run for Isambard, putting his name on that list of guys that could run up front.
You know, Joe Turney looked pretty good there. It was a lot of double inputs from the race because you saw him kind of arc out, but then you have the sharp point in and the second input in the center, trying to cover off the entry, cover off that turn. Joe Turney rolling the corner, looked real good in the center.
There is your unofficial results for Heat 1, B versus C for KA100. We've got some drivers who have shown their pace. Liberante winning, Turney second, Isambard. They were able to pull away by over a second from Oliver Calvo, finishes 4th. Terlecki holding on to P5 for a while there. He had fast lap of the race. Jose Carlos Hernandez in 6th, Josh Campbell, Colin Lloyd 7th and 8th. Christian Miles works his way up into the 9th spot as well, plus 15 for Christian Miles. I'm sure the family back home watching this one here as well. Great job for the TV Kart driver there for Race Lab, and Donovan Padilla rounding out the top 10. Let's scroll down a little bit here, guys. Plus 21, Oliver Hodgson goes into the 18th position. That's big for Oliver.
And plus 24 for Keegan Kaminsky.
So Kaminsky, the kid's in it as well. Kaminsky on the GFC, big run for him into the 24th spot. Yeah, 18th for Hodgson, 21st for Kaminsky.
24th for Antoine Morley. That's his first proper go-kart race out of rental kart racing. Henry Wheeler in 16th position there, noticing. So we talked about frenemies, drivers working together. So Race Liberante and Joe Turney, they now know they can trust one another to work together to further their own ends at some point during the weekend.
Indeed, yeah.
That's important.
Agreed.
That's important. Brett Rivetta, I noticed him get flagged off there. The officials, black flagging so lap traffic doesn't come into play. Tanner Booman, we didn't see Tanner take the start.
4 morning heat races down, 6 more to come. Master shifter drivers getting set to go, and we do have an interview lined up right now. We got one set to go. Let's send it back down to pit lane. We're catching up here right now with Alan Isambard.
Got in the wall a little bit, but brought it home P3. What'd you learn out there?
Yeah, I mean, I hit the wall in the warm-up. Not ideal, of course, but considering I did hit the wall, it was pretty good. It doesn't turn to the right at all, so we got to fix that. But yeah, pretty good.
Well, considering that you can't turn well in half of the corners, I'd say that's and hit the wall. I mean, that sounds like once you get this thing sorted out, you're going to be racing for this win.
Yeah, I think we can. I just got to stop hitting the wall as well. I hit the wall twice in the heat, so doing that.
How do you think this track races? I mean, we've heard a couple of different opinions. Now that you've been out on the racetrack, kind of what's your evaluation for what we're going to expect racing-wise the rest of this weekend?
I mean, the first corner is really sketchy, but other than that, it races pretty clean. I think if you're in the midfield, it probably doesn't race very good, but at the front, it's clean.
Alan Isambard, if he can keep it out of the wall and start turning right, I think we might have a race winner here, boys.
Little recap for some of the early action on the day so far. We had some great racing early on, as we said. Look at some contact there. We talked about the incident there. Listen, drivers pushing hard early on. That was Pope's machine, the J3 competition comp kart, having some issue early. That's that battle between Overbeck. But Isambard was a driver I thought was super impressive, bringing essentially a number of drivers with them. Mike, Isambard super quick. Turney finally gets by, but Isambard did not leave the bumper through to the very end.
No, and actually, you mentioned it before with Turney looking over his shoulder, trying to make sure he had the spot. You see Calvo go down the inside there. With Turney up 7 spots to get there, but Isambard actually just was smart and made sure he retained that 3rd spot. As you see going across the line there, Grace Lebrante, Turney, and Isambard.
So again, where you start the heat races is based on qualifying, and you'll get points throughout the heats. So the key is don't rack up a lot of big points. You want to have those 0 points for a race win. Obviously, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, wherever you finish. When you get those wins, you need the lowest points. You add them all up, and that's where you start on Super Sunday. So for a driver like Isambard right there, looking up front, like, Liberante's right there. Turney's right there. Maybe they'll battle each other. He may have been able to find a way through. But same thing with Turney. He didn't risk it. He said, you know what? I'm good with P2 here right now. He knows all he needs to do is start somewhere in the top 3 rows, and it's going to be in the fight for the race win on Super Sunday.
Yeah, you're going for as little points as possible. As you said, it's not a points championship. It's golf. You need to do as little as possible in the points range. So we're at least towards the front for the race. It all matters about where you start on Sunday. You don't need to win all these things if you're at least in the conversation. Obviously, you can move up 7 or so spots. Joe Turney did it. So if you're inside that top 10 come Sunday, you're in the game.
And that's it. You just don't want that mistake. We've already highlighted a couple of drivers who have had some issues early, whether it be a mechanical or potentially getting involved into an incident. Jaden Pope, of course, had that issue, dropped back a couple of spots. But we did see some big movers in the KA100 Senior category. And again, 4 heat races already done. Let's move into the Master Shifter category, brought to you by Freem. Bas Lammer starting on the pole position in the Italian Motors machine. It's all ITEL Kart front row as Davide Fore, last year's winner, on the outside P2. Row number 3, Billy Musgrave for Factory Karts in the 609, starting in 3rd alongside a driver who is looking for that first big win, the Burrell driver Jordan Musser out of Texas. Thomas Misch starting 5th alongside Travis Irving on the GFC. Jonathan Vitolo and Vincent Cassard on row number 4. Capping off your top 10, another driver who can get the job done, Alan Sciutto, the Southern Californian, starting 9th alongside Luca Bortone.
Outside the top 10, Scott Skitchy Barnes, the reigning champion in the SKUSA Pro Series 601, starting alongside John Crow, Evan Batt, and Kevin Cannon. Look for Joe Rook as well. Big movers there in 11th and 15th. Larry Pegram, ex-Superbike rider, goes from row number 8. Victor Jimenez, Patrick Kayak, another strong contender on row number 9. Luis Gauthier and Luis Mendez round out your top 20. Luis A. Quinones, 3rd in this year's SKUSA Pro Tour, starting 23rd.
Rob Logan Henry, former winner here as well. We go further down the field, some of the drivers like Robbie Budushow, who had some trouble in qualifying coming from deep in the field. I think Hayek's going to be a guy to watch mid-pack, though, you mentioned.
Yeah, the former professional soccer player, Ruben Milan, Serie A player back in Spain, or La Liga player back in Spain. Well, he's starting alongside DJ Jenkins. He lined up once alongside Pep Guardiola. And now he's alongside DJ Jenkins.
You were talking about Budushow. He's going to roll off dead last, 48th on the field. I'd say over under 20 for how many spots he's going to gain.
I'll take the over. Yeah. I'll take you the over on that. And also look for Michael Gouache out at 41st.
So the driver's getting out there, built some heat into the tires here before we get to go to work on this one.
You see these guys really taking their time to get some heat in them. Again, the other karts, single speeds up to this point. Blue tire, a little bit harder tire. The 2 options that we have here, the red, the softer rubber on the shifters, and again, our Pro X30s out there. Right now, shifters really weaving back and forth. They're trying to get heat in the front to try to get the thing to turn. Try to get heat in the rear to try to get the thing to get off the line, and that is just it. Whole shot off the line.
Yeah, and listen, who's going to have the whole shot? Because the front row are 2 former winners. Davide Fore, last year Master Shifter. Bas Lammer's back in 2009.
Oh, yeah.
was the Super Pro race winner as well. So, indeed, the drivers up front have it done. And what do you got for row 2? 2 of the best drivers we've seen in American shifter kart racing in Billy Musgrave and Jordan Musser. one with 4 wins, one waiting for that first big victory. Jordan Musser would love to get out of here with a win.
You know, out of the front group that I think is really kind of an eyes-on dark horse to be maybe one of his best races ever. How about Jonathan Vitolo?
Yeah, you're
Vitolo
right.
hanging out there in 7th. He's just behind her, just a kitty corner away from Travis Irving, who would love to actually have this thing come to fruition because he's been at the front before.
First time we've had the shifter carts coming in for the start. They'll get their way into the staging lanes, get into their grid positions here to get things underway. And again, a massive field, as Henry had mentioned before, 48 in total. Robert Budashow starting at the very tail in the Magic Kart USA machine. He has the speed, though, to work his way onto the podium. It's just going to be a long weekend before he finds his way into a Super Sunday main event.
We are in the perfect position just to the left of the picture there at Kart Chaser HQ to look at what will be an explosion of noise and acceleration and power as 48 master shifters go from 0 to 60 in times similar to a GP2 car.
Field getting itself lined up, folks, to get things underway. Our first shifter start of the weekend. Master shifter getting set to go. Lammers on the inside. 4A on the outside. Field set. We're going to the lights. Green, green, green. And it's 4A getting the lead. Coming through turn number 1. Good launch for Davide for big dive down the inside. The 607 of Victor Jimenez literally just drove it straight into the side of Skitchy Barnes.
And yes, on the outside, I didn't see who the unfortunate driver, the innocent victim there, was just spun around. It was an unfortunate move. Yeah, you see there was that RPG machine just trying to get onto the brakes, no grip in the track, no grip in the tires, boom.
Victor Jimenez is a veteran driver. He just drove it straight down there and just drove into the side of everybody.
Hey, we were talking about getting heat in the tires. You got to get heat in the brakes, too. You got to make sure everything stops when it's this cold. And, well, didn't quite get it done there as we are now back towards the front to complete lap number 1. And across the line, it is going to be 4A, Lammers, Musgrave, then Musser, Irving, Cassard, Misch, Crow, Vitolo, Bortone, your top 10.
The top 4 drivers hold station. They're able to get away cleanly from the line. 4A with the whole shot, as we said. Italian Motors, Ital Kart run 1-2. Musgrave from the inside of row number 2 takes his spot P3. Musser holds on to his position as well. Let's scroll further back.
It was Joe Rook, who got knocked out. It was
Joe Rook.
Joe Rook, the other Maranello. Skitchy Barnes still out there in 12th. Rook continues, but down in 47th, 48th position. I'm not sure if we lost any on the opening lap.
I guarantee you race control is going to be looking at that start in turn number 1 for sure. Joe Rook getting cleared out there coming into turn number 1. Otherwise, everybody kind of settling in. There's John Crow right there, looking good in the factory kart machine. John Crow in the 12th position, I believe.
Just inside top 10 now, yep. And you were just going to say Budashow.
Budashow up 9 places. So my over-under on the plus 20 is looking good at the moment. But I mean, this is a heat race, and you've got 4A, Lammers, 2 of the very, very best. Davide 4A was world karting champion back in 1998. And Baz Lammers coming back to SuperNationals for the first time in a long time. The 2 Ital kart drivers. Hey, if you're a fan of the sport like we all are, you just sit and watch. It's a privilege to watch the names like 4A and Lammers and Musgrave go head to head.
And Musgrave fastest lap of the race last time, to see how he backs it up here with another one in the books as they come across the line. Musgrave's coming.
We're just really starting to get the tire temperature up right now. I want to see which drivers have what it takes to move forward here early in the run here right now. 4A leads, Blommer second, Musgrave third. Musser actually with the fast lap of the race last time by. Travis Irving in the fight there as well. Vincent Cassard, Thomas Misch, Jonathan Vitolo was able to get by John Crow a couple laps ago. Vitolo moves his way up to 8th. John Crow into 9th, and Luca Bortone right where he started, sitting there in the 10th spot. So 3 factory karts actually in the top 10 right now. Here's the replay. Look at him drive right through there. That was the 607. Came straight through. Watch it again further back here. We're going to get one more look at it. Right down the bottom. Didn't even turn the kart. Drove right into the side.
No, you can see the front tires are turning. It's locked up. He's going nowhere. Yeah, it's like you said,
listen,
veteran.
You mentioned this, though. Not only are you warming your tires up, you got to drag the brake a little bit on those warm-up laps to make sure it's going to stick. But also down the inside, it's dirty down there. We cleaned off the racing line. It's super dirty down the inside.
It was the 604 kart of Evan Batt, who was the first driver to there, as we've got to move with a race lead. And again, new race leader, Baz Lammers.
You'll see that pass. Musser tried to come through as well. As Baz Lammers went to the lead, Billy Musgrave came through as well. Musser tried to make the move, got up over the curb. Didn't quite work, but yeah, Baz Lammers said, hey, you ain't Davide, you may have got the whole shot, but I'm going to the lead here, and he did.
Yeah.
Made the move to the inside here on lap number 5.
And that was a scenario where Lammers tried to counterattack, right? Or it was the counterattack came from Foray, where he tried to carry the speed through. He got the curb on the inside. That allowed Musgrave to go through. Then Musser tried to use too much curb going through there. So the top 4 have broken away before this lap. They had a good couple of seconds. That is still the case. 2 seconds the advantage. Musser over Irving, 4th to 5th.
Did you notice as Aaron Elkins, the flagman, as he put the cross flags together, Baz Lammers, who has been away from US racing for some time, had a sort of a second look as though to remember, okay, what was the signal for? Should I be wary of something? No, cross flags, halfway points.
Indeed. 5 laps down, 5 to go, 10 lapper here. Drivers in the Micro Swift category will now be on the grid getting set to go for their first of 2 heat races today. Again, 2 heat races for all the categories today. 1 heat race and last chance qualifiers on Situation Saturday, all leading up to Super Sunday and 9 main events. Musgrave most definitely closing up right now on Baz Lammers. Musgrave's looking to the inside, a very tight run through turn 2 and 3. He's going to go to the inside, thinking about it. Lammers comes across the bound, says no, you got to come with more than that. And I'll tell you, message sent to Billy Musgrave. He definitely received. That next pass is going to be more aggressive.
Well, that's just it, right? We talked about it with the X30, rather the KA Seniors, where you see a little bit of elbows up. It just, all right, cool, that's the way we're going to run. Perfect, now I know. So what's going to happen now is it's going to be a little bit more, send it in there, get the spot, and then we'll see if it's going to happen. Probably not close enough here. What I was going to mention before that happened was you can see the different lines that the shifters are able to take. They're able to make that little bit of that early move and rotation through the center because they can drop the gears. So they can diamond things off, as we've mentioned. That is the one thing about the defense and the offense that does make it a little bit more challenging when you're grabbing gears for the win.
Yeah, well, when you're trying to make a move to the inside of a guy, you know he's going to be, knifing his way to the apex, right? That's one of the key components of top-level shifter kart racing. I believe that's 615 who continues to try to push his way forward as well. That's Patrick Hijack. Remember, he started well back. He is now +7 up into the 11th spot for Hijack. I would have expected a little more, but taking his time trying to get himself into the top 10.
A black flag going out for the 605 of Chris Soliotis. That just, again, is a tail ender. Obviously, we don't have blue flags here. One thing I noticed there, you saw Tanner Irving in Irving. Oh, and there's a problem. The 618, the Italian flag in the front of another Ital kart driver getting out of the way of the leaders. But we saw Tanner Irving, he ripped something off the radiator. What was that? What was he trying to do there?
He's taking tape off the radiator. He's trying to get the temperature to be where he wants. And one of the things they're going to be keeping an eye on is the temperature. There is a little bit of a hey, how are you from Musgrave to your leader, Baz Lammers. And that's nothing like, he's not going to try to root him out of the way or like that. That's just giving him a little bit of a shot, I'm going to be right here. And now here it comes, final section.
I was going to say, into the last complex of corners, the laps are kind of winding down here as well. And they'll see as they work their way forward. A little bit, another inside move for Baz Lammers out of turn number 16. White flag flying from Aaron Likens. Does Musgrave have what it takes to go to the win here right now? Trying to get the drive down into turn number 1. Doesn't have it into the opening corner. A much tighter line coming through turn number 1. Not there over at turn number 4 either. Big wide run again, Lammers. Look at the over-under coming here. A little tighter line through. Great run here for Musgrave, putting on the pressure. But the veteran Lammers running that tighter line, the entry every time through. It's actually backing everybody up to Davide Foray as well. This could mean Foray potentially going to P2.
Look at the rotation. There's the inside move. Contact. Oh! He's in the wall. Lammers is in the wall.
So the drivers having contact. That was kind of maybe a precursor of what we had earlier. Trying to go to the inside of that corner. He did not give it up. He'll go to the bottom of the racetrack here. Lammers came back across, and it's going to be Musgrave. This win will be unofficial for sure. Musgrave's going to take the win across the line. Foray comes home in second. Third spot ends up to be, I believe, Musser. Fourth, Irving. Fifth, Cossard. Sixth, Mish. Seventh, Hijack. Up to seventh for Patrick Hijack in that one. What a wild finish. Listen, the boiling point got to where it boiled over.
And there's somebody else that has had a mission right on the final corner of the race. Driver trying to you know, desperately. That is the number 672 Kart. That's Larry Pegram. And he was on course there. But here we go with the Shop AKR replay.
I don't think so, Tim. As a toolman would be no wanos on that one.
Yeah, if we can have another look at that as well. Now that we're kind of ready for it, he's coming to the inside. Yeah,
the door was always going to close there, Rob. The door was always going to close on Billy Musgrave.
Let's all of us will set our precedent here. We're not going to make any calls here. Otherwise, we'll get ourselves in a bit of trouble. That's definitely something the race control is going to look at because it was a shallow move to the inside for Billy Musgrave.
And that's the thing, too. You could tell from further back, it was full commit, right?
Yeah.
He had come out, he carried the speed. He was going for that move one way or the other. It just didn't materialize.
Well, and he was aggressive and fully committed based on the fact that he almost had it done before and he got the door slammed on him. This time he's like, I'm going for it. So really the message was sent because let's say Musgrave potentially does get a penalty for the contact. The damage is already done to the guy that did the pitching, and that was Boss Lammer. So indeed, it could be 4A coming away with a race win here.
Could be.
In Musgrave's defense, we'll play the devil's advocate. Lammers had defended strongly in all the passing positions that you would think are traditional passing spots. So Billy's going, what? I'm going to have to try something where he's not expecting it. That's where the move came.
Yeah, indeed. So there you go. Unofficially, Musgrave with the win. 4A second, Musser third, Irving fourth, Cassard fifth, Mish, Hayek, Matolo, Shuto, and Crow your top 10. Let's scroll back to find out where our man Budasho ended up 26th plus 22.
Thank you very much. It cursed the commentator yesterday. It's coming back to me. The Bass Lammers finishing in 18th position. So that's a sign. How many times as a driver you're in that battle, your Bass Lammers, you get spun the barriers. The first thing you think about is not necessarily get back in the race. It's the cursing and the wailing and the gnashing.
And the other thing is grab the clutch.
Yeah.
So that the engine doesn't stop, backwards. I'd love to see it again to see if he actually grabbed the clutch while he was going backwards. But the bottom line is he was able to come back to 18th. So a decent recovery for him, for sure. Yeah. So there's the rest of the field, folks. Heat 1 for Mastership. They're getting a look at some of the drivers who did not get the results they likely were looking for. Joe Rook able to get his way back up into 34th after getting unceremoniously dumped along with, who wasn't the guy to do as well over there? Evan Batt got to do it as well.
He finished just behind Skitchy Barnes in about 14th, 15th place.
So one more round one heat race still to come. Micro Swift drivers on the grid. Don't go any further, folks. We'll come back with Micro Swift in their first heat race of the day.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental U.S.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
Looking for a team with a diverse calendar? How about a team that offers both full support and teaches you and your kid how to do all the work yourself? For us at Drive Your Line Kart Sport, fostering growth on and off the track in a family environment is what we do. Well, that and bringing home some hardware. Contact us today online at dylkartsport.com.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure of the ideal kart setup? Well, going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspects with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins impressive.
And Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here, told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Karts.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Alvaro Medeiros and Cameron Johnson will go from row 1 in Micro Swift. Zane Burgess and Aiden go on row 2. Lawrence Perriman and Mauro Nario. Hudson Howard and Jaden Francisco are on row number 4. Danny O'Gara and Leo Simone round out your top 10. Another huge field. Watch out for Win Gottschalk as well, going from P13. Another big grid and a spin in the middle of the pack as the drivers go to the line, but we are green here. Flag goes down and Micro Swift is off and running.
Not only did we have one go around, you see moves already starting to go down to the inside and make things happen. We also had drivers who almost run out of room there on the exit, but also some tram lines. You got to stay inside those tram lines. I saw the outside row. You at least get on top of them. I'm not sure if there's any cross, so that could be another issue for these drivers at the end.
Yeah, Zane Burgess, the reigning SKUSA Pro Series champion in kart number 1. In Zane, the Jamaican driver, takes the lead, and again it was I think it was Alvaro Medeiros who got run very, very wide there, but Zane giving Alvaro just enough room. He gave him 2 options, the barrier or the brake pedal, and Medeiros chose the brake pedal.
As we get around the final corner here, we're going to see how they all run down and give you your lineup. Here we got Burgess, followed by Aiden Gogot up there to P2. Medeiros, as you just mentioned, 3rd. Then Lawrence Perriman, Danny O'Gara, Cameron Johnson, Hudson Howard, Leo Simone, Mauro Nario, and Win Gottschalk, your top 10 to kick things off. 3 wide down at 4. That's going to be a twofer.
And Simone's already picked up 1 place going through turn number 1. He picks up 2 more getting into turn number 4. Good racecraft there from the Trinity Karting Group Kart Republic chassis driver. Leo Simone picking up places, not settling into momentum. He's got to go because the leaders are already breaking clear. Burgess and Go, then a gap back to Medeiros and Perriman. Then it's Simone who got his way past Hudson Howard, Cameron Johnson, Danny O'Gara still running in P5. Well, no, make that P6 for O'Gara. So Simone had to make the moves and did it really quickly and really succinctly.
No, as you say, Simone on the move, 5 spots up, and now going to try to bridge the gap to get to the other 2. Again, Burgess and Go, a little bit of a gap back to Medeiros and Perriman, and then Simone leads the train, going a little bit further back, a little bit that move right there. I believe that's going to be Howard to the inside. Move Howard up and going to bring with him. Going to be Gottschalk, I think, get another one as well.
So Win Gottschalk, his brother Zev Gottschalk, both from the island of Curacao. And there's a lot of people watching in that region of the world, the Caribbean islands, and the former Dutch colony of Curacao. I believe it's a Dutch colony, but 2 interesting there. You've got Danny O'Gara and Hudson Howard, the 2 sons of former IndyCar drivers. Danny O'Gara, the son of Sarah Fisher, and Hudson Howard, of course, the son of Jay Howard. So the next generation of racers is strong, but it's Burgess and Go leading comfortably. Aiden Go isn't on the paralleling chassis. He's not challenging Burgess. He's used the slipstream to push away. We watch the progress of Win Gottschalk, who looks to the inside, and Leo Simone. So this on your screen, this is 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th on back. Perriman for the Brandon Jars of Crack race team, getting passed by Alvaro Medeiros. There goes the Bennett kart of Win Gottschalk. Simone follows in line, and that battling has brought the chasing pack. Nario, Flores, O'Gara, as well as Cameron Johnson into the mix as well.
Yeah, and as you say, the top 2 of Burgess and Go, they're actually moving away by over 2 seconds, and Go is actually lost a little bit the last time. We'll keep an eye on them as they come across the line. Indeed, that lead by Burgess grown now to half a second. They're a full 2 seconds over the 3rd place driver of Win Gottschalk. Win Gottschalk up 10 spots now in a very, very quick succession.
Extremely good progress from Gottschalk, marking himself out as one of the favourites, even though qualifying didn't go quite to plan. See Hudson Howard losing a couple of spots there as good battling, and again you've got Amaro Medeiros. It's easy to see the Orsalon Racing driver there. You get moved out of the way, you lose a bit of momentum, you lose a bit of rhythm, and these Micro Swift drivers, they pounce very, very quickly. As Rob Howden, you've been watching the first half of this race, looking aggressive from Gottschalk.
Yeah, and I like your comment on the momentum. That really is a big thing in this category, isn't it? All about the momentum. The drivers have to stay into that place, into that momentum. But don't make that mistake where you get caught up, you get held up. Momentum is so key, but Gottschalk, like you said, coming back after what was a very surprising qualifying session. I think we expected a lot more out of his pace.
Yeah, indeed. Santiago Orioli down in 14th position. New Zealand-based driver Ivor Spence is running in 13th position. I hope that we've got plenty of people watching in New Zealand in what will be already the early hours of the morning, if not late morning, over in New Zealand.
Ivor actually finished 6th last year, so he's looking for the podium this year. That's what he's focused on.
But again, for the second year running, qualifying, not his forte.
Indeed. Exactly that. Zane Burgess up front, as we have said before. Aiden Go right in the fight. Win Gottschalk on that recovery race, which he'll have to do every event here. Leo Simone having a good run as well. Lawrence Perriman's really stepped things up, Mike, this weekend as well. Perriman in that Brandon Jarsik Racing, Mike Doty racing number 228.
There's a great look right there, as you say, of drivers ready to move on, but actually the split there, continuing to not only lead but pull away is Burgess. Burgess now almost a 1 second advantage over Go, and just keeping an eye on the gap to Gottschalk actually is maintained as well. For Gottschalk, though, just moving up 10 spots is phenomenal. That's all you got to do to be in the conversation for Sunday. So just hanging out in third would be good enough.
If he does that 3 times, he's going to be in good shape, right?
Exactly.
You saw Lawrence Perriman have a bit of trouble coming through turn number 1 there, lost a couple of spots as he got a bit wide, and Danny O'Gara was able to come through with Hudson Howard. So indeed, you can't make that mistake here. You find yourself going back a couple of spots.
Just a couple of drivers we're not looking at on screen. Brody Brown, the driver who came out of his kart yesterday in practice. Roman Haynes, the mechanic, has got him fixed up. He's racing and doing okay. He's down towards the back of the grid. And also Pedro Cueto, the young driver promoting fighting kids with cancer. Pedro is there in 30th position.
You guys, a bit of a moment here, or something may have happened with Aiden Go. Go was only 1 second back. He is now 2.5 seconds back from Burgess. So Go going the wrong way. Now 1.4 from Gottschalk. And that's not just Gottschalk catching him. Something happened that lap with Aiden Go, P2 driver.
Lots of great racing further back that we're seeing here, but what a pull away right now here for Zane Burgess. Not something you would expect in a Micro Swift category like this, but Burgess shot out of a cannon for this early laps of this race, able to get his way nicely out front. Big lead right now for him. Again, watching that next group, battling it out.
Yeah, we're watching the next group online, and I'm trying to keep an eye on what is going on there. For our top 4 is Gottschalk and Simone, who have linked up, and there we had them on screen for a minute. They are the ones who are catching Aiden Go and will be there here momentarily. We're going to have a 3-way fight for third. Not sure if it's a mechanical issue or just a mistake for Go, but they're catching him.
And look at this next big group back there, right? O'Gara, Perriman, Howard, Nario, Flores, Francisco. It's a big group of drivers from 6th on back.
And a move right there as well. We're going to keep going here. As you say, the big group and the fight is on. But there's the defense. That's Gottschalk trying to hold Simone back. Meanwhile, is trying to catch him in behind his 2x2x2 like it was a pace lap.
I'm not sure. I think obviously Aiden Go must have made a mistake to start with, which is what cost him the gap to Burgess. But now what we're seeing is 2 drivers, Gottschalk and Simone, using the slipstream together. How much that can work to catch one driver all on his own.
Oh, look at this fight.
Fun
This
fight.
is 6th on back again, and they are working each other here. Perriman again went a bit wide in turn number 1. That allowed O'Gara to get back through it. Howard as well. So this is a heck of a battle up front. O'Gara's leading that next group. He's in that 5th position right now. Again, we know Gottschalk and Simone reeling up on Go. White flag going to fly this time by. This will be the final lap. They got to within, 0.6 of a second of Go. Simone and Gottschalk working together. Simone was able to get by, but they're spreading them wide here, 6th on back, as they're going all to work to try to hold on to their final spots here inside the top 10.
These micros, when it comes to the draft, you can see they're really able to pull all the way down and make it full clear as they go through turn number 4. And there's a crossover maneuver, not quite enough. Very, very close. Again, this is the back and 5th on back. Going to be 3 wide as we head towards turn 7.
And Flores took advantage of the fact that O'Gara's crossover attempt didn't work. And so Flores picking up a place. Howard still leads this group. Then it is Flores, but up at the front, Burgess picking up where he left off in the regular season.
Yeah, this is big here right now. We talked about Zane Burgess coming in with such momentum, ahead of steam from a tremendous season. He is going to go P1 in the opening heat race. This battle further back. What a great drive for Hudson Howard, looking over the shoulders that come through. Burgess ends up with the win by 4.7 seconds. Go able to hold back the charging Gottschalk and Simoni. Gottschalk able to get back by Simoni on the final lap to go P3. Simoni and Howard ends up in 4th and 5th. What a run for Hudson Howard. I'm telling you, to be able to be in the front of that battle. Danny O'Gara took the big beating at the end. He was actually the driver in 5th for the longest time. He ends up going back to P9.
It just goes to show one wrong move. O'Gara goes for the move coming out of turn 4 on the final lap for 5th position. It doesn't work. He gets freight trained towards the back. Ivor Spence proving qualifying not his forte. He races strong for the Paralympic team. He is up into 8th position. Bit disappointed, it's a bit shocked to see Santiago Orioli down in 12th.
Yeah, I'm very shocked about that.
However, Orioli with the fastest lap of the race. Up 4 spots from where they started in fastest lap of the race. Another little shout out for a couple of drivers moving on up. Lennox Lockhart up 11 spots to 20th.
For the
and we have Asher Bazonsky up 16 to 29th.
Guys up front that we kind of would have expected: Burgess, Gottschalk, Simoni. Howard, of course, having a great run here as well. This is the Micro Swift category. And guys, that caps off our first run through the rotation. Heat race number 1 is done and dusted. Heat races number 2 coming up here right now. We're essentially right on the schedule. So indeed, folks, we got more action down on pit lane. Let's head back down right now as Alexander Cyril catching up right now with Ty Fisher.
Focused on KA here. What'd you learn in the first heat that you could take into this next one?
Well, when I first thought in practice, I didn't think it was going to be a very raceable track, but it was a lot more racy than I thought it would be, which is good. So I think it'll be more of a battle instead of just driving and seeing who can be the fastest. So I think that'll be good, and especially in X30, I think it'll be really fun.
I know after practice, a lot of drivers are saying, yeah, it's slick out there. The track is dusty. Tell us about how the track is right now after the heat races.
I mean, I've thought of it as one of the most grippy or parking lot tracks that I've ever driven. So I really like it. And I think it's a little bit dusty when you go down to the bottom to defend. But other than that, I think it's nice and clear and fast.
Thanks, Ty, and good luck.
Thank you, Alex.
Back to you, boys.
Yeah, listen, Ty Fisher coming in with a head of steam here right now as well, looking to try to see if he can get a big victory running through the Super Sunday. But let's have a look at the grid right now. This our KA100 Junior drivers, Group A versus Group C. John Antonino starting on the front row. Good opening heat race for John. He'll start alongside Max Cristea, who got pushed back early. Sebastian Garzone definitely flexed his muscles in that opening heat race, showing that he's here to mean business. Chase Gassiet Lee will start on the outside of that rope. Garzone on the inside, P3. Gassiet Lee on the outside, P4. Alexander Vanchev will start in the 5th position alongside Maverick McKenna. Nathan Goldseth and Enzo Vidmontiem will occupy row number 4, while capping off your top 10. Starting 9th, Luca Popescu, and on the outside, former Micro Swift winner here at the SuperNationals, Jackson Gibson.
An all-Canadian 6th row, Nate Dogg, Nate Dupuis, and Alexis Baerjon. Charlie Smith, who's got former world champion Callum Bradshaw coaching him, goes from P13. David Ibarra, Martin Jaramillo, Amador Martinez Sainz, Heiter Farias, Roman Felber, Luis Fernando, and Tyrone Kemper Jr. Outside the top 20, there's Edward Kennedy, part of the Energy Course team. Plenty of names looking to make an impact from the back.
Field into the tram lines to get things underway. And again, Antonino on the inside, Cristea on the outside. There's the green flag, and we are racing into turn number 1. Antonino with a solid jump, but coming right through with them as well. Sebastian Garzone further back, 2, 3 wide, a number of drivers getting together. We're seeing drivers get on the outside, little contact. 3 drivers collected on the exit of turn number 1. Out front, Antonino able to go into the early lead here. The opening drivers, the front guys, doing a pretty good job to settle in. Garzone slotting into that second spot. Remember, we had some issues at the start of the KA100 opening heat race. This time, at least in the first 15, they got through cleanly.
Yeah, Jackson Gibson from 10th, actually the one who was backwards into the fence, and the other drivers coming through to collect him. So Gibson already, unfortunately, from that 10th spot, spin around backwards.
We will catch up on the other two drivers, but now Antonino leading this train, and it is a train, no breakaways early on, coming into turn number 16. Right behind Antonino as they cross the stripe is the Orsalon Racing kart of Sebastian Garzon, but nobody pulling away. Antonino proved that you can drop back and make your way back through, as there's the move. Enzo Vidmontien, I think that is Max Cristea's teammates, picking up a spot.
Yeah, that was a great move to the inside of turn number 4. We're seeing that being a really positive opportunity to pass. A lot of guys using that as their favorite so far. Max Cristea got into the curbing a little bit there with the left rear and upset the apple cart a bit, but was able to control it coming out of the corner, heading back over into turn number 5. Up front, still Antonino on the as the leader, but the driver on the move has been aggressive, has been Enzo Vidmontien, and again, he will continue that with a move to the inside of turn number 16. So a couple of passes on this lap, third to first for Enzo Vidmontien.
Yeah, Vidmontien on the move, but did you see how no fighting whatsoever from Antonino? He just let that go. Fine, if you want to do that late, all good, buddy. I'm going to roll.
And didn't he do that in the first heat race?
Exactly
He
that.
led for a bit and fell back into 5th, got himself back up to 2nd. So lesson learned in a positive way, Mike. In the first heat race, he's doing it again. He's driving super smart right now.
100%. Vidmontien up 7 spots. He's the one moving. And look, if you're going to go hard this early, when you got Antonino who starts on pole, he knows he's starting on pole again. All I got to be is in the conversation. Smart, mature driving out of John Antonino. Speed's not the problem. He just needs to make sure he's there at the end. Very well done.
Max Cristea needed a good result after a poor opener. The Romanian-born, Georgia-based driver, I believe, in the number 839 kart, now based out of Beaufort in Georgia, but born in Romania, and has raced in one of the most unique events, the Transylvania Trophy in Romania, as Max Cristea. He is still there in top 6. There's a move. Vanchev on Antonino, and again, Antonino doesn't sweat it, doesn't fight it. I'm saying very, very impressed. You've just alluded to it, Antonino's maturity. That could be beneficial come Super Sunday. We're only on Friday morning here, but already Antonino, his mindset looks strong for Sunday.
Yeah, to a point, though, to a point. He's now moved back behind Vanchev. He's got Cassio Lee right there as well, and they're starting to lose the top 2 just a little bit. So Antonino has been smart, been patient, not being the counterattack, but you can't let him get away.
I just look back really quickly at the results from heat race number 1 for Enzo Vidmontien, who started 8th, I think up to 5th spot. We had talked about the fact that he was involved in a bit of an incident. We thought maybe he had a pushback bumper. I checked it, did not have the pushback. So a good move forward, +3 for Vidmontien in the first race. Now he's up into the lead right now. Where he will end up, we'll see. But the bottom line is already a good heat race for Enzo Vidmontien, and now leading. He's worked his way up a couple of spots as well, +7 in this race here. So Vidmontien, even with the qualifying effort, he's racing incredibly well.
Well, that's as if you got the speed, and then you've shown that as drivers, we look back at the results during the heat race when we come Super Sunday. We go, all right, cool. This is where I qualified. This is where I've been. But, oh, man, Vidmontien's come up 7, come up 5, come up 6, whatever it may be. He's one to watch for.
And Garzone's running really well right now. He's not putting any heat on. He's not trying to show a nose here and then. A quick look over the shoulder there, so he knows, hey, listen, we got to make sure we're not going to get reeled in by Vanchev here, but behind them, Gassiet Lee and John Antonino. So potential for a 2-driver breakaway if Garzone continues to push Vidmontien. They'll just battle it amongst themselves, bag a couple of really good results in this heat race. Big over-under. This time Garzone thinking about it, climbs the curb.
Trying to hold back Lammer's first opportunity is going to be right here into turn number 12. Nothing doing this time. 13.
Distance, receiving the same now. Can Davide Fore do what he couldn't do in race number 1 and hold off and determined and hungry and probably Bas Lammers? And there's your answer. Well, Lammers just let Fore go when he's there, and that right car Musgrave is now a 2-car length now, making a 1-car length now. Top end, nose to tail. Close indeed.
Yeah, you got
2 to go.
Watch for Musgrave here, guys. He's not close. He's not close enough. Still in 4. Big deep on the brakes, and they're all stacking back up. Jordan Musser right there in the Burrell Art for PSL Karting right behind him. Again, wrapping things up. White flag will fly when we get right back around to the finish line here. Musgrave's going to see his time starting to run out. Going to try to see if he can't get by. He'd love one more shot at Bas Lammers. Right up on the back of Fore as they work their way through turn number 13 over to 14 and 15.
Just trying to get off the corner. Here's his first opportunity. The inside, it's going to be closed off by Fore.
Yeah.
Fore shuts the door.
He covered the bottom there. Got a little early entry into the corner. White flag flying, looks over the shoulder. Musgrave not close enough to do it down here in turn number 1 either. It's the setup potentially down to turn 4. Fore still running really strong lap time. He's really good at a 1, 2, and 3, Mike.
Man, I'll tell you what, that whole back straightaway, I wonder if it's a small gear adjustment. Remember Musgrave mentioning doing a little bit of a different gear because it looks like he's a little bit better coming out of the bottom. Just a little extra for Fore on the fast bits. And here we go. Turn 11 and then the final complex. They are actually getting a little bit on Lammers here.
Oh, here we go. This time Musgrave passes the trouble spot from the previous race, but it looks like Lammers is going to get a bit of redemption here.
Yeah, indeed. Bas Lammers is going to come out of that final corner, sees the checkered flag from Aaron Likens, and that will be the win that eluded him in heat race number 1. That 10-second penalty for unsafe re-entry, dropping him deeper down into the field. And indeed, a strong run for Lammers, getting by his teammate Fore. The victory 0.3 of a second at the line. Fore in second. Musgrave holds on to third. Musser fourth. Niche fifth. Irving sixth. Hayek in seventh. So split the difference for Patrick Hayek. Started in the 14th spot, ends up in seventh. Vincent Cassard eighth. Jonathan Vitolo ninth, and Alan Shuto another finish inside the top 10.
We didn't talk about over-unders, but our buddy Robert Budashow up 26 spots.
Wow.
That is a total of 47 go-karts passed in 2 races.
Good for him. But again, all that work, like where's he going to start? Is he going to be 28th? Or like it's going to be tough for him to think about being on the podium.
Hey, we can have another conversation about Bas Lammers because Lammers has a 1, so it's 0 points, and a whatever it was, 20-something, right? So if we talk about the storylines, he desperately needs to get another win.
Yeah, he needs another win.
To have 0 points again. So he's in that top 10-ish conversation, top 15.
Skitchy Barnes, 45th, DNF.
Yeah.
Add him to the list of contenders that have come a cropper across all classes this morning. I think it's to say thank you to the you on watching the YouTube broadcasters for bearing with us. There was, I said that beforehand, something up here in the Kart Chase HQ went bang quite spectacularly. The fail-safe failed. And so, the reboot took a little while, but longer than expected, but we appreciate you. Thank you to the members of the Kart Chase community for sort of providing live text commentary on the live chat feature. We do appreciate that indeed. And,
one more race to go, guys. That's it for the morning session, as all we have left is the second heat race for the drivers in the Micro Swift category. Where are we on time right now? Yeah, just about 4 minutes off, so we'll have our lunch break. We'll bring all of our corner workers, all the SKUSA crew, give them a chance to get out off the racetrack for a little bit. We'll be set to come back at 1 o'clock. Just for those of you who are tuning in, 1 o'clock local time, when we'll be back with warm-up for KA100 Master. We'll work our way through the entire order, KA100 Master, Mini Swift, X30 Junior, and then, of course, our Pro X30 and Pro Shifter drivers. 2 heat races to wrap up this Friday action before we, of course, look forward to Situation Saturday. The final round in heats, LCQs for KA100 Junior and Senior, and as well for Pro X30 and Pro Shifter. Those drivers in the Pro categories going to have to fight their way in to Super Sunday main event running.
Oh, yes, indeed. Of course, for the micro drivers, the youngest members of our paddock, you can see them sitting there watching, waiting to go out. Zane Burgess, the opening heat winner, by quite a comfortable margin. That his rivals will have seen that. They will be now thinking, okay, we cannot allow the, the Soda USA by Velocity Racing driver to get away. Win Godschalk, he'll be bemoaning his lack of qualifying prowess on the Bennett team, but certainly in race trim, after Burgess, you would say that Godschalk has the best kart, the Bennett driver, in race trim. Let's say hello to everyone from Curacao, as we have got go-karts with their engines fired and they're about to hit the track.
Bennett Kart, the sponsor of our Micro Swift category. Alvaro Madero starting on the pole position alongside Cameron Johnson. Row 2 will see Zane Burgess and Aiden go. Row 3, Lawrence Perriman and Mauro Nario. Row 4, Hudson Howard and Jaden Francisco. Row 5, Danny O'Gara and Leo Simoni.
Now we're looking down there, you can see drivers moving around a kart that is refusing to fire, and you've got 1, 2, 3 mechanics, so obviously there's 1 mechanic per kart. There are 2 others that are trying to help one driver get going. We'll try and give a number check, but it is always good to see rival mechanics, rival parents. And there it is, the driver now just squeezing back into place. Now look at forward direction, motorsport kart with the sort of the grey and yellow on it. We will have to see. But anyway, the driver, a thumbs up. It's the last thing you ever want, isn't it, Rob? When the grid official goes, okay, start, and she don't.
Especially the drivers in the micro category, right? We want to get these drivers out there. Indeed, it looked like one of the Pantano chassis. As you said, the steering wheel pretty easy to see. That
let's have a look. The camera. Great work there from the camera guys to focus in on that go-kart there in the middle of the field. Try and give you a name check on them. Here, though, is your starting lineup.
Indeed, Alvaro Maderos, as I said, on the pole position alongside Cameron Johnson. Row 2, Zane Burgess, the 201, your SKUSA Pro Tour champion alongside Aiden Go. Lawrence Perriman, good run for him so far this week. He's in the 5th position with Mauro Nario on the outside, starting 6th. Hudson Howard alongside Jaden Francisco on row number 7. Danny O'Gara and Leo Simoni capping off the top 10.
Zev Godschalk, the younger brother of Win Godschalk, starts 11th. Then it's Dutch Westbrook, Win Godschalk, Ivor Spence from New Zealand, Marcelo Flores, Santiago Orioli. Watch for Santiago to be making progress. Cam Becker and Hudson Hidalgo on row 9. Connor Lipka and Luca Besseril on Betseril. I remember that from the Winter Series, rounding out the top 20. Further back, watch for Lucas Tarango in 23rd. Other big movers from Lennox Lockhart, the sort of Florida-based Bahamian driver. He gained quite a bit of ground as well. Brody Brown and Asher Biazonski from having an accident in qualifying or in practice yesterday. They're both racing a little bit beaten up, but still out there, which is good to see.
Second heat race for the drivers here in the Micro Swift category. Those of you tuning back in with us right now, Rob Howden alongside Henry Beaudet and Mike Smith, our driver analyst for yet another SuperKarts USA SuperNationals, the 27th running of this great race. Again, working our way through a Friday full of heat races for you. 2 heat races for all the 9 categories here today, and of course, split heats for the larger groups. Drivers coming out of turn number 16, a long 16 turn, 3/4 mile racetrack. Some of the drivers having a bunch of trouble getting themselves into their staging lanes coming in. It looks like they're going to send them around one more time. That was super messy coming up with a number of drivers not getting into their spots.
Yeah, there was one driver about mid-pack there on the pole side. You could just see the big gap that formed. Their cart was either loaded up, meaning it wasn't really going, or something, because they all were going away from them. Nice call to go one more time around.
Just to finish off a little bit of business from earlier, it was Sebastian Johnson, the number 247 cart, that was having difficulty getting the cart fired up. It took a group effort to get him going. That's 247 Sebastian Johnson.
Really good aerial shot there of that turn 4, right? That we saw them coming through that corner. You see where the passes get done. That's a big sweeping double apex. A really cool corner, the way they laid that 4-5 up. They kind of dial things in for that particular corner.
Yes, indeed. No, it's that intimidating black nose cone for Cameron Johnson. Sometimes, for all the amazing graphics kits that you see on these team cards, something that is just plain black and it looks mean and nasty.
Driver out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin for Franklin Motorsports, Cameron Johnson. We've been talking about him, talking about him quite a bit in our preview as well on ekartingnews.com. Medeiros, though, was one of the impressive drivers in qualifying. He's going to roll off from P1 alongside Johnson. We'll see if we can't get it going here. Second time's a charm. Into the staging lanes. Let's get this thing done. A lot cleaner this time through. Drivers starting to spool things up, looking for that green flag to come, and we have a couple drivers connected further back. Finally, the green flag flying. Indeed, messy at the tail of the field once again, but the lead drivers getting through. First bunch of rows clean. A couple of drivers thinking about the inside of turn 2, 3. A little bit of a defensive run down to the inside for Medeiros. Otherwise, drivers clean, coming through 4 over to 5.
Great move round the outside by Zane Burgess there, passing Cameron Johnson. A little bit of a concertina effect further back there, but Burgess saw him defending the inside line. He swept out wide, managed to get the grip under to drive around the outside of Cameron Johnson. Puts in Zane already up into P2.
I want to say, is Aiden Go in the lead too, fellas? Is that not the 278?
It's the Paralin cart of
it is Aiden Go.
Aiden Go.
Wow. Aiden Go coming from 4th on the grid to now lead this thing. That's a heck of a good start for Aiden. Remember, Aiden running 2nd, rolling right with the lead there for Will, and then started to go backwards. Now going to come under fire. This is for the lead. Wow. Burgess to the inside. Yeah. It's done and dusted. Aiden Go, exactly what he did last time. Put out the tow hooks.
Yeah, I was just going to say, throw that hook in the back of that number 1 machine, that Pro Tour Championship card, the Sodi card, just hook up with him and go. But listen, look at Zane Burgess again. Just a tremendous opening circuit. Got everything done where he needed to be, placed the cart in the right spot, finds himself in the lead already.
There's a move there. It's Hudson Howard, who you saw him earlier at the end of racing, but he was really happy. He was fist pumping, waving around, the top 5. That's given him a real boost, a real confidence boost, that he's going again. He's into 7th position now, trying to get past the number 265 car of Mauro Nario. But single fault. There is another move. That's an MPG. That's a Ryan Perry Motorsport kart by the looks of it, as the lead group now funnel down the start-finish straight once again, Rob.
Driver there looking for some help. Little tap on the back of the helmet. Didn't get any. Still running that inside line. It's a 248, I believe. That's Hudson, the 249. He was looking for some help. Didn't get it, and had actually a move from the back. That might have been Danny O'Gara right there with them as well. Oh, big slider coming through.
Oh, that was
212. Having to lock it up and not get collected there. One driver threw it down to the inside. The 268 not getting a good help there at all.
Marcelo Flores is the one who went in hot and got hit the contact.
And that was O'Gara who locked the brakes up, and he was running in the top 10.
The 268 was the one that got spun around. O'Gara locked the brakes up. There was another driver behind O'Gara who was being a little bit judicious in the use of the racing line there. So I think O'Gara will probably be saying, well, I can't really do much about slowing down when my rear wheels aren't on the ground.
Yes, true enough.
But I didn't see who the other driver was who escaped the scene of the crime, as it were.
Saw a good shot of the leader there, pulling away. It's a nice move as well here for the 293 of Jaden Francisco, getting a spot done there, making the move to the inside to get a position. That was the move to get by Cameron Johnson. So again, working our way through the early laps of our last heat race of the morning. Remember, if you're watching right now, we will be back at 1 o'clock, I believe the scheduled start time this afternoon. 1 p.m. indeed, our warm-up for the KA100 Master category.
But it's rather, and when we take our lunch break here at the circuit, there's no need to stop watching, ladies and gentlemen. I would go to Kart. What Kart Chaser have done is they have put together all the finals for the last few years of SuperNats, and it's on their YouTube channel. So why don't you go back and watch your favorite SuperNats main event from years past to keep your appetite whetted, as it were.
Everybody further back in the field, all trying to get that little bit more. This is Hudson Howard getting pressure big time by the 203 of Santiago Orioli. Big group of gaggle of karts there, 5 or 6 in the middle of that fight right now. Again, trying to work their way forward. Orioli, who started back in 16th, now I believe up potentially to 8th position now with that move on Hudson Howard.
So there is the advancing Bennett of number 2. Is that 223? I
think it's Dutch Westbrook.
Dutch Westbrook.
233.
Sorry, 233.
Got a spot for him.
So at the moment, the fast moving from race number 1, we had Win Godchok, who moved all the way from 13th to the top 3. He's only gained 2 places in this race, only running in 11th, and he's out of track position as we got a move going down into turn number 1.
Yeah, this is the move for Lawrence Pearman to the inside. This is the run from 3rd, 4th, 5th on back. The leaders are up the road. That's Zane Burgess and Aiden Go. Go actually just going purple on the halfway point, lap number 5. So Burgess and Go leading by over 2 seconds. This is the good scrap further back as Lawrence Pearman has now gone into P3 in that number 228 machine. The Brandon Johnson Crack Racing, Mike Doty Racing team, and having a good run there on that LN kart. So great run here for Pearman, but you can see 5 drivers all there, 4 lined up behind him. So a lot of good racing still to come to see who's going to cap off the top 5.
Yeah, and there you go. You got this group right here that we've been focused on, and I've been just keeping an eye off screen here on the Aiden Go and Burgess program. Go has been very, very tidy. Remember, was pretty close and then fell off the back in the first heat race, keeping things a lot closer this time around.
Yeah, we're looking at the top 3 now. Aiden Go, he was in this exact position at around this time in race number 1 when suddenly he lost a lot of ground. He's able to stick with Burgess better on this occasion. He's not able to pass, but he is able to run at the same pace. Now, so battling further on the back. Win Godshot there, the 202, losing ground now. So whatever adjustments they made to that Bennett chassis after heat number 1, they need to go and unmake them before tomorrow's final.
Yeah, that's 8th on back. Just to show what we're watching, that's 8th on back. Santiago Orioli able to get by Godshot there to go into the 8th position.
Yeah, and I would beg to differ on the adjustments. I think that everybody else is just making the adjustments too, because actually fastest lap was Win Godchok last time by. So the kart's good. I think they're just in the mess right now and trying to figure out how to get through everything.
Elbows up, right?
Exactly that.
2 laps to go at our morning racing here today at the SuperNationals 27. Pearman's got to move to the inside coming from that Nitro driver. Pearman and Jaden Francisco, the RPM driver, tucked to the inside as they're trying to see if they can reel back into Mauro Nario a little bit, who runs into the 3rd spot. He's been able to get to the front of that group. Nario actually pulled away a little bit there as they're racing behind him.
Yeah, Jaden Francisco, they're losing out there for the Ryan Perry Motorsport Nitro team, and there is the move from 204 Alvaro Medeiros. Doesn't quite work. And that Orsolon Racing kart. He loses the position to the driver with a pink crash helmet there. The Ryan Perry, number 293 of Jaden Francisco. As further back, you can see Wingard Truck up in the 10th position. Hudson Howard just outside the top 10. But this is a good battle. And of course, there's the black front nose cone, or the front of Cameron Johnson, who started up at the front but has dropped back to 7th position.
It's Perriman down to the inside there right now. He had lost some spots but got it back. That's Lawrence Perriman, the 228. He's done this a couple times where he's a bit wide coming out of turn number 1. He loses another spot there as he and Jaden Francisco in the middle of a good battle. They'll be nose to tail as they work their way through 4. Now through turn number 5. There's the 204 of Alvarez right there. Alvaro Medeiros is right there. So again, Alvaro digging in. Big wide run for him. Out front though again as we get ready to cap this one off. Just looking out at Aaron Likens. Indeed, here comes that checkered flag. We're going to wrap this up here. I believe with the wave off, they will lose 1 lap from the race, right? With the wave off, they'll count that as the opening lap. So here they come. Checkered flag flying to end up the morning. Zane Burgess goes back-to-back jacks. A couple of wins for Zane, looking very strongly. How about 3 wide, maybe? No, we'll go at least 2 wide coming across the line. Aiden Go holds up to 2nd. Mauro Nario ends up in 3rd. Jaden Francisco 4th. Cameron Johnson 5th. Alvaro Medeiros in 6th. I heard a big chunk burn there.
Yep, it's somebody off the exit of turn number 14, driver up and out of the kart. Now, to refresh my addled memory, do we have any double race winners apart from Zane Burgess? I don't believe we do. I think we've had different winners in every single race apart from Micro Swift. So in Zane Burgess remains undefeated. And significantly, look at the gap between him and Aiden Go, 1.4 seconds. It happened again. Go was able to stay with Burgess for some of the race, but Burgess just kept getting stronger and stronger as the race progressed.
Yeah, eventually able to pull away for sure. Zane Burgess flexing the muscles, as we've said before, with those 2 victories there. And again, folks, ready to wrap things up here at caps off the morning sessions. These drivers, everybody in the morning, unless you're doing double duty, you're done for the day. You're going to be coming back again tomorrow morning as we get back at it again on Saturday morning at 8 a.m. with the warm-ups. Heat race number 3s starting at 9 o'clock. We'll have a bit of a break there before we head into the LCQs at 11:15 tomorrow morning, right before the noon hour. But right now, we're on a bit of a break, folks. Everybody here is going to take an opportunity to grab some lunch. We're back at 1 o'clock here trackside at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway. We'll have warm-ups for KA100 Master, then we'll roll right into Heat 1 and Heat 2 for the afternoon classes. KA100 Master, Mini Swift, X30 Junior, and both of the Pro categories, Pro X30 and Pro Shifter, will run 2 heat races later on today, hoping to cap things up before the sun goes down, but that's not going to happen. We're going to have, I think we're going to be under the lights again, very likely for all 4 of our Pro category heat races. But otherwise, guys, that wraps things up. Mike, you want a little final thought here before we go into the lunch break?
I can't wait. I mean, just keep it rolling, man. It's been good so far. I think we've seen the racing is really good. There's plenty to watch and plenty to analyze, and yeah, I think the Pro categories as well as our Masters buddies and Mini, it's gonna be fun.
Henry, thoughts on our first wheel-to-wheel action of the week?
It was very good. We've learned lots of things. Yes, this track can race. Yes, the drivers can get around cleanly. And yes, some of those drivers that made a mistake in qualifying yesterday, it's not over. We've also learned that one bad result, big names already starting to fall.
Yeah, and big names starting to fall, but also some big names coming to the forefront, right? We talked a lot about similar drivers up front. We've had a couple of good races there in the Master Shifter category. A little bit of fireworks already, as we said. Otherwise, able to kind of show which drivers are going to be able to run up front, those who have the momentum already to potentially put themselves in the front couple of rows come Super Sunday. Otherwise, that wraps things up for the morning here, folks. Trackside will, of course, be back at 1 o'clock this afternoon local time to get things underway for all the afternoon classes. On behalf of Mike Smith, Henry Bodette, and the entire Kart Tracer crew, my name is Rob Howden. Bye for now.
Brandon, why are there all these
right,
charges
stop.
for just over $200?
Stop. I'm tired of all this Brandon business, okay? Brandon this, Brandon that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to live coverage of SuperKarts USA SuperNationals 27 here from the Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Fantastic morning waiting in the books as we've got a couple of heat races already in the records for the categories running in the AM. Afternoon drivers getting set to roll out here right now. Our KA100 Master drivers on track for their morning warm-up. Of course, 2 heat races coming for them as well. A little bit of cloud cover actually around the racetrack right now. Nothing really over top. It's still blue skies, but actually the cloud kind of heavy around the outside. There was no call for potential rain, but there's definitely clouds around the area. The wind a lot stiffer, I would say, a lot more than we had yesterday. 62 degrees here trackside right now. My name's Rob Howden, joined by Henry Beaudet and Mike Smith. Mike joining me now in the booth. Mike, a great morning. We talked about it. First opportunity to really see where this place is in terms of being racy, and we saw a lot of great passing opportunities in really 4 different parts of the racetrack.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, basically being able to run around here and also have the balance of being a technical place. That's one of the things you never know we're going to get with these street courses. You have a little bit more of a technical place. Sometimes it's a little bit tougher to pass and a little bit easier track. Maybe passing is better, but I think we get a really good balance. And yeah, to your point, this morning we got to see it for the first time, and it does race well. Yeah,
our KA100 Masters drivers finishing up, as I had said. Ben Cooper was the quickest driver, the RPG Cosmic Pilot, who is on the pole position for the race here today. Ben Cooper, 52.945, just a little bit quicker than Bruno Spengler. Kip Foster right in there as well. Matthew Waters, last year's winner, and Martin Stone, the winner from 2022. So a star-studded field up front right now. Renato Jadro-David, 6th. Nicky Coelho, 7th. Dennis Collar, 8th. Travis Irving, 9th. And William Isaias rounding out the top 10. And again, here's your running order for those of you tuning in for the afternoon section. So obviously, here to watch your favorite driver. Following up from the Master category, Mini Swift is on the docket. We'll have X30 Junior, then into the 2 Pro categories, Pro X30 and Pro Shifter. Those categories will run split sessions for both the heats and the warm-ups. So again, when we get into heat races, of course, A versus D the first round, and with B versus C, second round A versus C, and B versus D, the 4 groups that are lined up to race against each other throughout the 3 rounds of heat races. Great day here again, as I said. A little bit of cloud cover, but nonetheless, when you're out in the sun, it's pretty warm. Take the jacket off, even though it's not as warm as it was, and it's going to get colder throughout the weekend. Still pretty nice here at the midday with that sun beating down.
No, exactly. It's as you said, you mentioned the cloud cover that we like not a cloud in the sky yesterday.
You can see it
but
there too.
Exactly. But I jumped on the old weather app there, and it looks like it's off in the horizon at best. So I don't like to say the R word around here anytime I'm at the racetrack, and I think we're going to be all right.
So let's talk about what we saw earlier today, because one of the big things, you can see to the right side of the screen, all the flags that we have going. That's one of the biggest things that happened on the day. Yesterday, the wind was kind of coming in your face from turn 1 down to turn number 16. The draft of getting in there was really kind of was big. Then, of course, you got the push from the back as you were coming down into turn number 4. Completely different today. Tailwind coming down into 1, in your face going down into 4.
Yeah, we heard from Billy Musgrave talking about possibly making gear adjustments specifically for that. Now that tailwind, the 850-foot straightaway, you're getting a little bit more love from behind as far as the push goes from the aero. And conversely, as you come out of 1, 2, 3 and a shot at turn number 4, kind of down below us on the screen right now, that is one of the best passing zones. You can see those flags really getting after it. You can see it's not 100% parallel with that deal, but it's pretty close, and it's enough to make a difference to start heading down there for a pass.
Yeah, through turn 1, this is the 2, 3. You can see there kind of the kick leading all the way around to turn, and then turn number 4 is that left-hander. You kind of get the smacked in the face with it when you're coming out of 2 over to 3, and then it's really still in your face coming down into turn number 4. We've seen a lot of passing opportunities. So passing opportunities turn 1, turn 4, over to turn number 12, although we have seen a couple guys doing the inside of 7, 8 kind of thing. Or 8, 9 coming into the inside and holding that line over to chicane 9, 10. But then, of course, then over in turn number 13, see guys dive to the inside of that sweeper. And last but not least, see a lot of passes over in the final corner, turn number 16.
Yeah, we talk about that wind, too, going down in your face for turn number 4. It's going to do a little bit of that as you approach turn 11. And not that that's going to help the pass zone for 11, but I think maybe that's what we're seeing a little bit more, people wanting to make that shot into 12. Because maybe the cat in front of you is not quite as fast, so you get a run out of 11 and have a shot down into 12.
Well, we saw somebody try that and it didn't work. That was Billy Musgrave and Boss Lammers. Billy got shunned, let's say, in a pass attempt over in turn number 4. Lammers slammed the door on him. Billy didn't like that too much, and a couple laps later decided he was going to the apex of turn number 12, come hell or high water. Contact ensued, Henry Beaudet, and actually Lammers ended up in the wall. He gets a 10-second penalty for unsafe re-entry. Musser gets 5-second penalty for contact. All told, a very interesting development early on in the day.
Yeah, from the outside perspective, the scales of justice seem to be weighted a little bit unfairly there when you looked at the incident. However, what we didn't see is Bas Lammers returning to the track, and in KA Master Shifter, for all we know, he could have just burnt across the track broadside in front of 7 or 8 other drivers and almost caused an even bigger incident. We don't know. We didn't see it. That the officials obviously did, and that they're the ones that count.
That's it.
On my investigatory,
easy for you to say,
easy for me to say, around the paddock, a couple of people, you're not one of them, Mike Smith, have pointed to the skies above. The wind is still prevalent. The blue skies, the cloudless blue skies, which we've enjoyed since we arrived here on Monday, are not so prevalent. They're being replaced by some cloud cover. Now,
we kind of detailed that pretty deeply already. Give us your insight.
My insight would be is that will that make the evening sessions slightly warmer? Because of course the heat of the day, not there's much heat, but it won't escape quite as freely if we are covered in cloud.
That doesn't make sense to me. I would think the sun being on it the entire time.
Hey, you know what? I think the issue is that you have way more experience from where you're from of not even seeing the sun.
Yes, it's strange, but no, I mean, when there's no clouds in the sky at night, the heat escapes, doesn't it? And it becomes colder. I was thinking if it's sucked in, who knows? We'll have to wait and see.
That is a weather phenomenon that I don't understand. So I hear what you're saying. Well, I don't know. Yeah, again, well, the key is, as Mike said, he kind of looked at the weather radar a little bit. It's not coming over top of us. We'll stay away from us. So ideally, we'll still get the complete blue sky overhead.
Yes. Now I'm looking at some names on the timings. Kip Foster is not out in Mini Swift.
That is not. If you're looking at the side of the screen, that is not the one. This is not Mini Swift, brought to you by J&M Racing. That remains to be kind of a midway run through our KA100 Master category, which you'd be no surprise to learn Ben Cooper with P1 in the Masters warm-up section.
Yeah, that would stand for, again, a driver that is so experienced. every time he gets in a kart. And he only came back to really start driving regularly, semi-regularly, because he was like, well, I've got so many people in my academy that I coach. You know, they've never seen me race, so that it's almost like legitimate remind everybody, hey, this is why you sign up to my driver coaching program, because I can still get it done.
Yeah, and he conveniently did that right about the same time I was running too. That was really nice of him to do that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ben Cooper.
That is perfect, indeed. Yeah, but a former SuperNationals winner in the X30 Senior class, trying to see if he can do it in X30 Master as well.
Yes. For those of you, Max Pappas' back has survived long enough to take P12 in Masters. In his particular session. The Mini Swift, so we were looking at how Micro raced earlier. Last year, the Mini Swift final was, I think, probably the best race of SuperNats 26. We've seen how well the Micros, now these are the same size go-karts, just a little bit faster, which I think is bodes well for this class as well.
Indeed, right now, Lorenzo Varela up top, P1 here in this morning, or this warm-up session, no longer morning warm-up, afternoon warm-up, if you will. Parker Ives in second, Royce Vega in third, Benya Fernandez in fourth, and Jake Kostecki rounding out the top five.
Jake Kostecki, again, part of the Australian, the Australian racing dynasty, the Kostecki dynasty. We call it dynasty, but you know, I'm in America, so I call it dynasty. You know. We're looking here on our screen. Yeah, Lorenzo Varela, Parker Ives, Royce Vega bidding to become the very first repeat winner in this category. He's third fastest. Benya Fernandez, Kostecki, Troy Ferguson, Josh Bergman. Talk about Josh Bergman representing the United States in the FIA Motorsport Games earlier, last month. Seems like just a few weeks ago. Grayson Walcott, Kason Hodge, and last year's champion Maxwell Matcher rounding out the top 10. Last year's Micromax champion rounding out the top 10. So there we have it, ladies and gentlemen, the end of Mini Swift warm-up. There is a look at Luca Popescu. Again, the crash helmet design is absolutely wonderful. We have our full complement of pit crew, reporters and camera staff back in pit lane exit as we look at, there's one of the Orsalon racing drivers, Bastian Garzon, in the number 751 kart. As we look at some of the drivers waiting to head out onto the circuit, I think it's time we hear from a few people that make all this possible. The sponsors and advertisers. Don't go away.
Join us for the biggest kart racing convention of the year, the 39th OVKA Kart Racing Trade Show and Swap Meet, Saturday, February 1st, Robert Center, Wilmington, Ohio. Whether you're into sprint karting, dirt and oval racing, road racing, unlimiteds, or vintage karting, there are deals here for you. Shop our 60,000 square foot show floor, filled with the karts, parts, and supplies you need. Network with kart racers of all disciplines from across the country. Get insights from experts at our performance seminars. Visit our Intro to Kart Racing open house to get started in racing. Visit OVKA.com. Vendor registration is now open. OVKA.com.
Turner Brown will win on Sunday.
Augustus Toniolo wins X30 Junior.
Kai Hunter wins the main event in KA Senior. And the RPG Cosmic wins in Micro.
Donovan Bonilla has won at the SuperNationals.
For more information on how to start your driver development journey with RPG, visit RollisonPerformanceGroup.com.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? It's Sean Perez, who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Jr.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here. Told him to wait.
Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Kart.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching Kart Chasers coverage of the 27th running of the Las Vegas SuperNationals, brought to you by the SKUSA organization. And we are now watching Junior X30 head out onto the track for their afternoon warm-up session. Ignore the ticker on the left-hand side of your screen if you're watching it. The one that we've got in front of us is incorrect, as now get set to start 10 heat races that will send us through the rest of today. 2 heat races for each of the 5 classes: KA100 Masters, Mini Swift, Junior X30, and the two pro divisions, X30 Pro and Shifter Pro. Each of those classes will have 2 heat races. In fact, well, they'll be split for the pro classes, so we're going to end up with more than 10 races to bring you over the course of the next few hours. Your broadcast team being led by Rob Howden, who is currently on a Jersey Mike's related sub sandwich. Other sub shops are available, some of which are better, but most of them aren't. He's having an enforced luncheon break. Mike Smith is here with me in the commentary box. As we watch a brief rotation for Aldo Iturraga, the DPK Americas driver. Whilst Rob's away, I want to talk a little bit about, we've got go-karting on track. It's not racing, it's just warm-up. Now, I've been very fortunate enough, I travel back and forth to the United States quite a lot from Wales. But last night, I discovered something new, and I want to get the Kart Chaser universe their opinions. I had never eaten an ooey gooey butter cake, a goo bar. Apparently it originated in Georgia and the Carolinas, and it's like a butter cake, and it's called a goo bar. And I need to know where to go and find the best goo bars. Apparently everyone's, well, Taylor Burris, who I'm rooming with, one of the Kart Chaser crew, who's from that region of the world, he goes, my mama, she made the best ones. The ones from Walmart, they're all right, but my mama. So, but everyone's Meemaw made the best goo bars, apparently. Old traditional southern recipes. So, yeah, a goo bar. Not a goo bar cluster, apparently that's different. It's like a butter cake.
I don't think I've ever even heard this, but hey,
somebody,
I don't travel around
somebody out
like
there
you,
will know what a goo bar
is. Learn more about it. Is there a West Coast equivalent?
Well, I don't know. There's no
Southwest.
British equivalent.
Yeah.
And for those of you who've seen me, you'll know that I'm quite into my sweet pastry based arrangements. But it's kind of like there's shortbread and then like a butterscotch icing. It's called goo bars. So I will ask, yes, Emery Lyder, the resident Kart Chaser master statistician, try and say that after a few sherbets. Anyway, back to the go-karting. Who we got leading the way in Junior X30 Warm Up?
I wouldn't be able to tell you. The live time is still not playing our game, buddy.
Technology is wonderful when it works, and that didn't work. And there's the 713, that's Chase Gassiot Lee. He went off in sympathy. Oh, he looks like, and the number 727 almost getting collected there. There are yellow flags waving. that's annoying, I have to say, Mike. There are clearly yellow flags waving at the exit of a blind corner. There's a kart backwards. It was the number 727 of Maverick McKenna, and we almost had a couple of drivers a long way behind the incident piling into that. Why? Because they weren't slowing down for the yellow flags.
Looks like we still maybe have stationary carts and or debris on the exit. That is the final corner as we actually coming up on here.
Right.
On the camera.
Kevin Williams is my new best friend, Mike Smith, because apparently I need to go to Green Valley Grocery. Other grocery stores are available in Las Vegas. Right. The kart chaser wagon train is going to be going there because, yes.
For provisions.
The provisions. Keeping the Welshman happy. Keeping the taffy happy. Thank you very much. Now we are... Yeah, so technology is what I was saying. Technology works wonderfully well when it works. We have had issues, as those of you who watched and then didn't watch some of this morning's racing, and those of you that followed but currently cannot follow live timing and scoring. So the mics are getting at the machinery. Question: what drivers from Europe have made the trip? Well, lots of them, especially in the pro classes, as we're looking at a replay of, and I didn't see that, Chase Gassion-Lee getting launched over the top of somebody there, as it was the 727 that got tipped into a spin, and there goes Gassion-Lee. It was just on the outside, looked like a bit of a concertina effect there. He's okay though.
And all this is happening in warm-up. You know, I mean,
Yeah.
that's the thing too, is that the idea between qualifying and the race is just to like make sure things are working. You don't need to be. There's another. We were very argy-bargy in warm-up. Like that was full alongside, not enough room. So the mechanics may have a word with a few of these drivers because they're going at it here in warm-up like this is the race.
Now I wonder, because a lot of the Junior X30 field have already been out this morning in KA Junior, KA100 Junior. So they are more attuned to how the track races. The Junior X30 only drivers still haven't done a race yet. I wonder if that might be playing into it a little bit.
Fair. I mean, as far as how it races, but I would also think that they've still been around the place, so it shouldn't be too much of a deal.
Hang on a second. Davide Foray has made the trip. He's mentioned the JS word. Don't do that, Kane's Cats Heat. Thank you very much. Davide Foray is one of the drivers. Bas Lammers, Senna van Valstein is here. Victor Gustafsson is here. Jesper Sjoberg is here. Kai Hunter is here. Matty Higgins is here. The European invasion this year is very, very strong indeed. It's not just that. Ronnie Sala from Birrell is here. You've seen Daniel Sleever. A big happy birthday to Daniel Sleever, the head of IPK karting. If you're in the paddock and you see Daniel Sleever, wish him happy birthday. It's his birthday. So a lot of the big hitters here for what is, it's the Super Bowl weekend for kart racing in North America. David Vasile is here. Pedro Hiltbrand is here from Europe. Jordan Lennox Lamb is here. A whole host of European drivers. Sadly, not the reigning KZ World Champion, Seb Palumbo, who had visa issues, couldn't get in. But Emilian Denner was flown in by the team to replace him yesterday. He arrived yesterday. Did about 10 minutes of practice and then went straight into qualifying. And of course, who can forget Joe Turney, who has already been out this morning and will be out again in X30 Pro this afternoon. I wonder if there's a, I wonder if we can ask, one of our resident statisticians, what's the highest number of non-USA based, non-American drivers to have won on a single SuperNats weekend? That could be one for kart chaser statistician extraordinaire Emery Lyder, apparently who is a a Tar Heel now at the University of North Carolina. There's Michael Jordan, eat your heart out. But now we look at the first of the Pro classes. X30 Pro, half of them at least. In the foreground of your picture, the number 3 kart of Diego Ramos. Let's talk about the Americans, shall we? Well, there's plenty of drivers in Pro X30 who can keep the SuperNats title in the land of the free and the home of the brave, not least our SKUSA Pro Series champion, Ryan Norberg. Speaking of champions, Rob Howden, how was your champion lunch?
Yeah, a little bit of a sub. It was enjoyable.
Okay,
Feeling good right now. I need to refuel.
Well, yes.
A little pit stop.
Yes, excellent. Just coming in. Hang on a second. Someone's called me English. Oh dear.
Easy, mate.
Welsh.
He's a taffy.
I'm a taffy. Well, thank you very much. Cannot use the play-by-play for Masters. I don't have no southern drawl. Thank you.
Yeah, you did mention there's a lot of drivers from the international field here. There's a lot of American drivers. Everybody trying to get after that one big prize, right? They want to keep it here at home, and the Europeans want to take it away. Think about those early days with
the War of 1776, or those early days? The early days.
I'm thinking more like 15, 20 years ago.
Yes, okay, There we go, those early days.
Marco Artigo coming over to win races, Jonathan Tanan, Bas Lammers, Anthony Abbas. KZ category was, pro shifter was, for a while there, dominated by the factory drivers for sure.
Yeah, and of course now America has factory drivers themselves, which is, great news. I mean, some of them, people like Marin Kremers, are still, they're now almost domiciled Americans, honorary Americans.
Yeah, we've adopted them.
Yes, they've been adopted.
First of 2 groups here, guys, right, for the Pro X30 category. We're going to do the same thing with the Pro Shifters. Well, 2 groups here for this warm-up, and of course then into groups A, B, C, and D for the alternating heat races. 2, of course, today. 1 tomorrow morning on tomorrow afternoon on Situation Saturday, and LCQs for both of these categories. Those are going to be, I think the 3 of us are going to really enjoy calling those 3 races, especially the last couple laps.
We've talked about some gamesmanship that's happened in some of the corners. There's no better time or needed time for gamesmanship and finding a little bit extra through these twisty bits than during the LCQ.
Now, of course, we're watching. This is only half of X30 Pro, and there's movers and shakers going on up and down the field. Blake Nash, Diego Ramos, Zach Clement de Mello, Eli Warren. There's a talking point. Eli Warren. There was a bit of a discussion earlier on the live chat about privateer drivers, and there's no. They're gradually getting squeezed out of top line kart racing, and that is true to a point. There are less privateers running up near the front of big international events like this. However, they are still there, and privateers do get noticed and picked up by teams. Eli Warren being a case in point.
Yeah, Eli and his dad got a chance to obviously put things together and get out here in a couple of categories. They're going to only run, I believe, just the KA100 category, but had an opportunity to run the Pro X30 as well and kind of jumped at that, which was kind of big for him to be able to step in with Ryan Perry Motorsports. So indeed, it's been impressive for him. It is a young driver who, like you said, is a privateer. They've got the corner office, essentially, the corner garage at Newcastle Motorsports Park, based right out of NCMP. There's a lot of racing there as well. Ran the Cup Karts North America Grand Nationals in the Briggs 206 category. So Eli, he's a 2-cycle racer, he's a 4-cycle racer, and again, just a super talented young man.
The war power, proud members of Privateer Nation, apparently. Now, kart chaser statistician extraordinaire Emery Lyder, in your abs, I asked the question, what's the most amount of nationalities to win in a single SuperNats? And it's 6.
It is.
6 in 2015 and 2022.
That is fantastic.
Thank you, Emery.
Well, that's a good one too, because that's a list of drivers I'd like to see the names, right, and the countries. That's a really cool stat from Emery to come up with that for sure. I would have pushed it on David Cole, but Emery steps up and gets it done.
Emery needs his own, we've got the Book of Cole, of course, we've got the Book of Cole, but Emery, I think it was, I'm a stat man, Anyway.
Well, we talk about the fact that there's a guy that does that for the IndyCar crew called, his name's Russ Thompson.
Yeah.
And he's been around karting forever, so he was back in the day with the Lynn Haddocks and the Lake Speed, so he's a wealth of information for karting as well, but he's the guy that knows all those stats for the NTT IndyCar Series, Champ Car, IRL. When the guys like Hinchcliffe and Townsend Bell and the boys need their information, Russ sits right beside him. Sees it. He's the superstar over there.
It's there's no way that us mortals would be able to keep all of that knowledge in the noggin. And I'll tell you right now, we're watching the feed right now of the warm-up for X30 Pro, and how do you know that the pole sitter is supposed to be there when they back it up and warm up? And that's exactly what's happening right now. Ruben Moya at the sharp end here making things happen. Blake Nash didn't have the qualifying he wanted, is now having a little bit of a warm-up improvement, so hopefully this is a bit of a turnaround. Rob, we talked about, how you approach these warm-ups. If you're Ruben Moya, well, you already know you're quick, right? You're just fine-tuning, double down, and no, it's there for Blake Nash. You got to find a little bit more, and it looks like he's doing it.
Yeah, they're pushing hard for sure. They probably made a couple of adjustments. We're midday, right? It's not like it's going to be cold and you're worried as much as the guys in the morning were in a warm-up where, the temperatures are so cold, sub 50 degrees. We're not going to learn much here. These guys at the high heat of the day, although it's not super warm, still the opportunity to really dial things in still.
Ruben, again, another Emery Lider stat yesterday was that Ruben Moya was 45th fastest in practice. Of course, all practice times, 45th fastest. And, there was a barrier-destroying incident there. One of the CRG drivers getting up and out of their cart.
And look at that, where that is. Like, that's not a place you would hit. He literally was coming back across the track to try to set up, and likely just came a little too far, got into the barriers, bent the axle. It's not one of those ones where you would nose it in.
No,
literally just touched it and it dragged him into the whole barrier.
Yeah, the one thing that can happen with these Scribners, though, from time to time, is that they get hit, and I say Scribners, it's all these types of barriers, is that when they get hit, they can end up getting a little bit of a flare, a little bit of a kind of the plastic sticks out slightly, and that, if you're trying to shave it that close, it can actually go out there and grab that wheel.
Now somebody asked, what are the Europeans in X30 Pro? Well, obviously you've got Harley Keeble from the United Kingdom. You have got Andy Rattel from France. Karl Pasievic Poland. Looking down the order, you've got Jaden Tien from the Netherlands. Kai Hunter from the United Kingdom. There's a long list. Ruben Moya, obviously the pole sitter. There's another of the X30 Pro Europeans. Joe Turney goes without saying. Emilian Denner. Oliver Hodgson from the United Kingdom, although he's now, US domiciled. The list keeps going as I follow them down. Otto Pikkanen, Matthew Higgins from Wales. So that's the full list of European-only drivers. There are obviously lots of drivers in Pro X30 from, South America.
Looks like the number 81 Henry was the driver who got into the wall there coming out of that corner here.
Fernando Reynoso.
Yes, he was at the tail of the field. He only got a couple of laps in. So, ladies and gentlemen, as we get set here, we know we're working our way through the Pro X30 category here, their morning warm-up. Let's head down to pit lane once again. David Land standing by with Diego Ramos.
So it's a bit of a tough weekend so far. So now in that warm, move forward.
Was been a difficult week, but we find that I was in the slow group, but we were able to do top 10. I think 6. How was the warm up? We tried something. Let's see if it works. Now it's.
How do you think this track is going to race?
I mean, the first 2 laps I think could be difficult for the middle pack because of the chicane here. But I mean, in the front I don't think so would be a big problem. a bit hard to overtake, but the race will be interesting.
If anyone can overtake, I think it's Diego Ramos. He's going to be exciting to watch here in a few minutes.
Thank you, David. Mike, let's dig into that a little bit, because one of the things I found was interesting was, you know, the opening laps. If you're up front, you're in that lead group, you kind of get rolling, you got spread out, you get into a row pretty quickly. What Diego said right there, mid-pack's a bit different in the first couple of laps. Everybody's diving left, right. You're not settling into a place where the opportunities are going to open themselves up for just that easy inside move. Guys getting really aggressive midway through the pack.
Yeah, there's a sense of urgency, right? Because you already know that you got to make up time. You got to make up spots every single time. And the thing is that when you got drivers all around you, you're in the hornet's nest. There's moves and counter moves and trying to get out of the way or get in the way, depending on what the program is. No matter what, it is busy back there.
Yeah, that was really good insight from Diego Ramos. He has not had the best of days. But there are times when you're challenged like that, Henry, as a top-level driver, and you rise to the occasion. It's why you're the front-running guy in your team, right?
And it's why you're known as a top-level driver, because, you know, it's not how you act, how you react when things are going well. Lots of drivers can do that. How you react and how you make up for things when everything's not quite right, that separates the tier 2 from the top tier drivers.
Yeah, it's your character shows when you're down in the trenches, not when you're standing on top of the podium, right?
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Somebody did ask the question about questions right in your wheelhouse, Rob, about drivers that you can expect to move up into US Formula 4, the Pro 2000 Series, the road to Indy, which you're a key part of.
Yeah, the now known, of course, as the USF Pro Championships. There are a number of drivers who, of course, are looking through this program. Some of them will go to the Skip Barber Racing School Formula Car Series first. That kind of sets things up. They have a scholarship for their champion of $100,000. We've seen drivers like the Weldon brothers who have gone through that program. Caleb Campbell, Ryan Gianetta, a number of drivers. Caleb Gaffera as well, who was a top driver.
Alessandro Di Tullio, is he going to be
Di Tullio jumped straight to the USF Pro 2000 category, the very top level. And primarily on the fact that he kind of they gave him a probationary license. And, dude, you're like the number 3 ranked karter in the country. You're 18, 19 years of age. Let's see what you can do.
Yeah.
And he put the test time in. But there are a number of drivers. There's a couple right now. I could tell you who they are, but I know they want to make their own announcements coming up soon, so I've got to hold off a little bit on that because there are, of course, going to be driver and team announcements coming over in the next couple of weeks. A lot of them are happening right now, and a lot of them are drivers that we have seen have so much success at the SuperNationals, right? A driver like Max Taylor, who did extremely well. Nikita Johnson, some of these kids that obviously we know have been able to win races at multiple levels of the program.
Rob Howden maintaining journalistic integrity.
Just got to keep it.
Yep, under your hat.
Yeah, but there are a number of drivers that are going to move up, and primarily, so the very first run of the USF Pro Championships is the USF Juniors category, and that's primarily where the young kids out of the junior and younger senior karters, they're going to go there first, following in the footsteps of a Jack Jeffers, of a Sebastian Weldon, of these guys like Max Taylor who have showed so well in those categories.
You know, and one of the things that I think is important to bring up with a lot of these drivers that are looking to move to cars is they're not just looking for a good driver. If you want to move on to the next level, you need to know how the equipment works. You need to be able to give that information to your team, to your tuner, your mechanic, what have you, so they can make it better. If you just go, hey, the kart's good or the kart's bad, you're not helping. And all these top drivers that are up here, if you're going to be at the sharp end on a regular basis, you do know how the vehicle works, and you are able to give that information away.
Yeah, listen, it's to be able to make it from karting to IndyCar or IMSA or wherever you're trying to get to, you have to be the complete driver. There is what you do behind the wheel. There's the feedback and the communication you can have with your engineer. It's great for you to understand the dynamics of the race car, of course, as opposed to just being that monkey that gets behind the wheel and can steer it, right? You don't want to be a Cole Trickle. You got to know it, right? But nowadays, there's so much more. It's about really understanding and knowing social media, being able to understand the demands and the needs and requirements of ROI on a motorsports marketing program. I'm going kind of deep diving into it, but it's ridiculously expensive to work your way all the way up right now. And so you have to be able to early in your career understand how to find the money, take care of sponsors. It's a full-time job.
Yeah, exactly. Like what I'm talking about is what you do on the race weekend while you're behind the wheel or behind with the team. But like you said, it's a full-time gig. You have to be working on stuff while you're at the event for the social media, for the sponsors, trying to go get new ones, all that kind of stuff. Now that's the separation, the change over the last 20 or so years of having social media and things like that we didn't have when I was a kid.
And you mentioned about how to harness the power of social media. Just as the camera goes to the leader of the Norberg Nation, Ryan Norberg. Yes, he's got the number 1 plate on, but he has gained global prominence due to his use of social media. And therefore, if you're going to a sponsor and saying, please give me lots of dollars so I can go race cars, if you've got a 30,000, 40,000 YouTube channel, Instagram followers, then a sponsor is going to go, that driver gets it.
That's ROI. They need to have the return on investment. And I'll tell you this, Ryan Norberg, we don't need to obviously dive into what they're doing on track, they're warming up, so you dive into some more stories. Ryan was like the first top-level guy to really dive into YouTube. He was doing a lot of YouTube videos where he was breaking down his own races and what I did wrong and what I did right here, and really was doing some tutorials that were free online. Of course, now the Norberg Racing Academy's got his own karting academy for young drivers that can come to Orlando Race Complex and be able to work with him there. So the bottom line is he's become really the new model for being a professional race karting driver in North America.
Yeah, and you're just watching there, there was 5 Rollison Performance Group karts all running together. Not nose to tail, spaced out. There's a reason for that. I mean, I don't know what Mike Rollinson or the team would have said, but that's a coached thing. That's a deliberate tactic.
And Henry, look where they are. Norberg 2nd, Bonilla 4th, KA100 5th, Hayden Jones in 6th spot. They're all right up in that top, the pointy end of this deal, the very top of the charts. So again, that Rollison Performance Group crew has done such a great job over the last couple of years. We know they've been able to win on essentially every series. Danny Formal won in the shifter card as well. Norberg's won before. Donovan Bonilla, they won both the pro categories last year on those RPG Cosmics. So they've won races. And listen, here we always talk about a weekend like this. When you got here at the racetrack and I first started walking around the paddock, I started walking through the paddock, the different trailers. Some teams, everything was already ready. Other teams, drivers were working on stuff still. Again, you don't win at the racetrack, you win back at the shop, right?
It's the Rollison Performance Group awning here.
My goodness.
Number 1, it's huge. It's one of the things. But it looks like a science laboratory. Everything is inch perfect. From the driver's nameplates on the walls behind their car to each driver's toolbox, tool station, tyre spikes, kart, mat. It is, I mean, it's almost as someone with an OCD has got in there and marked everything out to the millimetre.
The guy with OCD is Mike Rollison.
Yeah, but it looks like a laboratory.
Oh, it's fantastic.
It's as far reached from the old school sort of, dirty hands, dirty fingernails, wrenching away, covered in oil, old school karting is possible to be.
But Henry, you know that when you have it perfect like that, and it's super clean, you remove the opportunity for mistakes when things are in where they're supposed to be, right?
And I've been in around, I mean, so you, Rob, I've been around British touring car racing, where teams and garages are not as tidy as that.
There's that one, exactly that. A couple of drivers chatting it up here a little bit. The Inter-MS teammates Harley Keeble and Alessandro DeTullio. Where did they end up? DeTullio back in the 14th spot. Where is Keeble? 20th. Well, they got some work to do there on the OTK machines.
I got to say that the Keeble family, Harley's dad, Dean, is having a better SuperNat so far as a team manager, managing the Energy Course team. There's Oliver Hodgson. He's had plenty of practice of overtaking. Why? Because in KA100 Masters, he was down in somewhere approaching last and has overtaken over 40 go-karts. Max Weiland, 47 passes on track. Robert Budashow also approaching 50 passes on track this morning.
Probably 35 to 40 for Keegan Kaminsky too, I think, starting deeper in the field. So it can be done. We know that right now. That's key.
There's also the thing about when you start from the back and you are passing in the back versus when you start in the mid and try to get to the front. The quality of driver, just by the way it works, it changes as you get closer to the front, and it does get harder as you get closer.
There's the number 88 of Nicholas Terlecki, the HEATS driver development driver. We've already spoken, A tough week for Nick Terlecki, but a win this morning will brighten the family mood, I am sure.
Yeah, he actually looks really good here right now. Nicholas Terlecki's got good speed, and it's been strong. As obviously, as we know, in the KA100, a lot of times that can transition over to the Pro X30 category as well. So I like what's going on with that team. They've got at least momentum working forward here as we're working our way through the warm-ups, guys. Time to roll over here into the Pro Shifter category. A couple of warm-up groups for them, Q2 and Q1. And after that, for the first time in the afternoon, we finally get to go wheel-to-wheel racing with KA100 Master.
Looking at this, three. We talk a lot about the overseas drivers. Well, there's three of the home nation's best. Norberg with his back to us, Massimino on the left, Garrison on the right there in his speed content, having a bit of a chin wag. Three drivers. I know Austin Garrison, he has, a driver training program, a coaching program. So there's Norberg. I'm sure Paulie Massimino, if he wanted to, could. He does a lot of coaching privately on the side, out of the way. But yeah, there they are. Unfortunately, Ryan Norberg seems to be growing something on his top lip, which is unfortunate for all concerned.
Three different teams, all on the, I believe, the OTK product. I think. What chassis is there? Are they saying for Garrison this week? Is he on the red speed or?
It's an OTK wagon. I shall consult the entry list. Although I'm always. What number is Garrison? He is. He's on a red speed according to the entry list. I'm sure someone from Speed Concepts Racing will correct us if we are wrong. And there's your reigning champion, your reigning and defending champion, Donovan Bonilla. And the number 8, the thumbs up there for Dono. Just behind us, the Kart Chaser HQ. Now, Danny Formal's not here, but he is here. In fact, the big guy is the biggest person here because at the side of Kart Chaser HQ there is a huge graphics banner. There's lots of cool graphics. There he is. Danny Formal is here.
That's actually life-size.
That's actually life-size. The big guy is here. I have to say, the big guy is here.
I love it. Well, listen, we wish him his best.
Yes,
our best for his best. Over at the Lamborghini Super Trofeo World Finals. And it's been really fun to watch him make the move to cars and get the opportunity that he did get. You think about where drivers normally make the move, right? They're going into the USF Pro Championships Road to Indy, or they're into the Mazda MX-5 Cup. Just the way things worked out for Formal, who was of course a little older, not quite as young, was able to get into some sports car racing, do tremendously well at that, and now he's a very highly rated sports car driver who will very likely have a long career running. Until at least he comes and runs Master Shifter and cheeses everybody off that he's running Master Shifter when he's 60.
Yeah, the natural progression, I think, is how that works. Yeah,
right?
Yeah, and you got to, as you mentioned, you got to make the most of every opportunity. And Formal's been able to get in the car, and every time he goes out, there's an eyebrow raise. Like, oh, here we go, and then now he's locked in.
So we just said red speed. A quick look at the live chat. Naka Zanella says he's on the CS55.
I said we'd be corrected if we were wrong.
But Zanella's on his own team, for God's sake. It's Zanella Racing. He's a big team now in the USF Pro Championships as well.
Yes.
They're going to have at least 3, maybe 4 cars in USF Juniors. They'll be announcing some drivers here over the next couple of weeks as well. So, again, I've been doing this a long time because I said I love being in the paddock right now with Naka. Jose, when he was younger, I remember him running in Cadet, and Colin races him running in Cadet and in the Chica category, Junior Intercontinental A. So, yeah, it's really cool to see these guys grow up and be business owners and team owners.
Now, there is Emilian Denner, late night Denner, in the number 55 Kart. Literally 2 days ago, wasn't racing. Yesterday morning, he arrives. He is racing because of a withdrawal for Giuseppe Palombo. Sodi Kart, the Sodi Kart USA by Velocity Racing outfit needed another driver, needed another pro driver. He pops himself in, and of course, these drivers. You think to yourself, well, it's not his chassis. He races. These professionals. They race the Sodi Kart all year.
Yeah.
The professionals. It doesn't matter that it's a new piece of metal, that it was maybe built for something else. The team would have put the seat in, they would have done all those adjustments, prompt straight in.
We talk about that as all these guys come in here with a blank set of foundation, right? And Denner's one of those guys coming in. And I think that's the deal, is like with him and Mardan and whatnot. It's it's done and dusted. Like hey, you didn't have much time, and then they did the job, and the job was a bit sharp end, and here they are. And now it's time to do the rest of the job, the one that you actually get paid to do, and that's to go win races. And we get to see what we actually have here. Once warm-up is done, we'll actually see some wheel-to-wheel here in Pro Shifter. 2 different groups running. They see the 59 circulating right there.
Yeah, Jordan Lennox Lamb.
Indeed.
Coming back after a 7-year layoff, for the Birrell ART team. And of course, Jordan Lennox Lamb mentioned it yesterday, back at the 2013 KZ World Championships at the Rennes in France, the year that Max Verstappen won. Charles Leclerc came second. What happened to those two? Jordan Lennox Lamb was third. Third. The only 2 people that could beat him on that day in the world of shifter racing, shifter karting, Verstappen and Leclerc. That tells you all you need to know about the Englishman's pedigree.
Yeah, we talked about it earlier too. We were very fortunate to have him come over and actually run a full pro tour with us a number of years ago. Back on the stock Honda chassis, the stock Honda engine. Ooh. Something totally new for him for sure, and he was able to come away with what was then called an S1. He won the S1 championship on the SKUSA Pro Tour. I'd have to get David Cole to give me the date on that one. It doesn't come off the top of my head, but indeed, if you go back and look at some of the photos, he was running a lot of the older livery, the older CRG livery too, which was really cool. The early 2000s livery.
Yeah,
really cool looking.
He was heavily involved with CRG for a long time.
Yep.
Was Jordan Lennox Lamb, and he's also heavily involved in running Rubens Barrichello's karting career now, and Eduardo Barrichello, his son. You'll see them at the winter tour in Florida, for Rotax, and Jordan Lennox Lamb is heavily involved with assisting, XF1 11-time Grand Prix winner Rubens Barrichello. It was 20. Hang on a second. Right, we need a stat off. So the Book of Coal, we got Brian McHattie saying 2013 to 2014 was when Jordan Lennox Lamb came over to run that.
Yeah, so Brian said that was his last full-time year. He was Brian was the top Tag Masters driver.
Okay, so
and I'll tell you, so he's not here with us right now, but Brian McHattie has a hand in a great deal of this paddock through DB Motorsports. He's a supplier of bodywork graphics for many of the teams. MPG, I believe, one of the teams. He can throw a bunch of names up here for us. But yeah, Brian McHattie is one of the things he does. He's done a lot of stuff for myself as well. Anytime we've done e-karting news graphics, Brian's a great dude that we've known for a lot. Actually raced for him at the Rock Island Grand Prix 1 year as well.
Sounds like you could write a book about his life and call it The Life of Brian.
There you go. Good for you.
Sorry.
That was strong.
Sorry, I mean, come on, you queued it up for him.
If you're going to throw it right down the middle of this guy.
Fastball.
But that's a baseball term. You being
crickets.
Not you being Welsh. I wasn't sure if you knew what that meant. So we bowled one down there for you.
We bowled out. I mean, hey, I've watched Major League a number of times, just a bit outside. Any former Indy or F1 guys in it this year? Yes, Max Papis, Champ Car race winner, ex-Formula One driver Bruno Spengler. We will see later in ex-German touring car DTM Masters driver.
None of the current IndyCar drivers here this year. We've had that in years past, where Will Power or Alexander Rossi, Connor Daly, Joseph Newgarden came out. None of those drivers making the call here this year.
Is that because we're getting to be victims of our own success? The level is so high now that even professional IndyCar drivers, without a massive amount of seat time, a massive amount of practice, they can't just jump. They can't just jump in and win, can they?
I think, Will Power, with the age he is, was looking more at running the Masters category.
Okay, yep.
He ran the X30 Masters class. I don't think you'll see a lot of drivers just jump in and do it, because they realize the guys that have done it have put a little bit of track time in, but not the necessary amount of track time. Yeah. That crazy amount of track time that you really need to have to be able to step up and run against these guys. Because the 1 year in the X30 Senior class, when both Joseph Newgarden and Will Power came to run X30C, they didn't even make the main.
Yeah, and who wants to go away saying IndyCar driver finishing 55th in go-karting? That wouldn't do anyone good for anyone's street cred.
True that. All right, folks, again, wrapping things up here. Fastest driver there was Emilian Denner in the number 55. Jordan Lennox ended up in second. Jordan Musser in third. Musser still showing good speed. The Masters driver is going to be in the fight for that win as well. Christian Bertucca ended up fourth. Cooper Beckman rounding out the top 5. One more category I believe we have set to go here in morning warm-up, but we'll take a quick break right now. Come back with that, because after that last warm-up session, we are going heat racing here for the afternoon categories.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
The foundation of your racing endeavor is the kart. It carries your hopes, your legacy, at times your heart outside of your body. And if it's the right kart, it holds the line. Factory karts are the only karts hand-built in the U.S. A precision-welded frame made of 4130 chromoly tubing, adjustable wheel bearing cassettes, seat mounts that don't break. But what good is a foundation if it's not the fastest? Made with care by a 4-time SuperNats champion, Billy Musgrave. Factory Karts, American-made, race-proven.
Lead the pack with Freem, the ultimate bespoke brand for karting racewear and team apparel. Handmade in Italy, our high-performance gear combines style and functionality. Whether you're a seasoned racer or just starting out, Freem's passion for karting fuels every stitch. Embrace the adrenaline, express your individuality, and join the choice professionals and champions worldwide. Find us at SuperNationals.
Well, welcome back to the last warm-up session of the day here at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway. You are watching Kart Chasers coverage of SuperNationals 27, and it's the second half of the Pro Shifter group that are out for warm-up. Then we will be in to the start of the heat races for this afternoon. 2 heats for every driver in KA100 Masters, Mini Swift, Junior X30, and then of course X30 Pro and Pro Shifter. The number 1 plate kart, the reigning SKUSA Pro Series champion and former World Karting champion, Matheus Morgato. Looking there now at the number 25 kart, Marin Kramers, the nearly man of SuperNats. A grand total of 4 runner-up finishes. Mike Smith, that's got to be. As a driver, you've been analysing a lot of the drivers' activities on track. Let's now try and analyse drivers' heads. At what point does it become bigger than what it actually is for Kremers, the nearly man? When of all the things he's done in the world of karting, he's a world champion, he's a Pro Series champion, he's won everywhere in the world. Does the fact that he hasn't won this event, does it bother him? And when does it start to bother him? When does it become too much of a distraction?
I don't know that it would become a distraction. I mean, every driver has got a list of stuff that if any driver that's got success and stuff, if you've gone and won several things and you expect to be in the conversation, there's different levels of drivers. Everyone's got a different story. We've talked about it. But if you're a Marian Kremers and when you show up to the racetrack, you expect to be at the front and in the conversation, then you expect the results and expect to be right in there. So will not winning and being second 4 times bother him? Yeah. Is it a distraction? 100% no.
Yeah, business as usual, right? Go back to work, do the thing you do every time, and press the reset.
Yeah.
I talked about Brian McCaddy and DB Motorsports and kind of what his impact is throughout the paddock, right? Because he's, of course, being active on our chat right now, watching it. And he just listed out the teams he works with. MPG, RPG, Magic, Franklin, HEATS, Leading Edge, Speed Sense, BGR, MDR.
So he's a new company getting started.
No, Brad's been around a long time. The quality of his product is second to none. I'll say this right now. The stuff that I've got for myself every time we do like a custom graphic kit for EKN, for David Cole or myself, his stuff is fantastic. Customer service is amazing. I can't say enough about Brian in that aspect. As a driver, no, he won a lot of races for sure. Bitches and complains a lot, but he was. And not only was he a heck of a tag master driver, now he's a drag racer.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
That's a natural progression, because if you do really well at twists and turns, you switch to going straight. You do a lot of steering, but in a very, very tight window.
He's won a lot of races and a lot of money. We're doing that for sure. So again, shout out to Brian for sure.
Something just fell off one of the karts. Sorry to interrupt. As we were down the start-finish straight the last time, it almost looked like a shifter had fallen off one of the karts. It wasn't part of the barrier.
Is Billy Musgrave still going?
Yeah, you wonder potentially with just a handle that maybe screws onto the shift level.
It was a fair old. We'll have a little look. It was the last time around. Joe Pollock, sorry.
Well, I'll tell you, normally when it's a mechanic who left a socket wrench in your floor pan.
Well, it looked like something around that size. You just don't want it lying on a track.
I made the Billy Musgrave joke because it was actually Billy Musgrave rolling around pretty good the last time we were in this parking lot, 2021, and actually had his shifter linkage break on him. So I asked him, like, how's that shifter linkage? He's like, we improved it, buddy. We improved it. We're good now.
Yeah, that's in competition R&D.
Exactly that.
And it's interesting because where the paddock is now, you can see the painted curbs from 2021, faded but still there.
Yeah, that was an interesting year, wasn't it? Right after COVID, that's the year we didn't have it coming back one more time.
Yeah.
So as we're rolling here right now with drivers on the racetrack, Mateus Borgado quickest right now. We're getting close to ending off this session. But let's go back down to pit lane once again. One of our pit reporters is standing by with Emilian Denner.
Emilian Denner, you were one of the great stories, and you've become one of the great stories of this year. Tell the story about when you found out you were running this race and how you came to be here running your shifter kart.
Yeah, so I was in front of my PlayStation in the evening, and I got a call. So I applied on Wednesday. Here I am.
Now, what were you playing on the PlayStation? That's a real important question.
I was playing NBA 2K25.
What's your team?
The Lakers.
Okay, well, the interview over. No, I'm just kidding. So you had to learn the track in 2 sessions. What was that like? I mean, have you ever had to do anything like that in your career before?
No, for sure not. It wasn't easy, especially on this track. Yeah, it's not easy to adapt because also the sprocket, I'm not too sure about it. But yeah, it was a challenge. And in the end, I think we didn't do too bad. Unfortunately, only had 1 push lap in qualifying. But yeah, we started from 3rd row, so I think we still have our chance.
Yeah, and the racing has been pretty intense throughout the day. What's your kind of evaluation of what you're expecting the Pro Shifter race to look like?
To be honest, I don't see it racing very well. The track's pretty narrow, and like only 2 or 3 overtaking opportunities. And if someone in front of you just closes the door, you don't really pass. So let's see how it goes.
Race car drivers always say that, and usually when they say that, it means there's going to be a lot of passing. So Emilian Denner, he might be lying to us. We don't know. He's a Lakers fan. It's hard to tell. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thank you so much, David. Indeed, we've got a lot of different feedback from drivers talking about what they think in terms of the raceability of the track. We saw a number of passing opportunities for the Master Shifter class, but we also saw a little bit of things get heated when Boss Lammers was getting a little more defensive. So maybe Emilian's onto something.
Yeah, I think the track races very, very well for the direct drive karts, but I think as we have seen with that flashpoint between Lammers and Musgrave, that yes, it can be a little bit harder in the shifter classes. Unfortunately, I do apologise to all those who are offended by Emilio Denner's confession to being an LA Lakers fan.
We had somebody asking on the chat about what the schedule looks like and when X30 is going to be back up. Here is the schedule for heat race number 1, the run through the rotation. We're right on time here right now, 2 minutes away from rolling off for a 2:10 start for KA100 Master, 2:25 for Mini Swift, 2:40 for X30 Junior. The first of 2 heat races for Pro X30 at 2:55, the second at 3:10, 3:25 for the first of the 2 Pro Shifters, 3:40 to wrap up the first run through the rotation as we get set again for 2 rounds of heat races. And listen, Emilian gave us a little look at potentially what we're going to get. We'll see what ends up happening when it's all said and done. Pro Shifters, of course, coming on track for the first time at 3:25.
So this morning we had the mood change between the end of warm-up and the start of the racing. Here we go again as business is going to pick up significantly.
The boys are standing up. I decided to sit down for a second. We stood yesterday for like 15 hours.
Oh,
we stood almost the entire day yesterday. My dogs were barking last night. My goodness.
Here we go. There's the starting lineup for the first race.
Ben Cooper, my former coach for RPG, starting on the pole position, the number 431. Right alongside him, a veteran driver who has done great in karting, in Formula Continental and the SCCA as well. Nicky Coelho for Franklin Motorsports, starting on the outside of the front row. 4-timer, one of our amazing drivers, Kip Foster, starting in the 3rd spot. Jacob Nairi on the outside in number 405. Bruno Spengler, all the way up through karting, Fran-Am, DTM. Great to have him here this weekend. Running under the French flag, but a Canadian at one point. 427 on the side of the car. He'll start 5th alongside William Azayas in the 434. Matthew Waters, your reigning race winner here in the KA100 Master category, starting 7th alongside the 2022 winner, Martin Stone. Lauren Tumardin, always a front runner in any kind of North American Masters racing. The Technokart driver starting 9th alongside NorCal's Jesse Quinn for GFC.
Kyle Byers and Scott Kopp go from row number 6. Renato Jada David and Carlos Calderon are on row 7. Scott Falcone and Travis Irving. Randy Klimek and ex-Formula 1 driver Max Papis on row number 9. Derek Kutshaw and then Dennis Holler from Germany in the top 20. Oldest driver here, the ageless wonder, starting 39th, Tom Gerstner.
My buddy Tom Gerstner. Listen, I'll tell you one thing. If you ever come into the pit lane in the scale house with Tom Gerstner, you're going to get one thing from him. He's going to tell you a joke. Every time. And I always,
yes.
I love it. Every time. Every time.
52 drivers, just the 52 going out there. Junaid Din, driver from Pakistan. His family watch every chance they get.
I love it. Brian Bulldozer Bullhouse from Bermuda had trouble in qualifying. He's going to have to come from 50th. I thought I had a struggle when I was here my first year. My goodness, Brian's going to start deep in the field. Hopefully he's able to stay out of trouble and get his way through any chaos that we may have on the opening circuit. I will say this from past experience, Mike could probably tell you the same thing, although he was way further up the grid than I was. You're normally going to see some chaos in KA100 Master. He's the drivers 30 years of age and older, so many of them aren't national level runners. They never get a chance to run on a circuit like this. A lot of these guys, of course, club, regional racers get a chance to run in the big show once a year.
We call them Masters in Life. It's Masters in Life, not necessarily Masters in Karting, but we're going to find out right now how good these guys are as we get ready for green here, Rob. KA100 Masters.
Yeah, Cooper alongside Coelho. Lots of years of racing there. Foster and Nairi. Same goes for row number 2. Cooper's going to bring him in super slow here right now. That'll change our speed coming into turn number 1. Look forward to the Likens leap here, ladies and gentlemen. Aaron Likens on the racetrack with that green flag, bringing him down, and he'll throw the green. There's the leap, and we're underway. Green, green, green. Good start for Cooper. In fact, he's able to come to the far right of the racetrack. Really lines it up nicely coming through. Drivers climbing up over the curbing. 3 drivers together already. Wolfer being one of them.
The 4.59 of one of the CRGs. That wasn't the driver that had a problem earlier on in practice, was it? No, I don't think so. But a bit of a concertina effect. Everyone else, though, at the front, away cleanly.
Yeah, better start than I would have expected for KA100. A couple drivers down the bottom, climbing up over the curb. That never works, not giving each other enough room. Out front, though, it's a great start for Cooper to get at least through the opening corner cleanly. How does it look when we get things underway? They're working their way through the corners here right now, trying to pick up Cooper. We're kind of grabbing the midway pack. There's Kip Foster right there. There's Cooper. So indeed, he does have the lead. Coelho slotting into the second spot. Nairi now up into the third position. Kip Foster fourth. Isaiah Smith. Spengler sixth. Waters seventh. Martin Stone eighth. Mardan and Jesse Gwynn hold their position to round out the top five. Lap one in the books.
One of the things you guys I'll point out with the Masters category is, as you talked about, a lot of club racers come out here and running. The front of the Masters group stays relatively close to the same as long as there's no issues. The speed is the speed for a lot of these drivers, call it top 10 to 15, and so you don't see a lot of moving and shaking unless somebody's starting further back than they normally should. Because of that, it changes the strategy a little bit at the front. You don't have to go get it as much. You're kind of testing and tuning through these entire heat race sessions, and you learn more and more to make the car good. As that looked like Kip Foster, bright orange helmet, making a move down to the final corner.
Yeah, he's through.
Ben Foster disappearing at the front of the field. 1.5 seconds up the road at the end of just 2 laps as we look at the number 413, Matthew Waters, reigning champion, trying to make a move on the Sony Kart of Bruno Spengler in front of him. Spengler tries to cross over after being passed, and he still looks to the inside as we head off down towards turns 7, 8 and 9, and a little bit of Dohan. There's Laurentiu Mardan, late to the party, but he wants to make up for it by being ultra aggressive on the techno
And that
kart.
was Martin Stone right there with him as well. Again, Martin Stone, the other RPG ride right there behind Spengler. So it was Waters that got through, and now the next RPG in line to try to make it happen on Spengler is Martin Stone. Again, I talk about the drivers at the front: Cooper, Coelho, Foster, Neary, Isaiah, Spengler, Waters, Stone, Mardan, and Gwynn, with a little bit of just kind of rolling around. Again, we saw Foster make a move. We saw Waters make a move, but a lot of front to tail and just keep things rolling right now early on.
We know we got a lot of people watching the island of Bermuda as well. We talked about Brian Bulldozer Bullhose, who started at the tail of the field, got taken out in the opening lap of qualifying, +8 on the opening lap, up into 42nd for Bullhose. He's got more work to do. If he can break into the top 30, that would be amazing, but a great start for Brian to really bounce back from what was a very disappointing qualifying.
A great guy as well. I met him earlier this year at Newcastle Motorsport Park. He had his entire family over, partner, children, what have you. Really enjoying it, and like we alluded to yesterday, benefiting from the work that people like Skitchy Barnes did, have done, started to elevate Bermudan karting, and now the 413 Matthew Waters closes the door on William Isaias.
He definitely knew he was clear, because I tell you what, he must have been cleared by a paper, because that was really close. That actually was created because the move by Isaias failed in the final corner. Didn't have the speed coming out, and he lost the spot for it. But I'll tell you, the other driver trying to make a move here very quickly. There it is, Foster, closing right to the back bumper now of Nicky Coelho.
Yeah, Foster back on the Aero machine, the DPE, the Drew Price Engineering Australian-made machine. That's the chassis, the brand that he took to all 4 of his race wins. So if he were able to somehow come up here, the return to DPE would be a huge one for Foster. Good run here on Nicky Coelho. Does he push or does he pass? Answer, there it is. Pass to the inside. Book it. He is through. Foster taking over the spot and gave him a little bit on the exit, on the apex. Kind of held on to that spot a little bit.
It almost looked like Coelho with a little bit of a turn in there a little earlier than it needed to be. Like Foster delayed the turn in for a second, and Coelho was like, not quite in there. Got to be careful with that kind of stuff. And bit of a moment for Waters, as Waters now trying to get back by Neary. Neary, I think, has made it by. Or no, scratch out. Waters trying to make it past Neary. He got past Isaias before.
Well, you think about the fact that Matthew Waters won this race last year, right? In his mind is, why am I back here in 7th or 8th? I got to get myself going forward. He's being very aggressive coming through. Jacob Nairi in the number 405 running in that 4th position. So indeed, thinking about the fact the Waters start back there in 7th, he'd like to get up to 4th. And at that point, because listen, they're not that far back behind the guys. They're actually catching up to Coelho and Foster right now.
Exactly that. You had personal best out of Nairi and Isaiah there right around that same area.
A little bit further back, there's Laurentian Martin to the back of this group. Thinking about making a move, but he is sat behind Martin Stone, ahead of Renato Jada David. A little bit further back, a couple of names that, we're not going to mention that aren't battling up at the front of the field. Wanted to quickly talk about, where's David Eaton? Daniel Eaton, rather. Running in 35th, driver running to raise awareness for cystic fibrosis.
Cerebral palsy.
Cerebral palsy.
There you go.
Cerebral palsy. And has also lost 30 pounds. And there we go.
Well then.
One of the marshals almost lost 30 pounds there as a go-kart came towards him at a very high rate of knots. Call that in Europe a code brown.
Yeah, Waters got the job done and wanted to make sure it was done, so he went into defense right away. And Neary was like, nah, dog, I'm still here. And look, we are using the front horn now. Chrome horn from Bruno Spangler.
Bruno Spangler saying, okay, I'll help you. I'll work through with you. Give you a little shot in the back. The 425 there of Renato Jada David hammering the curbing coming in through turn number 6. That was a little rough on him for sure. But otherwise, this is getting kind of aggressive here now as they're racing just outside the top 3. That's Waters. We're talking about Nairi being in there. Spengler getting aggressive, as we said. Very aggressive running here. A couple of laps to go.
That was a typical touring car driver move. I'm sitting there. Nope, run out of patience. You got to go. I got to go. That was that.
And he does get the move done. Waters right there. The 425 of Renato Jada David has made it 3 drivers essentially going through on Nairi. There's Spengler asking for some help from Waters. Well, they won't be friends afterwards, at least after this race, because no help whatsoever. And indeed, it was a bit of a bump and run anyway, so you guarantee that Waters might be like, oh, hold on. I got to check a box on you. You just bump and run me to lose a spot that I fought for, so 100% I'm not helping you out.
Yeah, and as we saw, as it has been all the way through there, Jada David able to slot in and fill the hole. Like if one goes through in turn 4, there's going to be another one coming through. And how about up? I want to say that's going to be 8 spots now for Jada David. David, who had issues. Remember, he had issues in the practice. He has been doing a little bit of a bounce back and making things happen here. David, obviously, former winner here.
Final lap. Cooper leading by 3.4 seconds over Kip Foster. Coelho just there as well. Then it's another almost full 2 seconds back in this battle between Waters, David, Nairi, Spengler, and also Stone now. Martin Stone now into the fight, as is Laurentian Martin and William Isaias.
Martin with a look there on Stone as they went down turn number 4. Nothing doing there. Thinks better of it. They're going to go into the 6, 7, 8, and then the chicane of 10, 11, rather 9 and 10. Go through there nice and cleanly. No moves.
Joining the back of that group on the mean green TB kart machine is Germany's Dennis Holler. It was here 1 year ago that Dennis stepped out of a rental kart into a race kart for the first time as a prize for winning the TB Kart World Championship. But there's the checkered flags.
Yeah, great run for Holler, as you said, in his return here to the SuperNationals. Aaron's going to bail out on these guys coming too wide out of the corner. Cooper wins by 3.5 seconds. Foster, Coelho, 2-3. Waters ends up coming into that 4th spot, +3. Renato Jada David, +8. Jacob Nairi loses a couple. Spengler loses a couple. Stone and Martin hold their spots. Isaias falls down a bit. Other big movers a bit further back as I scroll down. To be honest, nobody making major moves. Siraki +4, 28th to 24th. Pierce Baldus +16. That's solid. 48th up to 32nd. Excellent run there, and like I said, Brian Bullhose ends up getting into the top 40. +11 for Brian Bullhose, the Bermuda driver on the TB kart. He works his way now up into P number 39. So indeed, there's a look at your unofficial results. We're into heat racing now for the afternoon classes. KA100 Master, a big victory for Ben Cooper, keeping it all rolling right now. As we said, folks, we're going to just shuffle through the order. Mini Swift up next. That race set to go in about 3 minutes' time. There's Renato Jada David. Stay tuned, folks. More to come here on Kart Chaser.
Brandon, Why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
Looking for a team with a diverse calendar? How about a team that offers both full support and teaches you and your kid how to do all the work yourself? For us at Drive Your Line Kart Sport, fostering growth on and off the track in a family environment is what we do. Well, that and bringing home some hardware. Contact us today online at dylkartsport.com.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Well, going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Charles Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Jr.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here, told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Karts.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
So drivers rolling out on a track to get things underway for the first of two mini Swift heat races on the day. Again, welcome to those of you tuning into the Kart Chaser broadcast here. Rob Howden alongside Henry Bodette and Mike Smith. Parker Eye starting on the pole position in the 148. Alongside him, Benja Fernandez. Excellent qualifying run for Benja. Liam Nakawati, P3 in the number 18 alongside Nico Katowski. Row number 3, Troy Ferguson on the inside. Lorenzo Varela on the outside. Ashton Moon, your Pro Tour champion, starting 7th alongside Josh Bergman. Maxwell Macha, who's had so much success in the micro ranks, moving up into mini. He'll start the 9th inside of row 5 alongside Jan Bindi.
Reigning champion Royce Vega goes to the inside of row number 6 alongside Braden Wagner. Valentino Santillan, Marco Samut on row number 7. Enzo Di Janeiro, Kalen Berghofer next, followed by Mika Baruch, John McClellan, Alex Chandler, and Grayson Walcott. But the names keep coming. Watch for Jay Kostecki. Watch for Brandon Eng. In kart number 1, 2, 3. Pasha Ali was very strong last year as well. Jackson Porter, Olivier Chassé on a brand new chassis, switched from to the Parolin because HM Propeller couldn't make it to this event. Another 40 plus strong entry, 47. Watch for Jeremy Sincere in kart 197, starting 45th on the grid. The driver Mont Saint Hilaire in Quebec.
This category brought to you by JMN Racing, or JNM Racing. Here they come now into the staging lanes. Drivers get themselves over there, guys. Have a look at the tram lines. Stay within the tram lines. Oh, one driver spinning further back.
The 110.
Okay, yellow flag flying. No start there.
Rodolfo Levine is thanking the SKUSA officials for that because he was the driver that Mike Smith correctly pointed out had rotated, shall we say.
Trouble at the tail of the field. They were kind of coming into the staging lanes there, the tram lines. I always kind of wonder why they don't actually stay within the tram lines. You really look to see them; they're all the way over to the left side or the right side. Like, it's all you have to do.
Yeah,
is look at the tram lines.
You got one job.
Yeah.
One job.
The only time that comes into play is if it's like right after a corner or something like that. You have plenty of time.
There's lots of time to get yourself into the tram line and stay in the tram line and not drift over. But again, that's why those penalties come down. A lot of them happen in these micro and mini categories because they don't pay attention to the tram line.
Or they're following the driver in front of them. The
Fixated.
entire bloody line will get penalized.
That's true.
You mean like young kids not paying attention,
That's
Rob?
true.
Yeah.
Squirrel.
Who would have thought it? Yeah, squirrel.
Let's try this again with Parker Ives and Benja Fernandez on the front row, the first of two mini Swift heat races, 10 laps in duration. They were pretty quick too. Looks SKUSA crew trying to get them to whoa it up a little bit. Out of turn number 16. As you say, oftentimes you get that accordion effect as well too with a stop-start, because you're trying to anticipate, you're trying to get the punch off at the right time. The guy in front of you checks up a little bit, opportunity to have double. You can see the difference we have here. Number of drivers kind of snaking their way around already. A bunch of the back already on the line. Weird. Let's get at it. There it is. Green flag flying, and we're underway once again. Let's see what kind of a start we can get coming through here. Give each other room. Couple drivers a bit slower through.
Yeah, one driver in the middle of the pack there. I think that might have been Mika Baruch, who got sideways and caused drivers to scatter left and right. Lucky not to get collected.
Really good run around the outside there for Benja Fernandez. He had 3 drivers inside him, just ran the outside line all the way through turn number 4, sets up for the inside of turn number 6 when they get back around. And in fact, he's in a great position right now. I think comes out with the lead. Well done for Fernandez.
Carried the speed around the outside, as you said, and was able to get away from all that defense happening in the very beginning. And we have the new leader before the lap is even over.
Indeed, Benja Fernandez to the P1 position. Looks like a little 4-driver breakaway trying to line up a bit there. Good start as well for the 103 of Troy Ferguson. He's worked his way up into second. You can see a 4-driver pack trying to line up and pull away already. And then 5th, 6th, and 7th lined up as well.
How about Maxwell Macha up to 5th already? Up 4 spots on lap 1. That's going to bode well, very well for the number 174. Although just off the back of this front 4, here we go. Moves being made already. Back to the front, Troy Ferguson. Saw him early in the warm-ups and the practices.
Smart driving from Benja Fernandez. He saw Ferguson at the inside and gave him plenty of room. Actually went wide. You thought, okay, so he didn't get slowed up on the exit. But of course, he does have eyes in the back of his head, does Benja Fernandez.
Guys, we had an incident, big incident coming out of, I believe, turn number 3. And a number of carts that got together. At least 2 carts and a bunch of the barriers have been knocked back over there in turn number 3. We're not going red as of yet.
Yes, we are.
We are. There it is.
Yes,
red
we
flag
are.
flying. So that is it. Red flag flying. We have an incident in the back part of the racetrack, turn number 3.
Yep.
Red flag has come out. We have barriers off. We have drivers off. A number of the SKUSA crew is over there as well.
So
getting the cart flipped back over. That was an incident we saw over in, again, turn number 3, heading back over to turn number 4. Multi-car incident, a red flag, bringing stoppage to the drivers here on the front straightaway.
Yeah, 3 drivers involved, 2 drivers up and out of their carts, 1 driver who had rolled the cart still on the track, being tended to by the track workers, who again, we were watching how the SKUSA officials reacted very, very quickly indeed to that.
So indeed, drivers are having to move away from their carts, as you're seeing here right now. They'll come to the inside. No working on your carts during a red flag. The SKUSA crew doing the best they can to take care of our driver, the incident on the racetrack. With that happening right now, we will go to a break. Folks, stay tuned. When we get back, we'll look forward to giving you some positive news for the driver involved in the incident.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this branding business, okay? Branding this, branding that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial. Dude, we have no time. It's about to start. Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR? MXC rims.
Wins the main with a stunner in Pro Shifter.
Looking for a team with a diverse calendar? How about a team that offers both full support and teaches you and your kid how to do all the work yourself? For us at Drive Your Line Kart Sport, fostering growth on and off the track in a family environment is what we do. Well, that and bringing home some hardware. Contact us today online at dylkartsport.com.
The foundation of your racing endeavor is the Kart. It carries your hopes, your legacy, at times your heart outside of your body. And if it's the right kart, it holds the line. Factory karts are the only karts hand-built in the U.S. A precision-welded frame made of 4130 chromoly tubing, adjustable wheel bearing cassettes, seat mounts that don't break. But what good is a foundation if it's not the fastest? Made with care by a 4-time SuperNats champion Billy Musgrave. Factory Karts, American-made, race-proven.
Join us for the biggest kart racing convention of the year, the 39th OVKA Kart Racing Trade Show and Swap Meet, Saturday, February 1st, Robert Center, Wilmington, Ohio. Whether you're into sprint karting, dirt and oval racing, road racing, unlimiteds, or vintage karting, there are deals here for you. Shop our 60,000 square foot show floor, filled with the karts, parts, and supplies you need. Network with kart racers of all disciplines from across the country. Get insights from experts at our performance seminars. Visit our Intro to Kart Racing open house to get started in racing. Visit OVKA.com. Vendor registration is now open. OVKA.com.
Turner Brown will win on Sunday.
Augustus Toniolo wins X30 Junior.
Kai Hunter wins the main event in KA Senior. And the RPG Cosmic wins in Micro.
Donovan Bonilla has won at the SuperNationals.
For more information on how to start your driver development journey with RPG, visit RollisonPerformanceGroup.com.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Jr.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here. Told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Karts.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Well, going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online, and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rib protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
The foundation of your racing endeavor is the kart. It carries your hopes, your legacy, at times your heart outside of your body. And if it's the right kart, it holds the line. Factory karts are the only karts hand-built in the U.S. A precision-welded frame made of 4130 chromoly tubing, adjustable wheel bearing cassettes, seat mounts that don't break. But what good is a foundation if it's not the fastest? Made with care by a 4-time SuperNats champion Billy Musgrave. Factory Karts, American-made, race-proven.
Lead the pack with Freem, the ultimate bespoke brand for karting racewear and team apparel. Handmade in Italy, our high-performance gear combines style and functionality. Whether you're a seasoned racer or just starting out, Freem's passion for karting fuels every stitch. Embrace the adrenaline, express your individuality, and join the choice of professionals and champions worldwide. Find us at SuperNationals 27 at the K1 Freem trailer to learn more, or online at freemracing.us.
Stop that. Stop that. Yeah, I hear 'em chatting the noise, move too quick, can't stop for the talking. I hear 'em chat with the boys, man so tough, but man's keep walking. Just too sharp with the prize, white girls let it tell me I'm awesome. Yeah, hot like fire on the pan. If you wanna touch man, please use caution. Cold like 0 degrees. I'm out the cage, gotta let out the beast. Revolutionary, gotta let out the streets. Locked in a cage,
I'm Yusuf Kazanski. And I'm Asher. Today we're going to talk about MIR racing suits. The reason why I love MIR so much is because they're very lightweight and very breathable.
You could also get your suits custom made for your own team. We love MIR.
Wins the main with a stunner in Pro Shifter. Turner Brown will win on Sunday.
Augustus Toniolo wins X30 Junior.
Kai Hunter wins the main event in KA Senior. And the RPG Cosmic wins in Micro.
Donovan Bonilla has won at the SuperNationals.
For more information on how to start your driver development journey with RPG, visit RollisonPerformanceGroup.com.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Jr.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here. Told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Karts.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
Looking for a team with a diverse calendar? How about a team that offers both full support and teaches you and your kid how to do all the work yourself? For us at Drive Your Line Kart Sport, fostering growth on and off the track in a family environment is what we do. Well, that and bringing home some hardware. Contact us today online at dylkartsport.com.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Jr.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here. Told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Karts.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
So the drivers, as you can see, have returned to the seat of their machines. We're being told that the driver that was involved, Olivier Chassé, is okay. A little wrist injury potentially, but good news all around that that incident, which involved at least 3 drivers coming out of turn number 3, did not result in any serious injury, and the driver's back into it. We're rolling once again. We're going to go green flag here again.
Yeah, it was Olivier Chassé, the driver that was being tended to. He's fine. He has walked into the back of the ambulance. Other 2 drivers, there was a GFC kart and a Bennick, Team Bennick entry that were also involved. We did get the numbers of them, but I think one of them was Nicholas Ardian, and I couldn't quite think, maybe Wes Wyatt, Wes Witt. They were all around the same part of the field, but they're all okay. That is the main thing. And metal, there's nothing that wouldn't buff out, put it that way.
Yeah, obviously taking care of the drivers, taking care of getting that track back together. That was a part of the extended delay. Get the track go back where it needed to be, make sure the drivers are fine, get all their carts back over to the scales. So indeed, this will be a single file restart, I believe, getting some things set to go again. Only had that 1 lap in the books, and we were working lap number 2. Once again, they'll work their way to turn number 16, and we're going to go back to green flag down to the inside. And again, all the way down the racetrack will be Aaron Likens ready to throw that green when the drivers get themselves into position. Rolling single file restart. Likens awaits them almost down all the way into turn number 1. There he is, Aaron Likens, the starter for the Indianapolis 500 as well in the NTT IndyCar Series. And he'll give the green flag like he says so many times in the year to the top drivers in IndyCar, to the racers here in the Mini Swift category. They get through turn number 1, and again, Benja Fernandez to the bottom of the racetrack. Right with him, though, the 180 of Liam Nakawati, thinking about making the move to the inside. He does not. Troy Ferguson slotting into P3.
Benja Fernandez holding off the chasing pack for the time being. There goes Ferguson, repassing second order, spin the 1-2-6, getting sideways, going into turn number 8. That's a Callan Berghofer, but luckily everybody avoided him.
Again, cold tires, Mike, coming through there. Again, they obviously were up the temperature to a certain extent. We only have one real lap of speed in. Just carrying a little too much speed into that corner.
Well, that's just it. They came from a dead stop over here on the straightaway, came around for green first time by. If those kids were even back and forth, getting a little bit of heat into them, they were not going to be very warm when they came around. Another one in the books here. That's 2 down and 8 to go.
That's it. 10-lap duration for these heat races. Again, working our way through here. From here, we'll go to X30 Junior, following it up with Pro X30. 2 heat races there. Pro Shifter, 2 heat races there. Here we are with a little 6-driver breakaway as Ferguson making the move to the inside there. Now, big wide run for Nakawati. He's going to lose at least 2, maybe 3 as Parker Ives gets through, and as well Maxwell Macha trying to get through as well, but he comes up, I believe, maybe just a little bit short. No, Macha didn't get through. That was Katowski. He couldn't make it 4 drivers.
Nakawati, they're grateful that the barriers at the outside of turn 4 had moved back ever so slightly. He needed all the track space and, well, a little bit more, but was able to continue. Lost a few positions, but it could have been an awful lot worse.
One of the things I was actually just getting ready to talk about when we had the incident was a start that he did not need it for Ashton Woon, a driver we expect to be up front. He actually went down 3 spots. He just went purple, but he's back in 10th position right now. Ashton Woon, who did not have a great opening lap, back on the wheel, trying to get himself up here in that number 101. Remember, he is your Pro Tour champion.
Katowski there to the inside, turn number 1, and he gets a spot down and to go back to the front here. This is the lead group. Starts getting side by side through here is where things start to get a little argy-bargy, but all those drivers giving each other enough room. Side by side just behind them, again, trying to move up through the pack, as you mentioned. You saw Katowski make a move. That's Varela and Vega all in that group. Ashton Woon in the tail end of it.
Yeah, he's at the tail end of that second group. Woon is there. You'll see him come through. Front running 4 drivers, though, looking pretty good out front. Troy Ferguson leading the way. Parker Ives up into second. Benja Fernandez in that 3rd spot. And Maxwell Macha able to get through and move up into P4.
And Woon is he's in a revered company back there just outside the top 10. Josh Bergman and Marco Summit also running just outside the top 10. Strength in depth here in Mini Swift is absolutely off the chain. So good to see, because this is the future. This is the future of North American, not just go-karting, but single-seater racing, potentially even NASCAR racing. This is the future, and it's looking very bright.
You saw the inside there. Maxwell Macha thought about going to the inside of turn number 4, but thought better of it. So good to see the racecraft and decision-making out of that young driver. He finally is able to get the job done, I believe. Are those still in 4th? Here's a little deeper back. That's the 180 of Liam Nakawati. That is 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. All lining up right there. You know Ashton Woon going to start to have to get moving here right now. 4 laps down when they come back to the stripe. They're right now coming through turn number 16, the final corner on the racetrack. They'll see the halfway here pretty soon. I believe that's 5 laps down. Didn't see the halfway at start-finish line. Surprised to be there as we are 5 laps in.
Katowski actually made another move further back, and now you see at the front, Ferguson making things happen on Ives. This lead group, see the little headshot there. Those drivers all working together. The 121, the 174, the 121 is Fernandez, 174 is Macha. It's Ives that goes back to 4th. But you saw that headshot. Once they're in there, the rest of them want to get rolling, and they're not going to let up. That's on the outside there, that red suit, red helmet there. That's actually Ashton Woon. Caught on the outside once again, not able to make forward progress.
I think he's starting to get frustrated a little bit, trying to be patient with it, but he's not been able to make any moves at all. Ashton Woon in that number 101, in danger of potentially losing a spot back into 11th. But I will say this, second group most definitely closing up on the lead group. because it was only 2 seconds from first back to Woon. This is your lead packed here right now. How many karts is that? Let's see if they come across the line. 14 karts in the lead group, less than 3 seconds separating the locomotive from the caboose.
Yeah, that was the front group there not wanting it to settle down, and it's still not going to settle down. It's the 121 making the move to the inside. Fernandez, new leader, crossover. No, it's going to be Fernandez, then Ferguson, and then the 174 of Macha, who made the move prior. Back to the inside. No, Ferguson looked again. It was going to be close if it happened there.
There's Ashton Woon right behind him, Marco Samet. Both those drivers have ones we've seen up front throughout the year, but not really in a power position here in heat race number 1 for Mini Swift. As we start things off for wheel-to-wheel racing for the SuperNats, for these young drivers who, of course, will all be looking to try to eventually get into the KA100 class. Contact! 2 drivers coming together, Nakawati being one of them. The 180 and Achawati being one of them, the other trying to pick up the number.
That was Katowski.
Maybe
I think it was Nico Katowski there. I was about to say we were down to 13 at the front because Vian Bindi in 14th position was starting to fade away. We're now down to 11 with the departure of Nachawati and Katowski, but both have continued, but obviously a long way back. And Parker Ives went for the move going into turn number 1 sideways. There's the 1-2-4, or is it the 1-2-1 of Fernandez? Yeah.
They all got away with that one.
Well, they got him over the curb in a big way. That did not. You're right. He got away with a huge one there.
Both of them did, because that almost took out the entire group right there.
Agreed. That was that's getting a little aggressive. That's getting pitched down a bit. That's not wanting to give up a corner and climbing up over top of that big curb. And like when we walked around, we saw how big that curbing was. It is not something you can take lightly right now, especially there, and especially the way they did. It's really almost center punching it coming across. Finally, white flag flying, final lap. Down to the bottom of the racetrack goes Ferguson. He's going to try to hold off Benja Fernandez. Maxwell Macha's got his way up into the 3rd spot. Right there with him, though, the 148 of Parker Ives. Santillan in the fight there as well. A big move to the bottom again. You can see Ferguson running that defensive line on the bottom. So far for Fernandez, no one's made a move on him. Otherwise, things are running good here. Now another move to the inside of the set. 174 going way wide right now.
And that was the number 133 making the move up the inside. Royce Vega that then forced Macha wide, even though Royce Vega wasn't making a move on Macha. Macha just happened to be on the outside when the traffic in front of him suddenly swerved into his path.
Troy Ferguson trying to bring this thing home and see the checkered flag. They'll come through the final corner of the racetrack right there. It's still a great run for Benja Fernandez, all told. Started second, finishes second. The win goes to Troy Ferguson. Fernandez comes home P2. Valentino Santillan up 10 spots, and all of the chaos in the last couple of laps. Santillan works his way up to 3rd. Royce Vega up 7 to 4th. Parker Ives down to 5th. Varela in 6th. Wagner 7th. Ashton Moon ends up in 8th spot. Maxwell Macha, though, what a horrible last lap for him. You called him in 3rd. He ends up going back to 9th.
Yep, but again, one of those things. Look at the silver linings, the cloud. It could have been a lot worse, because if you look back at the same corner the lap previously was where we saw the demise of Nachawati and Katowski. Looking down the finishing order, Jeremy Sincere up 23 places, Jackson Porter up 16 places, but where did Nico Katowski, he finished 36th, and Liam Nachawati down in 43rd place. So Maxwell Macha, when he thinks about that, he will realize he probably wasn't quite as. It could have been a lot worse.
Sure enough, still maintained a position in the top 10. You're right. That is 100% true there. We are rolling already with the next category. We're not wasting any time at all. Bringing the X30 Junior drivers out onto the track for their first heat race, rather. Speed Concepts Racing, the sponsor of the category. Let's have a look at the grid as they work their way around here. I believe we're going to give them those 2 laps of warm-up, doing that throughout the day. Well, I expect throughout the weekend. A little more time to get those tires up into the temperature, and we'll have a look at the grid and do as we've done throughout the day, going through the top 20.
And as you guys go through the starting order here, just a quick reminder of what happened last night during qualifying and how Lima was waiting on the sidelines, seeing where they would end up, ended up getting P2. Turner Brown, the only driver out of the entire the fast group to beat him.
And there it is, Turner Brown for RPG on the pole position, the 703. And you're right, Pedro Alves de Lima was just sitting there waiting on pins and needles for the final drivers to come across the line. He was the quickest in his group. Ends up starting on the outside of the front row. And we talk about people and how their weekends changed. It definitely did for Lima in qualifying. Alexander Vanchev on the inside of row 2. Alongside Javier Chaparro, it'll be Peyton Fayen starting 5th with Remy Andreatos on the outside on the 3rd row. Diego Ardiles, drivers with all the championships this year, the 701 starting 7th alongside Sebastian Rist. And Charlie Smith and a very impressive Ty Fisher are going to start in row number 5.
Tristan Murphy, Jackson Gibson on row 6, Sebastian Garzon and Felipe Jesus Benito, Ed Kennedy, Jose Alejandro Halfan, Cameron Marsha, Roberto Renderos, Max Weiland and Lillian Scarborough. Lev Krutulov has been so quick in KA100. Look at Enzo Bidmontien down in 25th, Alessandro Truchot in 26th position, Nathan Dupuis back in 34th, Jackson Walney 37th.
Wow, there's some big talent, super deep in the field. Others having some trouble in the back. Get yourself into your staging lane. Get into that tram. A couple drivers already out a little bit. One popping out. Green flag flying, and we're underway. Let's see what happens with Turner Brown. He's got a number of his teammates around him. A couple guys climbing the inner curbing, but so far so good. 2-driver breakaway coming up a little further back. You got a number of drivers doing that brake lockup, coming into the corner, trying to get everything they possibly can at the end, but it allowed Turner Brown and I believe Alexander Vanchev to pull away up front.
Well, what they were going to say, I was about to say, a lot of those drivers, this outlier, the number 747, Pedro Alves Lima, who shocked the establishment. The establishment now want to get him out of the way as early as possible, and he's going to be very, very smart because, yes, he's probably going to lose positions, but if he tries to fight it too hard, he might end up losing an awful lot. He's settled in now into, I believe, 4th or 5th place, and now he can do something. Hey, if Pedro de Alves Lima comes away with 3 top 10 heat finishes, he would have bitten your arm off at the start of the week.
And the establishment you were talking about was RPG. They started with 4 out of 5 in the top 5, and now you have Ardiles moving up to P3. Lima still holding on for 4th. It's an RPG 1, 2, and 5, 6.
Yeah, and Peyton Fayen was one of those drivers who came in through one of the earlier qualifying runs as well. So she's the same thing. Get in there, do the best you can, stay out of trouble. Let the race or opening race lap stretch the field apart. That's going to allow you to get a top 10, top 15 finish. Like you said, Henry, you get 3 of those, and you just changed everything about your weekend and your approach to Super Sunday. And that's what Lima's trying to do. Currently in 4th spot, Peyton Fayen currently in 6th. As, again, some of these drivers moving forward, like the 712 of Charlie Smith.
Yeah, Peyton Fayen getting shown no love there whatsoever as she was squeezed the outside of turn number 16. There goes Ty Fisher gaining another ground, passing Charlie Smith. And now Peyton Fayen's a little bit like the cork in the bottle because she's got Tristan Murphy, Sebastian Garzon, and a lot more right behind her.
Yeah, getting run over here a little bit. Another one of her teammates getting through the 735. I believe that was... who is the 735? Can't see it in front of me here right now. We'll pick it up when they come back through here.
Yeah,
but indeed, this is that battle, essentially, guys, just inside and outside the top 10.
One of the things I saw, I think it was Charlie Smith there, was getting beat on the inside, rolled off the throttle. We're seeing more and more of that smart play going on where you know it's his mano a mano, if you will. Roll off the throttle, slot in, don't lose more by being side by side.
That's it. And one driver you saw had a bunch of trouble getting to that corner, went way wide through turn number 13. And wasn't able to hold it down to the bottom of the racetrack, and everybody went streaming on by, lost at least 4, maybe 5 spots. There's Ty Fisher. He's a guy on the move right now. A lot of open track in front of him, able to work his way up into the 6th position. Started back in 10th, so taking full advantage of a great start to this race. Lots of open racetrack in front of him. Maybe a second behind Chaparro right now, but we're very early, only 3 laps in.
And fastest lap of the race last time by was from Ty Fisher as well. See if they can back it up this next time around. But on screen right now, you're looking at the front, the drivers to beat, but hey, Ardiles closing in, getting closer and closer to this RPG duo of Brown and Vanchev up front. It's going to be a lap or 2 before Ardiles gets there, but once he's there, it's going to be fight on.
How great is this for Lima, though? Not only did he, the time he showed before qualifying to set him up with the group that he was actually in, when you're able to now to run with these drivers here, you're just going to pick your pace up. You're going to, it happens to all of us. You run as quick as the people around you. You dive deeper into the corner. You're back on the throttle earlier. Everything. He's running fourth right now and not dropping it all.
Yeah, you always learn by everybody around you. And we used to say into the race clinics, everyone around you is also an instructor. If they are quicker than you can learn from them.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Very good point.
Javier Chaparro has just got past Pedro Alves de Lima, pushing him back to 5th position. But still, Ty Fisher, another driver, he's closing in on de Lima. But, you know, with all the respect in the world to the driver of Kart 747, you'd expect Fisher, Chaparro, Ardiles, Vanchev, Brown to be some way ahead of him.
Yes.
You know, but again, he's showing that a bit of track position, a bit of good fortune, planning things right in qualifying, and now he can make something of it.
Well, that's just it. You qualify. You start there every time. So it's about when you're in that scenario, I need to hold on to it, not go get it. That's a great spot to be in.
Yeah, we've got 5 laps down now. They cross halfway. Flag's been showed at the finish line from Aaron Likens, and again, it's the RPG 1-2 out front with Turner Brown and Alexander Vanchev. Not that far back, less than a half a second. You can see him there, the Speed Concepts racing pilot. As Diego Ardiles in the 701 run that number 1 plate as the Pro Tour champion in the X30 Junior category. He's trying to roll back up here, looking at lap times last time by. In fact, he went purple last time. As they come into 16, does he do it again? He was 2/10 quicker last time. He does not this time. In fact, a little bit slower than Vanchev. Garzone, though, setting the purple lap. That's Garzone down in 7th, as he's a half a second behind. Lima now has gone down to P6.
And by a hefty margin.
Yeah.
That was a very strong lap by Garzone at 50.6, faster than the leaders, obviously, with purple lap, but by a decent chunk faster than everybody around him.
Vanchev on the main straightaway last lap, he drew right up behind Turner Brown. You could see great camera work there. You could see the slipstream effect, taking place. But then just ease back. No. I don't want to make the move just yet.
Fisher on Chaparro here now. That would be for 4th. We saw Ty Fisher's pace in the KA100 Junior class, guys, earlier this morning. He is transitioning that over to the X30 Junior class. Big move to the inside. Book it. In turn number 16, Fisher's gone now into the 4th position.
The officials there just black flagging a delayed driver off the track. Oh, and there's now the 2 Orsolon drivers. De Lima there falling in behind Garzon.
Well, Chaparro made the move back by Fisher going into 1, but Fisher's over-under him and got him over to turn number 2.
Yeah, so basically it was a pass, a repass, a pass, a repass, all in 2 corners. Getting head, rolling back and forth there at the front.
Remy Andriatos was the driver that got flagged off the circuit. Sadly, all the rage. Gage Korn has also retired, and Indy Irwin, in her very first race out of mini karts, the younger sister of Jay Irwin, she's also had to retire after a spin earlier on, but still 11 years old, youngest driver in the class.
Yeah, two to go this time by, folks. 2 laps remaining with this RPG. 1-2 up front. Ardiles 3rd, Fisher 4th, Garzone 5th, Lima holding on to 6th still. Chaparro in 7th, Smith 8th, Murphy 9th, and Halfin now up into the 10th spot. But here's the battle coming. Does Ardiles have anything left to potentially take a run at Vanchev here before it's all said and done?
Just 1/10 quicker last time by was Ardiles, but quicker is the point, and actually closing in ever so slightly. Going to be close enough for sure to sniff that draft down the straightaway and get a little bit of extra. The question will be, will there be RPG on RPG crime up here? Are they going to try to take a little bit of a spot away? Will Vanchev settle in for 2nd or go for the win?
Well, if it was seniors, you'd say probably not, but this is junior, and there's a lot more testosterone and teenage blood out there. And you can see Brown looks over his shoulder. Vanchev is looking to the inside. This is going to open things up for Ardiles if he can get track position as we're heading into the tight infield complex.
Look at the run.
That's it. Ardiles right there, thinking about it over-under. Not quite, because the big tight line coming through for Vanchev. Still a couple of opportunities, as we know. Everybody's swiveling on the neck there, on the head, looking to find a way by to see whether or not somebody's coming up the inside or thinking about the outside. Looks good here through the final couple of corners. 14, 15, back to 16. Do we see a big dive bomb for Alvarez? No. He's trying to cover the bottom as well. Ardiles, though, tried the over-under, and he may sneak through. If he gets it done, that's the first one we've seen. He does. That is the first time we've seen someone do a really solid over-under like that, and that could be a precursor of a potentially run for the victory.
By 1/1000th of a second at the line. So, yeah, to your point, 100%. I mean, they got the scoring right there. They'll be taking a look at the video as well, but yeah, if you're going to go full defense like that, you're going to open yourself up, and it's just long enough of a run if you do it like that. It's perfectly done by Ardiles.
You can see it to the right side, folks. A 2.78 to a 2.79, 1/1000th of a second.
Guys, can you hear a rustling in the paddock? That's the sound of 500 other drivers getting their notebooks out and making a note saying, it can be done.
Let me go watch that again on Kart Chaser for sure.
Yeah, it can be done.
There's your unofficial results of heat race number 1 for X30 Junior. Turner Brown with the win by just over 0.2 of a second from Diego Ardiles, who does the over-under on Alexander Vanches to split up the RPG 1-2. Ty Fisher for Race Lab on the TD Kart coming home in 4th. A really strong run for Ty. +6 on the run to get himself up to P4. Sebastian Garzón 5th. Pedro Alves de Lima starting on the outside of the front row. Optimizes it. He ends up 6th position. He most definitely will take that. Chaparro 7th. Halfin 8th. Murphy 9th. And Charlie Smith in the 10th spot. It was a +8 for Halfin. Alessandro Truchot just outside the top 10. +14 up to 12th.
Yep, but again, a lot of hard work. Didn't even crack the top 10. Sebastian Rist there in 17th position. Naomi J. Garcia 20th. Enzo Vidmontien and Jackson Walney. Chase Cassiat-Lee. Okay, if you put Vidmontien, then Walney, then Cassiat-Lee, you'd think that maybe first, second, and third in the heat race. No. 21st, 22nd, and 23rd.
Indeed, yeah, that could easily be a podium at a pro race somewhere, and they're outside the top 20. So here's the remainder of the field, 45 in total. Folks, we're going to go for a quick little break. We got pro racing for you coming next. 4 heat races for Pro X30, and, of course, the Pro Shifter category as well. A versus D, B versus C for both the classes. When we get back, Pro X30 will take to the track.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200?
I'm tired of all this Brandon business, okay? Brandon this, Brandon that. Why are there all these expenses on AKR over $200? We know, okay? Take a walk with me. At Shop AKR, they have everything you need to start racing at a very cheap and affordable price. They have MXC rims, they got chains, electrical stands, tilt seats, they got MXCs. And if you didn't know, on top of that, any purchase in the continental US over $200, that's free shipping.
Hey, aren't you supposed to be in the AKR Anonymous meeting over there?
Dude, I'm doing a commercial.
Dude, we have no time. It's about to start.
Stop. We all love Shop AKR. Me? More than others. What do I get at Shop AKR?
MXC rims.
Wins the main with a stunner in Pro Shifter.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Las Vegas Motor Speedway Heat Racing Day. First 2 heat races for this year's SuperNationals. Rob Haddon in here, Mike Smith in here, and Xander Clemens coming to join us as well for the last 4 races we'll see here. Opening run for the heats. Been good stuff so far, Xander. Really good racing, I think, on this track.
For the little bit that I've been able to see throughout the day, I will say I've gotten to watch a little bit more today than yesterday, and man, has it not disappointed. It's been fun to watch, and I'm so excited to see. Look at the blend of drivers that we have here at the front of the field, right? A couple of SuperNats specialists brought in Ruben Moya, Andy Rattel. What a weekend so far for Forward Direction Motorsports and the Pantano Racing chassis. They start first and fourth. And then a couple of names we've become familiar with here in the American scene. JT, Joe Turney on the outside of the front row, and rookie Stephen Miller, who, while he hasn't had maybe a stellar rookie season by the books, he started the year really good in the cold conditions in the Winter Series.
Yeah, he's looking good here as well. So is Paulie Massimino for sure. He has been quite impressive on the weekend so far, starting inside of row number 3 here. Massimino starting in the 5th spot alongside Jensen Burnett, who's been impressive coming out of the gate. Last year's winner Donovan Bonilla starting in 7th. Aaron Garcia Lopez starting 8th. Aiden Ingrata and Alessandro De Tullio will be on row number 5. Field set. Here's your top 10 as they come out of turn number 16 into the tram lines to see how things go for the first 10-lapper in Pro X30. Again, this category brought to you by Rollison Performance Group. Moya and Turney on the front row. What does turn 1 look like? It's been interesting. It's been good. It's been bad in some of the other categories. These drivers, though, you know, at the very top level of aggression. We're set to go. Green, green, green. And Moya looking to the inside. Can he come out with it? A little push from the back as well for Stephen Miller. 2, 3, maybe 4 wide coming out of 3.
That outside lane got obliterated. I think Joe Turney was trying to open up an arc, and he went straight for the marbles, and you called it, Mike. Hit that nose, went right towards the gray and black Scribners. He fell back to 4th or 5th, and so it's Moya leading the way. Miller with a good start, and there's JT all the way back around 7th or 8th. Great start on the other end, it looks like, for that interim S number 10. ADT up a couple spots here from P10.
Yeah, DeTullio was way back at the 10th position, gets his elbows up coming through the opening corner. And Mike, we talked about it. You get on the outside here with the aggression of the guys we have in this category, and Turney really just got hung out to dry on the outside.
100%. Like Xander said, I was kind of pointing at the screen going, he just went in deep. It looked like got in the marbles, a little bit colder tires. It just did not stick for him. Everybody else arced it in there, and it went backwards for Joe Turney. He's going to come back from 9th here on lap 1.
So Moya trying to prove that this was by no means a fluke to have him up front in that Pantano chassis. Let's see if he holds on to it here, because of course he's going to have a lot of drivers dialing up here to battle with Miller, Massimino, Bonilla, Ingrata, all right there in the middle of this fight. 7 drivers, and they're in this lead group.
Donovan Bonilla, last year's winner, nearly got one up on Paulie coming out of turn 3, and couldn't quite complete the pass. I don't know how many times we've seen a lot of over-unders there, but you can see that the defending that we're seeing right now this early, and I think probably one of the more packed-up senior heat races I've seen through the day, it's going to force these guys to get creative, and while you got a very aggressive young man right behind Ruben Moya, Stephen Miller is already looking to go. Can he get there? He's got a nose inside, and yes, he does. But Moya will answer right back here in this racetrack again.
How about that cross?
Yeah. Listen, we've seen a little bit of this finally, Xander, where the guys have made the move to the inside, but the guys at the pro level are able to do that over under. Yeah, I'll give it to you, but I'm going to tuck back down the inside to make sure I'm able to make the move stick. That was fantastic.
And what are we also seeing that we haven't seen a bunch of defense right out of the gate? Yeah. Trying to hold on to the top spot is Moya, and trying to hold back is not going to be enough. How about an inside move right here? Oh. You have not seen much in turn 11. Moya to the inside.
Unreal.
That's new. We really haven't seen anybody make that move. A little further back, Jake Drew, elbows up, trying to hold on to his position within the top 7. But yeah, that was Moya. Again, this is a statement race for him, is it not? You can do what you can do in qualifying. Everybody looks at the time. But this is when everybody's on top of each other. This is where he's able to kind of show Xander what kind of racecraft he might have.
I think at that same point, though, you don't want to create enemies this early in the weekend. And when you start white lining from the very first lap and you do it all the way to the end, well, you definitely don't make any friends. That's for sure. And you also pack the field up, and everyone starts to get frustrated. They're going to go side by side behind them, which is the idea behind this, but Paulie, veteran move there, let Steven go to keep touch with the leader.
And did you see that the minute he came out and realized he had to run, he had to stay on the throttle, but he immediately looked over his shoulder and says, can I tuck back in? I do not want to get hung out to dry.
We just missed that change for the leading.
No, that was actually a little bit of love. I was watching all the way through that. That was Miller thinking, I don't want to do this again, and he gave a little bit of love to Moya. Now will we see Moya go back to open things up? No, he goes defense straight away. I don't know. This could go backwards for him very, very fast. Massimino to the inside and working the needles as Moya trying to find a little bit more here in P2.
Oh, Got a couple drivers going deep. That is Turney down to the bottom of the racetrack. He's getting a little bit of help there as well from the 75, Aiden Ingrata, who's back behind the wheel here with Rawlson Performance Group. A number of drivers low-lining, as Xander had said, run that white line down the bottom. It's going to start getting some guys frustrated further back.
Check out Oliver Hodgson ripping the cushion there in turn number 3. That was a slick move by the Brit. They recently relocated. Over the last decade, he's felt more like an American, and a couple weeks ago, he ran under the stars and bars of the Rotax Grand Finals. Oliver Hodgson, big move, and he needed it. Terrible quality efforts in both senior classes for the Brit moving forward. But I will say, as we talk back towards the leaders here, with Joe Turney on screen, starting to move forward. In Ruben Moya's case, now that it's spread out, I think he's safe. But what I think we saw between Miller and Moya, and as well, partly due to the fact he's never competed in a SuperKarts USA event before, is the difference of American racecraft and what's kind of really flooded a lot of the European races. A lot more defending, a lot less offense over there.
Do you see the amount of tape on the radiator for Miller? He just pulled the first off, but next time you come around, have a look at it. That thing's almost fully covered in tape. He just pulled the very bottom piece of tape off to get the temperature where he wants. But look at all that tape on that radiator.
Yeah, they're trying to make that thing warm and ready to rock immediately. Yeah. You just need to make sure you stay on top of that, and that's going to give a little bit of love to him. But hey, now he's in clean air, and it's going to help cool that thing back off.
One thing I did want to say about Moya, it looked to me like there was an opportunity. He's going to make a move back to the lead to the inside. He may have got freight train for a second there. When Massimino first pulled out, I thought there was going to be a full freight train. He was able to avoid that. Massimino tucked back in. That's allowed Moya to go back to the lead with a nice pass over.
And he has 16. An opportunity right here to switch the script and not go full defense out of the gate. Let's see what he does. He does. This is a very smart move. Back to Xander's point about making the enemies. He showed that he can hold on to the spot. He also showed now that he can go racing the normal way a little bit.
And in Stephen Miller's case, he's also kind of gotten his elbows out to make sure that he knows if Moya does that again, he has no issue putting the bumper 2 on and moving him out of the way. And that little bit of bump and run action is maybe not so much part of, I would say, the European driver culture. It is definitely part of it here if a driver is going to start defending early in the race and potentially try to turn the race into just kind of an all-out brawl. But while it is a bit of a train up front, we've got them spread out. I'd call it 7 deep. Back to ADT there, about a second and a half to Matt Higgins. 3 laps to go. Jake Drew in the mix, and one driver, the only one we haven't mentioned yet, Aiden Ingrata inside the top 5. Only his second race with the Rawlson Performance Group, Rob.
7 drivers in the lead group, 7 laps also in the books, 3 to go as you had said. It'll be 2 to go when they get back around. Moya has been challenged, a couple of different approaches as we have detailed. He ran the defensive line for the first majority of the first half of the race, got passed a couple times, got back into the spot, and as Mike kind of detailed that last time by turn number 4, he ran the full wide racing line. So back to normal racing lines here for him. And again, right there, Joe Turney's the driver, starting to work his way up here, Mike.
That's the guy I'm looking at, because who's had to do the most work out of the entire group? The guy who started on the outside pole. How good is the Joe Turney machine? From outside pole back to 9th, you guys. Now back to 3rd, 2 laps to go. Turney in the conversation, right where he needed to be.
Indeed, here comes that move again to the inside. Book it. In goes Miller, and Turney's going to follow him through, but he's on the outside looking in. Moya's going to hold the spot. Can he pinch to the bottom? Moya thinks about it. He runs a pretty tight line, covers off the bottom of the track. Same coming through the 8-9 double apex combination. Back out front now, it is Turney's going to go to work on Moya himself.
That was a close call from Moya. Moya just barely grabs the barriers on the outside of turn number 10. Gets away with that one. I don't think Turney's going to wait too long. Remember how patient he was in the 100cc stuff? That's not going to happen here. Here comes the defense, Xander.
He's trying to make sure he keeps his car a little more wound up than Moya's to get a run, and that's why. Big move to the inside, all the way against the wall. Joe Turney is going to get barely by, and here goes Ingrata as well. Final lap, and Moya is going to go from leading 90% of this event, or at least staying in the top 2, to fighting to stay in the top 5. Here's Jake Drew. Big move from DeTulio. He'll take 6th away.
Yeah, Massimino almost had the spot through, but wasn't able to get it there. A little side-by-side action as they're fighting through. Drew was able to get back around DeTulio, who got up and over the curb. Massimino lucky. He was almost through to get the spot, but he got hung out to dry and again, and down the inside came Moya to hold the spot. But nonetheless, here's the shakeup we have here to bring this thing almost to the end. Stephen Miller, letting the chaos happen behind him, is going to come out of 16 and grab the race win. in the first of 2 Pro X30 Heat races. Across the line, Joe Turney second, Aiden Ingrata third, Moya fourth, but not by much, 45 thousandths of a second of the line. Ahead of Massimino, Jake Drew sixth, Alessandro DeTulio seventh, and Matthew Higgins was coming up late in the run there to try to challenge, as was Andy Rattel. So Higgins comes home 8th, Rattel 9th, and Ellie Goldstein up 5 to get himself up into the top 10.
Good recovery for the TB kart driver. Great drive forward for Oliver Hodgson to 11th. That's a result that he needed. Now when you get back to page number 2 on the results here on the TV and a little further back on the results on the Jumbotron, again, you know that danger zone is anywhere about 16th or 17th onwards. So further back, a lot of drivers not getting the start to their super nets they would have liked, but all things considered, as racy as that opening heat was, and that definitely was racy and entertaining, fellas, it was, you know, I would say a clean one. Yeah. Didn't have a massive impact, didn't really have any big names go out and into the wall. So we'll see if that's going to be what we're in for, but I think that's dancing the line with how close they were racing, that we could see one of these heats get a little bit crazy.
Hard chargers, both of them, 2 guys +6 on the action, Aiden Ingrud and Karol Pasowicz.
Look
Here's
how
the start.
close, yeah, that was how close it was for Turney to end it in tears, and instead he was, look how far back he is right here, and then gets freight trained once again, all the way back to 9th on the opening lap to come back in top 3.
Watching some of the other movement earlier on in the race here, this was that big over-under attempt from Donovan Bonilla, and then his race just went backwards and quickly out of our cameras after that. First, he got shuffled to the back of the pack, and I don't know if he ended up in the marbles a bit and struggled to kind of clean the tires back off, because there was obviously a lot of racing still going on, and this was still very early, but I mean, you look how far back Joe Turney was at this point in the race, all the way towards 8th, it looked like, in that frame. And I think right there was where Bonilla was side by side through the chicane.
And that was that great move by Moya to the inside of turn number 11. The first time we've seen somebody execute a pass there. And there's that bump and run, that's for sure.
Yeah, so Stephen Miller putting the bumper to Ruben Moya. And I don't know if how he'll take that. You know, I think some of the time we see some of these drivers get into a fray of 8 or 10 they've never raced against, and the 8 or 10 have raced against each other, and they all kind of have a little code they play by. Ruben's the oddball out here that has not been racing with the majority of the top 10 we just witnessed. So what is that going to mean for the rest of the weekend? Are they all good? Did he make anyone frustrated with him? Are they, you know, is he frustrated with any of them?
I think if he had kept doing it the entire time, it would have set the tone for the future heat races. But again, hit the reset button, everything looked pretty good. And also, like you said, hard but fair. All of it was pretty good.
Yeah, agreed.
Down with our heat race winner, Dave.
Miller, real quick question. Mixed up field, a lot of close racing, a lot of tight racing. What'd you think of it out there?
It's really tight for sure. Me and Ruben were pushing away at there a little bit at the end, and I managed to get the win, so pretty happy.
That's Stephen Miller, Heat Race 1 winner. Good start to the weekend. Let's get racing again.
Yeah, for him, he's got to be happy with that 100%. Thank you so much, David Land, for that quick chat as we had the drivers on the track now, rolling right into the second race here for Pro X30. Ryan Norberg starting on the pole position, the RPG driver, alongside his teammate Kai Hunter in the number 35. Austin Garrison in the number 6 for Speed Concepts Racing will start on the inside of that row. Jesus Vasquez Jr., the GFC driver, on the outside of row number 2.
Moving further back there to row number 3, Dalton Haynes and Harley Keeble started the year as teammates. This weekend, they are a Sodi and Tony Kart combination, and behind them, Diego Ramos. Big improvement in qualifying from where he was having most of his practice sessions outside the top half. He starts alongside Hayden Jones, the 2-plate and the 3-plate. Still a little further back to go, just inside the top 10 ahead of Terlecki and Thean.
Yeah, indeed, finishing or going outside the top 10 now. Lucas Delonchamp and Frankie Mossman starting on row 6. Mossman was very good this morning in the KA. Laurent Legault in the number 42 starting 13 alongside Justin Music. Eli Warren and Alexander Kardashian on row 8 as the drivers working their way around to get things underway.
A couple of young guns towards the back of the top 10 like Johnny Ports there and Cooper Auclair. And then here's the last few drivers that'll line the grid for this heat. Keep an eye on ZCD and Chase Jones, couple of veterans there, 22nd, 23rd. Work to do to get themselves into the safe zone here, Mike, as we get set to go for Heats 1, Groups B versus, or this would be what? A versus B versus C. Yeah, the middle groups. A and D was the last one. B and C for this one. An RPG front row. Ryan Norberg on the inside will lead us to green here as they head down at turn number 1.
Crucial opportunity for Ryan Norberg to get his SuperNats off to a great start here to see if he can't come away with a race win. He'll low line down the bottom, right there with him. Not surprised because Austin Garrison, these guys have driven together many times, but a bit of a gaggle might coming through this. One driver out already, but a gaggle coming out of that corner.
Yeah, that was what I'm talking about. I thought I might see it in turn number 1. Instead, we saw it in turn number 4, a whole lot of not using the left foot. Instead, shoving people through. Multiple drivers having issues, at least having to use a lot of left foot to make sure they don't get shoved out of the way or put in the wall. As we continue on, it is Norberg still out front.
As they roll through the final couple turns, we'll get an idea of the updated lineup. Austin Garrison, Ryan Norberg, they are both very happy over the couple of years we've been able to watch them do battle again, to not do battle early on in these races and build a gap. And I would not be surprised to see that happen again, as they've got that opportunity to do so. Couple car lengths to Kai Hunter, Haynes, Hayden Jones. It was a big save for Vasquez Jr. Other big moments, Harley Keeble into the wall, and, well, all right, take that one back. Austin Garrison, new leader.
Yeah, Garrison took a look to the inside at turn number 4, put the car down to the bottom, and not surprisingly, Norberg gave him enough room to come through. Kai Hunter will use that to eliminate what was about a half a second advantage coming across the line for the front-running 2 drivers. It's now, although Dalton Haynes, he was 4th, I believe, if you look further back, that may be Hayden Jones now up here to the 4th position. Jones trying to rebound here right now to get a good result to start off his trio of heat races. Up front, though, Garrison of the Speed Concepts Racing Machines out front and leading the way.
And the wind is picked up here at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. It's picked up pretty good, actually blowing in our faces now. It's a little bit more of a crosswind that's going across the whole racetrack. So I don't know if it's much of a headwind or not. It's not going to make much of a difference here in turn 4. A little bit of defense from Garrison. Not enough on the exit, I don't think, to be able to have it get to, close one with the RPG teammates, as that's going to be Kai Hunter getting the job done on Norberg.
Xander, are you surprised that Garrison defended there again in turn 4 so early?
Well, I mean, right now he's outnumbered,
Yeah,
first and foremost.
That's true.
I think secondly, though, qualifying tells the whole story from last night, and that was the fact that the fast group was not that fast. This track is cooling off in a hurry, fellas, with the wind picking up as well. And while, Mike, you make a great point, it is a bit of a crosswind. I'd argue it's a bit diagonal, and if anything, it's a headwind right now going down to turn number 5, that second major brake zone. So that'd be the big place that I think a lot of guys are worried about getting moves done. And from what we've seen, you can obviously trigger a battle behind you because there's not enough momentum maybe to pull a crossover or end up getting shuffled back. But usually, if you can get the guys to go side by side by that left kink, they're going to stay side by side and you can get a gap. In this case, though, Kai Hunter, no issue with a crossover or a move at all. He's able to get to the lead.
And welcome Hayden Jones to the party. Now, Jones makes it 3 RPGs in the top 4. You want to talk about outnumbered. It's a dogfight, and right now there's a lot of wingmen in the RPG colors, and Austin Garrison is going to have to do a little something to get into the top 2.
I feel like I'm going back to my Sesame Street days, right? Which one of these things is not like the other? Because there's 3 RPGs and 1 Speed Concept. But look at the next tail group coming up here. Jesus Vasquez Jr. is leading the group with Haynes, Terlecki, Ramos all coming up there. That's that second group trying to reel in. If they start battling up front, these guys are coming unless they start battling too much. Terlecki throwing a haymaker down to the inside of Haynes.
And I would argue that that move would have been perfectly fine earlier in the day in those KA heat races. Obviously, Terlecki was able to snag one of them. But right now, as cool as the track has gotten, you're seeing a lot more drivers really struggle for grip offline, I think, more than any other part of the aspect in the racing. So that's going to make things even more difficult to have moves being made. Here, everybody's saying, well, it's tricky to pass here. Seen a lot of passes made. I think they're going to look a little more sketchy as you race into the night, though.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you on that. The grip levels are going down. You know, Mike, you talked a lot about the side bite you're not going to be able to get when the temperatures start to roll down, and we're expecting it to be significantly cooler. The watch says 59 degrees. That wind makes it feel significantly less, but it has dropped below 60 degrees here trackside. The sun is still out. The minute that sun does go down behind the horizon, it's definitely going to change this racetrack. And again, these drivers are kind of right in the middle of a situation where they're feeling out how that track is changing.
Yellow flag in the air there. That's going to be for an incident that happened in turn number 11, which it looks like they're just getting cleared out by the time these drivers got through there. One of the things I just saw that time by Kai Hunter just hanging the outside as they went through, entering the chicane. Going to lose a little bit of time there. You might see Norberg have to make, there it is. I was just saying right there that if you have a little bit of a bobble, that's the first chink in the armor, if you will. And now RPG leader Norberg making it happen, number 1 into turn number 1.
Hey, listen, the one thing right now, Xander, they could really blow this wide open is if Hayden Jones can get by Austin Garrison.
Well, Hayden has just kind of been waiting at that group. If things explode, this might help, but Kai Hunter with a smart move to let Garrison by and not fall any further back. As big contact goes below, Jesus Vasquez Jr. noses into the wall. Big contact there for the GFC driver. Looked like it involved Dalton Haynes as well on that SLA Kart Racing Sodi. And that has taken our group that was about 5 deep, chasing the top 4, down to 3. Terlecki, Ramos, and how about the run for Canadian Lucas, the long jumps that remain inside the top 7.
Indeed, that was a big situation there that's going to change, obviously, the race for both of those drivers, the entire weekend for both of those drivers, as they were comfortably into the top 10. 7 laps down, working lap number 8 now. There's that number 2 machine trying to find a way by. The man who has been on the move, though, as we've talked about already, Garrison working his way back to P2. This is how they ran at the end of the opening lap, and let's see if Garrison's got anything for him again.
My eyes are on Terlecki right now. He's now didn't have to deal with the 2 drivers that he was really fighting with, was Vasquez and Dalton Haynes. So now that they're out of the way, Terlecki might be able to bridge the gap, especially if our front 4 start fighting.
We're going to see whether they fight or not in the next really couple moments. No time to waste. No time for us to have to wait. 2 to go at the line. And, well, here's a big move and an elbow as well from Kai Hunter to Austin Garrison. And that'll take the purple and pink boys to 1, 2, 3, and 7. AG back to P4.
Yeah, Kai Hunter left nothing on the table there, and that move down to the bottom on Austin Garrison. Austin doing a good job to hold off to the back, and again, a big run there for Jones, who was able to tuck back in behind. So now it's the RPG 1, 2, 3. Garrison running in the 4th spot, Terlecki in 5th, Ramos 6th, Delamchon 7th. Thien did a great job there as well. Jaden Thien, we watched him make a pretty good pass just a lap ago. We didn't pick that up, but a great move for him to go up to 8th.
Yeah, that was a good move for Gerald Thien. And again, he was another driver like Ramos in those slower practice groups, starting to work his way up the boards on that Velocity Racing by Soda USA machine. Now, Frankie Mossman into the top 10. Keeble still hanging on, probably with some damage from that barrier impact on the first lap, but a decent recovery for the 7. I think up front, though, it's not a bump and run. Call it maybe a hip check and run, Mike. I think Kai Hunter's going to be able to run away from Garrison at least this time.
Yeah, exactly. Here's the inside move. That is a big slide job. He's going to have enough speed on the exit. Going to be close. Hayden Jones, no, he's going to get it cleared going down into turn number 7. Not going to happen there. Here comes Terlecki. I said he was going to be quick. He actually had fastest lap 2 laps ago. But up front, the one that was fastest last time by was Kai Hunter. Close in on Norberg. Probably not going to be close enough. But remember, was there for a while, Rob, and he's going to be able to close things out right on the back bumper. One more shot.
Yeah, final lap. He may be able to get the job done. We saw him give the hip check to Garrison. They're not going to line it up here. Early entry there for Norberg. He's going to come away with the win. You want to know whether or not Terlecki may be able to get aggressive and make a move. He's going to try to run him to the line. Terlecki seems to be can't grab the spot away. I don't think he gets it. Comes up just a little bit short. Norberg with the win over Hunter. Jones makes it a 1-2-3. For Rawls Performance Group. Garrison, for all his efforts, coming home in the 4th spot. Terlecki right on the rear bumper of Garrison coming across the line. In fact, pulled a bit to the driver's left to try to beat him there. Not quite 0.06 of a second short. Diego Ramos, listen, the way he ran in KA100 Senior, Xander, I think he's got to be happy with P6 right now. Lucas Delanchon, who was actually laying on his back at one point yesterday after a hard wreck in turn number 16, he finds his way up into the top 10. Jaden Thien, Frankie Mossman, and Harley Keeble holding on to the top 10.
There's a look at our Heat 1 Group's B and C winner, Ryan Norberg. With, as well, you called it there, Rob, that side-by-side between Garrison and Terlecki. It was close with Norberg defending for Kai Hunter getting there, but that finish line being a little closer to the last hairpin, it'll be really tricky to pull off an over-under, I think, like we've seen in years past. And a couple other notables while the results went away quickly. Haynes was able to get back to 16th, but it was still a major loss. A major gain for MPG Motorsports. Chase Jones picks up double-digit spots into P12, and that's in the safe zone to be able to put himself safely through automatically to the main event on Super Sunday. This man's won on Super Sunday before. He's one driver that could be the first ever 2-time winner in the Pro X30 class. And there he is right there with Alexander Searle. out of the scales already, and it's official. He's got a heat win in the books.
Session, I mean, how would you kind of sum it up?
Yeah, I think it was great for the team. I think we have definitely some speed, and yeah, we've just got to try to keep everything clean and out of trouble. That headwind is just so strong. It's really hard to break away or do anything, and so we got a couple lucky stuff that happened there, and yeah, Kart's good, Kart's fast. I think we just got to keep working on it and never let this track get away from us.
Yeah, well, last night it seemed like the track got cooler and cooler, obviously, as the temperature went down, and it got trickier for the drivers to navigate. What did you learn yesterday that you could take into the final heat race later on?
The racing is the biggest thing that we, trying to figure out. I mean, the kart setups, as much as the temperature changes, it doesn't affect us that much. So, I mean, I think right now it's just more understanding where the passing zones are, where you really get caught, and I think this race really showed it. The last one we were trying to watch it, but they were racing so much it really didn't show where the weak spots on the racetrack were.
Thanks, Ryan.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, let's take a look back at how Flying Ryan was able to get it done with his Coastal Ink custom printing recap. A little bit of an easier start for the front row in this last heat, but it definitely got a bit crazy right off the bat in turn number 3. And, well, Austin Garrison, Ryan Norberg, I thought they were going to push away, but they did not, and evidently that was the right call for the number 1 plate, and it looked like it could have been the right call for the 6 too, but Kai Hunter getting into the mix, brought Hayden Jones closer. Here was that move from Nick Terlecki, that slide job, Rob, one of the few times the over-under seemed to work out of turn number 3. Here in the last turn, we haven't seen it as much, and so Norberg's move there, good, and able to hold the lead.
Yeah, great to see Garrison get back into it again, but as you had mentioned very early on, he was kind of behind. There was the incident we saw as well between Dalton Haynes and Jesus Vasquez Jr. that dropped them down the order. This was that great move a little bit further back as well. We saw a couple of guys make a move. This was a big run there for Kai Hunter. This was him kind of showing his strength and maybe his willingness to be aggressive as he's able to go by and get that spot. And then, of course, the fight here between Hayden Jones, just able to stay in front of Austin Garrison.
Kai Hunter and Ryan Norberg, that was the first time this weekend they've been able to go head-to-head. It'll be the only time they'll go head-to-head until Super Sunday, assuming, of course, they both have good enough runs to get there on merit through the top 34, which a heat win should definitely help their chances. They didn't get to do battle when we called them in Cincinnati as Norberg had an engine failure with about 7 laps to go, and the two of them, they were gearing up for a mano-a-mano fight 8 seconds up the road from the field. I can't wait to see them do some more.
Drivers leaving the grid here right now for the first of the 2 pro shifter categories. Senna Van Wolstein's going to start in the pole position in the Sony Kart number 44. Alongside him, the number 1 Pro Tour champion Mateus Morgado in the PSL Karting Pro LR. Row 2 will be David Treffeloff in the Maranello alongside factory kart driver Billy Musgrave. Victor Gustafson, former world champion on the CRG, starting 5th. Alongside the super sub, Emilian Denner in the number 55 on the Sodi. Kyle Wick for GFC alongside Corentin Rousseau on row number 4. Bas Lammers and David De Foray, the veteran drivers, on row number 5.
Even more veterans when you go back to 11th place with a lot of Ital karts in this heat. Remo Ruscetti stood on the podium last year. He's got some spots to make up to get close to it. 11th alongside Nicholas Taylor, Hunter Pickett, and Jacob Gulick for an all GFC row number 7. Saraceno, Riccio, Justin White, Charlie Steins, and then we've got some West Coast cats there at the end of the top 10. Michael Avancino and Connor Wick, Rob.
Yeah, again, here's the rest of the field here with Paul Villeton. You got Ethan Boer, David Williams. We talk about these West Coast drivers, Simming Wang, Canadian, starting on the outside of row 12. Massimo Valiente as well. Geronimo Gomez Aza as well. Further back in the field, Henry Moore drivers like Lucas Weisenberg and Angel Reynoso.
Yeah, the field being rounded out by Noah Zarsk in 33rd position. Now, whilst you guys were doing the Pro X30 races, which are excellent to watch, I wandered over, had a chat with Bas Lammers, said that he's happy. He said the first race a bit unnecessary, but it's okay. He hasn't spoken to Billy Musgrave, but in the second race he got him back. So there's before. He said they're still missing a little bit of balance in the pro class. He said it's obviously really hard with all the best drivers in the world, but he said they are missing a tiny fraction of balance, so they're still trying to dial that Ital kart in, as it were.
Doesn't surprise me at all. I think with the long sweepers on this track, Rob, Granted, we've seen some packed up racing, but I think it's a big testament to drivers and tuners more than anything that can get those go-karts dialed to roll through these long corners under load. And, well, the grandstands are lined as we are ready to go racing here for the first time in Pro Shifter. You can see us just off to the wayside there in the Kart Chaser ShopAKR.com official tower with last year's winner, Danny Formal, the big man. Well, Rob, you could have picked him, but he didn't show up. Danny's here in spirit.
I was going to pick him anyways, just so he didn't yell at me again.
Here we are, Heat 1, A versus D. There is nothing better than this. It's one of the best spectacles in all of motorsports. Gearbox shifter karts have some of the craziest acceleration you'll ever see, and 34 of them are ready for the first Pro Shifter heat.
Field set, going to the lights. Van Wallstein, Morgado, green, 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 and a rocket start for later further back for Remo Russetti and Boss Lammers.
Yeah, a little trouble in paradise for the Italkart Factory Racing Team Catalyst Driver Development drivers. Same chassis, different tents, and there's 4 of them lined up right there, Henry, through the chicane.
Mateus Morgado runs P14 just in front of the other Italkart in the race, Davide Fore. Justin White is down in 19th position, but everyone else is smoothly through the first couple of laps and now into a rhythm. Morgado looked like he just ran out of grip going into the first corner as well.
Yeah, not the first guy we've seen hit the marbles there. This track fully shaded now, Rob. Lots of grip has been lost already, mastering the conditions instead of Van Wallstein, and now we're seeing Morgado try to work his way back up the boards. That was a nice move on the 33 of Vincenzo Saracino.
Exactly that. You got to get him one at a time right now. As we know, folks, 10 laps the distance, full recovery mode for Mateus Morgado. Now in front of him next will be Hunter Pickett, the driver of the number 7 machine, but out front, as we know, Senna Van Wallstein out to 1.1 seconds. A strong opening lap on the coldest of cold tires to be able to get himself out into a place where he has a lot of cushion. Great start, Henry, for Van Wallstein.
Indeed it is. This is the coldest track conditions, even colder than last night during qualifying. So some teams will have, I'm sure, missed the boat slightly on pressures and setup. Other teams will have gambled right. But as we look at the 74 karts there, the couple of the Maranellos a little bit further back.
That was David Trefilov. That was actually second on the racetrack right there.
Sorry,
P2, just ahead of Victor Gustafsson. Gustafsson running him down. Nobody's better than Senna Van Wallstein right now. He's leaps and bounds ahead of the field, and Gustafsson closing in. We saw him really take the charge to Denner in the first lap. He is trying to stay ahead of him here, Rob. Only a couple car lengths as they both are chasing up to P2.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Trefilov's running great lines. You can see that Gustafsson sitting right with him, trying to figure out where he needs to be a little bit more of a shallow entry into there. Right behind them as well, Amelie and Denner, the super sub on the Sodi kart, with the Sodi karts, of course, running P1 and P4 right now. So Denner having a great drive here. Kyle Wick behind them, Billy Musgrave, Boss Lammers. You said he talked, Henry, you said he talked about potential balance issues, but he's up to 2 already into P7.
Just behind his new best friend, Billy Musgrave. Now you saw the yellow flags waving going into turn number 4. That was one of the GP Factory Fury karts, possibly Ethan Boer, that went off and out of the race, or maybe I think Charlie Sides there in 19th position. But here's the battle, second, third and fourth. The super sub, the Mimo Gidley of the SuperNats 27, Emilian Denner chasing hard against Gustafsson and Trevilov. Kyle Wick behind them. Then it's Billy Musgrave, Lammers, Ricchetti, Russo, Gulick, and the rest.
Musgrave looks really good. Let's see if he goes by. I think Wick's going to maybe let him go as he put his hand in the air that time by, or for some other reason there, the number 4. I don't know what kind of signal that could have been, Rob, but the All-American Badass is going to need to go or have to deal with, as Henry now has coined it, his new best friend based on the Master Shifter heats this morning. Boss Lammers on the move.
How about this drive for Senna Van Walston out front, 1.8 seconds. We heard a big bang, didn't see it. Henry, any update from where you are?
It's a driver off down at the entrance to turn number 9, and I've got to say it looks like an RPG liveried Kart. There is the driver getting out of the way. It's the number 37 of Geronimo Gomez Ata out of the race. It was Kenneth Canal, the GP Factory Fury kart, that went out earlier as well. So apologies to Ethan Boer. Big Sky Boer from Montana is still out there and running.
Big run here coming for these 3 drivers between Trefilov, Gustafsson, and Denner. We'll see which one kind of steps up here. Neither of them got aggressive, but as we talked about before, that next group for 5th, 6th, and 7th is starting to line up. That is Wick, Musgrave, and Lammer. This is the Trefilov, Gustafsson, Denner trio we're watching right now, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, and then 5th, 6th, and 7th. We're waiting to see whether or not Billy Musgrave is going to pull the trigger on Kyle Wick. That has not happened yet. And Xander, the same thing with 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. They've run station for majority of this run here.
I think a lot of that's probably the fear of going offline in the cold conditions right now. But again, I don't think Billy's going to have a choice here if he waits much longer. So he's going to go, and Gustafsson's going to go. But Trefilov with a great over-under to hold on to 2nd there. This fight is just going to get started as the yellows are still waving in the triple apex. So no moves there. Musgrave was able to complete his pass on Kyle Wick. So that's allowed him to move up 1 spot. Lammer's still closing in. Ricchetti and Rousseau. But all the while, folks, we haven't even given him hardly any airtime. Your leader, Senna Van Walsteen, 2 seconds up the road, getting the double sticks this time by, Rob.
Listen, capitalizing on the pole position. Couple drivers, more drivers together, a bunch of them.
Riccio looks to be one of them. Reynoso, another one. Yeah. Valiente.
Number of drivers, they were running just outside the top, 25th, 26th, 27th.
And Jacob Gulick is out. The number 2 plate had just cracked the top 10 2 laps ago.
Yes, indeed. Gulick out as well. Walking away in frustration in the GFC machine. But there he is right there, Van Walsteen. Like I said before, able to capitalize on the pole. A tremendous hole shot. And he has knocked it out here over these first 8 laps. Absolutely stellar. 2.4 seconds. The lead right now for Senna Van Walsteen.
Matthias Morgato, meanwhile, he caught and passed Vincenzo Saracino. We saw him closing in on Hunter Pickett. He did pass Hunter Pickett. That's as far as he got. Talked about earlier which teams may have got the setup slightly wrong, tyre pressures because of the cold air. I would surmise that Morgato is one of them.
Well, and that's if he didn't get any damage there from going offline in turn number 1 and nearly tagging the wall, trying to race his way back forward, potentially more damage there as well. But last lap, Rob, a little bit of a fight here between Denner and Trefilov. They both have been able to get by Gustafsson, and for Victor, he's still got to deal with Billy and Lammers and Wick's falling off there, but I don't know if anyone's going to be able to make much of anything on the last sector of this racetrack, so this might be all locked in.
Yeah, crazy thing is right now, as we know, we're looking at a potential Sody Kart 1-2. Checker flag flying. Senna Van Walsteen's going to come away with the first victory here of the day. Trefilov's going to hold on for the position, but look how many cars lining up behind them right there. Trefilov, Denner into 3rd, subbing in, as we know, for Palumba. Gustafsson ends up in 4th. Musgrave not that far back, 3/10 back in the 5th spot. Lammers in 6th. He was able to get by Kyle Wick as well. Remo Ruscitti only a half a second behind that battle. And then, of course, capping it off there was Corentin Rosso. But I'll tell you, Senna Van Walsteen, pole position in qualifying, a win here. That is called getting off to a good start. All positive for Senna in the 44.
Great stuff. 2.5 seconds, the margin of victory. And, you know, I will say as we go down the board, with only the only driver really having any kind of major movement, being Morgado obviously in the wrong direction, and Michael Avancino up a little bit into 14th. This racetrack, now having getting to call 3 races consecutively, feels like a high-speed bull ring. fellas. I mean, they are all over each other, and it seems like these races are going by in a heartbeat, whereas I feel like if I think back to some of the previous SuperNats iterations, the flow kind of stops and goes throughout the lap, and you get more drawn-out races. That's not the case here at all, Henry.
No, I mean, what Emilian Dennis said earlier to David Land, he said he felt that there would not be much overtaking, that there was more, we're seeing a lot of overtaking in the direct drive classes. The shifter karts, overtaking is possible, but you have to really plan your move. We saw a couple of drivers there going into turn number 4, Trefilov and Gustafsson amongst them. Gustafsson makes the move going into the corner, Trefilov gets the move coming out. So here's your Coastal Ink Printing race recap.
Well, kicking things off with that big moment in turn 1, Rob.
Just understeer, sorry.
Yeah, nothing for Mateus Morgado right off the bat.
Yeah, into the corner, straight turn. Here comes Musgrave on the move quickly. He wants to get his way up. This is the battle he started out there with Wick. Here's that great fight back and forth between Gustafsson. There's the scrap that we saw midway through. Valiente was involved in that one as well. Finally, as we said, we knew that Musgrave was able to get by. One guy that didn't get to the end was Jacob Gulick. Very disappointed. Hey, listen, let's be real. With the level of competition in this category, you just can't have that. Senna Van Walsteen, definitely a contrast with a big win.
And I think, again, as we've heard from many, quali making the difference. Pullman leads every lap, gets clean track, keeps the tires clean. But David Trefilov was on the move. He had a couple good laps in that one. He's standing by there with Dave.
Yeah, the sun's starting to come down. The temperatures are coming down. Wind's coming up. David Trefilov, it looked like you were lacking a little bit to Senna there. He just ran away from the field. What do you need to do to catch up and make up that gap?
Drive faster next time. Yeah, he was indeed really fast. We have now a bit of work to do to catch up on the speed. But I think we're going to be there.
What do you think about these cool conditions? And obviously it's going to be a lot colder when you go out for Heat 2. So are there many adjustments past tire pressures that you're going to make, maybe driving style?
Driving style not, but pressure, yes. I won't tell what, because it's like a secret. So yeah, there will be changes.
There will be changes. We're keeping a secret. We won't ask too many tough questions of David Trefilov. And I got to tell you, Henry, I'm disappointed in you because you beat me to the Mimo Gidley reference. And, man, I was so hoping to use that, and you used it on me. But I will say, Alex Barron, the first winner of SuperNats, backed up to you guys.
Well, listen, when you're talking about the Gidley reference, he actually was a winner as well. You have to remember that.
Well, that's why
1998.
That's why I dropped it in. David Land has been he's been saying he wants to get a Mimo Gidley reference in, and well,
you're terrible.
The opportunity
Awful.
was
He hasn't
there.
had the chance to be up here in the booth yet. You're the worst.
Well, exactly. Well, hey,
he gave you. See, that's why Trefilov didn't want to give away his tire pressure, because someone would take it, just like you, Henry. I'm never telling you anything.
Well, and listen, guys, it's Mamo Gidley, not Mimo. It's not Finding Mimo. Let's get it right. It's Mamo.
But he was a super sub, and so's Emilian Denner, you know.
And listen,
David Land interviewed Emilian Denner earlier on. He had ample opportunity to drop the Mimo Gidley when he interviewed the man. I just picked it up the slack.
And let's bring it back, so we have a couple of seconds here. Those storylines of Mamo Gidley, people that maybe not know about Mamo, top guy in karting, factory driver at Track Magic, got a chance, of course. He would go around during those Champ Car days with the seat for every different chassis, whether it was a Swift, the Reynard, whatever it was, the Lola, and of course got a chance to run for
Newman Haas.
And Target Chip Ganassi at one point. That was the big one. He literally ran the car for them and had that massive wreck at Road America.
Yeah. There we go.
And still races his 125 shifter at Sonoma on a regular basis.
Exactly. One of the great underdog stories.
And it's 100% true. Did not have the money to make the move up. Ran Atlantic and got a chance to do some big-time racing. And, of course, back doing some racing nowadays after that big wreck that he had at Daytona as well.
Here we are with the Pro Shifters rolling out for the second heat. Groups B and C together, and David Trefilov looked good. Marcus Kayak, I believe, has maybe even looked a tick better throughout the first 2 days of action here for the SuperNationals. He rolls from the pole. It's red karts on the front row, but Marinello on the inside, Christian Bertuca on the outside of the PSL Beryl Art.
Yeah, A.J. Meyer is going to be right there as well, folks, in the Magic Kart number 3. He's been looking pretty good. They've been finding the speed they want. Former winner Matteo Vagano as well, going to start on row number 2.
Moving back to row 3, Luis Speck is sporting a really cool blue, white, red, and green TB Kart Las Vegas suit. He rolls from the inside of row number 3 alongside Jasper Schoberg in the 43, and we get back to one of really only a couple familiar names in the top 10 for the second heat in a row, it feels like, with all the star power that's come together. Marin Kremers on the inside of Danielle Vasile.
Cooper Becklin, a good qualifying effort, will put him on the inside of row number 5 alongside Pedro Hiltbrand in the number 99.
Diego Polanco with the Sodi Racing Mexico representation here on the inside of row number 6. Keon Tandon's GFC will join him from the 12th spot.
Awesome to have Jordan Lennox back, a former SKUSA Pro Tour S1 champion. He'll be on the inside of the number 59 Burrell Art. Sam Dicker on the outside for TKG and the Kart Republic in the 72.
Niels Troger saw Billy Musgrave take that factory kart forward in his heat race. He'll try to do the same from a little further back. P15 for the 54. Anthony White on the outside and finishing your top 20. How about a couple of drivers that were fighting for the top 10 in the points? Gavin Bailiff ended up 11th after a crash in the finale, cost him $7,000 in prizes and cash. Jay Irwin got a good bit of that as he sports the number 6 plate, and they roll from row 9.
Wrapping up your top 10, Jarrett Ramnarayan up there in the 61, and Edward Ports on the outside, making his shifter debut here at the SuperNationals, starting in the 20th position.
Outside the top 20, look out for someone like Talon Yockel in kart number 5. And right at the back, Anthony Martella, late entry, Jordan Musser. What can Jordan do from 33rd on the grid?
Long way. I don't know. Is he running the heats, or was this just for practice for Master Shifter?
There he is. Is that him? Not him right there, potentially?
Well, there you go. Jordan Musser, kind of in the opposite effect, focusing on Master Shifter, getting the laps in Pro Shifter from what Billy Musgrave and Bosch Slumbers may be, or maybe marking for Boss and Davide Fore kind of as a 50-50 split, because I think they've got even odds in both and a focus in both. Here we are, though, for our second of 2.
And I don't see Musser out there. He may have just did it for the seat time, as we talked about. I don't see him out there. We'll see if he pops up here on the results. But yeah, getting set to go here. Marcus Kayak on the pole position. I'll tell you this, the Marinellos have shown that they've got some pace here this weekend, Xander, on the pole with Kajak as well.
What a cool look through the Jersey barriers here on the front straightaway at our front row. There is a look at Marcus Kayak on the inside, and then again on the outside, Christian Bertuca. Kayak has been bridesmaid in Vegas twice now, 2nd overall in qualifying and 2nd in the last time he raced in the main event. Can he win his opening heat just like he saw Senna Van Wallstein do from the pole? Here we go, Rob.
Field set, going to the flag. Aaron Likens will drop it. Green.
With them, there were a lot packed on that inside groove, and they both have lost a few spots, and it's created a bit of a gap back from 4th. So Pagano, a former SuperNats winner in the 4th spot, a former multi-time Pro Tour champ in 3rd, chasing Christian Bertuca and Marcus Kayak.
I mean, there's lack of grip because you've got your pressures wrong, and then lack of grip because your rear tires aren't touching the tarmac. And that was the problem that Jesper Schoberg had. He was just a front kart, and then there was about 6 or 7 cars just shoveling him into turn number 4. But we're seeing a lack of grip. A lack of grip, if that's a word, on the turn.
We're definitely not getting any more grip on the racetrack, that's for sure.
Less.
Here's a great look at it. Look how Jordan Lennox Lamb, he was pointed the wrong direction going by.
Wow, great car control for these drivers here right now, because as we said, the sun working its way to the horizon. We're going to be full dark here by the time we start our second run through the heat race rotation. Out front, Marcus Kayak has been able to pull away. Great hole shot for him. Bertuca slotting into the 2nd spot. A.J. Myers right there as well. Good off the line for Myers. And behind him, of course, is Vagano in the 21. Little bit of a 4-kart breakaway, as there's a little bit of a gap back to Hildbrand, just a little over a second from 4th back to 5th.
Now, Louis Speck, the German driver in the TB Cup, the Race Lab team, is there in 7th. Then it's Schoberg recovering after that earlier incident. That move we saw from Jordan Lennox Lamb has moved him into the top 10, but going the other way, Jay Irwin has fallen back to 23rd. So the Kiwi kid is, well, not from the land down under, but he's going down at the standings.
Hey, listen, props to you because Talon Yockel already up 10 spots. You had said, Henry, to watch out for Talon Yockel, already up into 15th.
Not bad, in the safe zone for sure, but I would say even more so on the move. Looks to be the bright yellow fella, Jordan Lennox Lamb, is on the move. He's gotten up to Cooper Becklin, and on the opposite end of the RPG spectrum, Marian Kremers is starting to hunt down his former teammate in Pedro Hiltbrand. So there's lots of movement in terms of the gaps opening or closing, but the leaderboard has stayed the same for the last 2 laps, it feels like, up front.
So if we're going to call Jordan Lennox the bright yellow fellas, that means karting's version of Bart Simpson.
Whatever you'd like to call it. It's easy to pick out, and it's going to be even easier under the lights here as he lights them up down into that triple apex, closing in on Cooper Becklin's number 19, RPG Cosmic, and they'll roll through the midsection of this racetrack. It looks like we might have a bit of pressure still for the 3rd spot. AJ Myers under it from Pagano, but I think the closest pairing is probably Kremers to Hiltbrand there for 5th.
And you can see Becklin there really trying to use that upper body weight. He's pretty tall, right? Trying to get that body weight rolled over to see if he can get some weight transfer. There is Lennox. He's going to pull a little bit of tape off the radiator.
And he got him.
Yeah, he did. 100% got by. Lennox Lamb gets by to take over the spot. And again, more battling further back as here comes the 98 as well up into the scrap, trying to fight his way forward.
Romania's Davide Vasile.
Daniel Vasile.
Daniel, Davide. I've got Davide Fori. Daniel Vasile, the Romanian driver, up a position. And again, now the question will be we can see that Jordan Lennox Lamb has a fast car. He now has a gap to close between him and Jesper Sjoberg. The gap is about 1.5 seconds. Can he do it in the second half of this race to continue his upward momentum? Because even when you've got a really good kart, these heat races, you've only got enough time to set up maybe 2 or 3 passing moves in a race.
I think Jordan Lennox is probably going to get some of the best data out of anybody in the top 10, kind of getting a pretty good bird's eye view of everyone, but not having to make any moves like this. Matteo Pagano is through on AJ Myers to move the number 3 back out of position number 3 and into 4th, Rob.
Very interesting. On lap number 4, I think everybody in the top 10 had gone green, had their personal best lap. We did not get that on lap number 5, but Kajak and Bertuca did. Another purple lap for Kajak up front, and again, Bertuca, both those drivers, guys, in the low 47s, 49.337, 49.339. Everybody behind him, 6s and 7s, so stretching it out even more.
Something that it may not be something, but it may be something. Earlier this week, Matteo Pagano was testing the Charles Leclerc chassis. Now, that is part of the Birrell ART empire, so it's the same as a Cosmic is a Tony kart.
Oh, we got
no,
Myers out.
Oh, Myers out.
How many times can you get robbed at this event? AJ Myers, and a sigh of disbelief as he pulls behind the wall, Rob.
Xander, I think you said it perfectly. How many times? How many times have we seen him with speed to win, speed to run up front? But how many times have we also seen the heartbreak of a wreck, of a mistake, of a mechanical? Already opening heat race, AJ Myers going to find himself tumbling down the orders. He will not see the checkered flag.
So with Gulick and Myers hitting trouble in their first heat races, those are the drivers that finished 2nd and 3rd in this year's Pro Series, already out of contention, you'd think.
You could see the emotion too, just trying to hold it back. Wow, tough one for AJ Myers for sure.
Check out Luis Speck here on that blue, white, and red here. He's got the American flag on the backside, but again, don't be confused at all. The German TB Kart factory driver has gotten around Sjoberg and is trying to move his way further on the grid here. Right now in 6th, that's still solid after fading back off the start. They are both a little ways away from the next contingent in front of them with Kremers, Hiltbrand, Pagano. Marian Kremers, he is staring at a sea of red. Burrell Arts 2, 3, 4, and a Maranello leading the way.
Yeah, no kidding. What a run for the Burrell Art drivers. Bertuca, Pagano, and Hiltbrand. 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Kremers right there as well. Everybody's digging on it here to see if they can't work their way up. Still Luis Speck having a great run for that lone kind of TB Kart in the top 10.
Yeah, and the question that we asked earlier, Could Jordan Lennox-Lamb use the pace that he's got to close in on these two drivers in the second half of the race? The answer, no. In fact, Lennox-Lamb has fallen back a little bit behind Daniel Vasile again. So he's been caught up in that scrap. So to the point of Gulick and Myers having to come from the back of the field later on this weekend, you could scrub their names off the winner's trophy, I feel. Early on, I know, but in a field like this,
it'll be tough. It'll be very tough. And again, our camera guy who was up in the sky there had a great look just for a split second at what the midfield Hornet's Nest looks like right now. The top 10, this has been all spread apart in lots of little battles, but as the white flag waves, Talon Yockel has somehow emerged out of that fray, I believe, into either 11th or 12th.
He's doing
12th
tremendous
now.
He's just behind Neil
Amazing run
Stroger
from the back of the field towards the upper half now. And you talk about taking your name back, maybe etching a little bit closer to being on the trophy.
Well, listen, anytime you're plus in the heat race, you're doing the job right? But to be able to go plus 13, saving what was a tough qualifying effort, you'll be very happy with that. Let's key back on this driver here right now, though, Marcus Kajak, as he will see the checkered flag coming out of turn number 16. He takes that pole and cashes it in. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a heat race victory for Marcus Kajak, and a big one at that. 1.7 seconds. Bertuca in second, Vagano third, Hilbrand fourth, Kremers in fifth, Speck sixth, Solberg seventh, Vasile in eighth, Lennox ninth, and Troger up 5, another factory card in the top 10.
Solid performance from Niels, but for the lone man from Estonia, Marcus Kajak wins his heat race, and in both of our pro shifter heats we've run so far, our top qualifier has not seen any position lower than P1. Henry?
Oh, they'll be partying on the streets of Tallinn tonight over in Estonia. Jay Irwin up to 15th position there after a slow start. Talon Yockel, the biggest mover. No, he wasn't. Anthony Martella gaining 14 positions, and further down the order from the last place on the grid, Anders Elkjaer up into 25th position, but the list of drivers who didn't make it, obviously led by AJ Myers. Otherwise, great reliability. 33 starters without Jordan Musser, 32 finishers.
Super strong run for Anthony Martella. He was the driver who had the last transfer spot through the LCQ last year. 18th there. Going to definitely put him in a better place if he continues doing that. Got to always be finishing in those big improvement positions, as we said. Cosmic driver Marian Kremers for RPG. I don't know that he'll be super happy with that, but hey, bottom line, a decent run into the top 10 still.
Look, stay in the mix. That's the name of the game at SuperNat. Survive the heats. You look how far back Marian was at the start. You didn't have this happen to him. Sam Dicker getting turned around right off the bat in turn number 1. And again, Marian was pretty far back and to charge his way up and into the top 5. That's pretty impressive. This move here was inside that top 5, bit further ahead of him. Vagano getting by AJ, and then probably the biggest moment of Heat 1 for Groups B and C, the Magic Man once again. Heat 1, I feel like in Vegas, has been the kryptonite for the number 3 for whatever reason.
Quick question. You can see very quickly, we're going to have an interview there, but Myers had an awful lot of tape on his radiator. May that have been compared to no tape on the radiator of the race winner?
Maybe. It looked more like it might have been shifter linkage, I think, Rob.
Yeah, he was pulling on the shifter, slosh the shifter like it broke the linkage on it.
Yeah, so either way, though, Marcus Kajak, a smooth run, all stayed together, and he made it look pretty easy, Alex.
Yeah, I would say the same thing there, Xander. Marcus, I mean, long, 2 seconds ahead there in that first heat race. What is about this racetrack, maybe this layout, the temperature that's making you so quick out there?
I just really love the layout, and for me it's fun to drive, and when it's fun to drive, usually it comes quite easy. So yeah, I'd say I just like the track a lot, and yeah.
From yesterday to today, I mean, did you learn anything that you could take into the final heat race? Do you think that your kart's going to handle good as the night goes on?
I think yes. Now without any problems, maybe we can find something for the last heat race of the day, but overall, until now, it's really good.
All right, thank you, Marcus.
Thank you so much.
I'm also going to bring in Pedro Hoperan here. Pedro, if you don't mind here really quickly, up 6 spots up to P4. I mean, I'd say it's your best session of the weekend so far. How would you describe it?
Yeah, we got the penalty, so we start 10. Lucky we got a really good start, good first lap, but we are lacking a bit of pace, but we need to fix now.
Visually, it looks like the track's getting less grip. What can you tell us about how it feels out there, and especially offline in terms of making moves?
Well, also yesterday I was better with the sun when it came cold. I'm struggling a bit, but we're going to fix that.
Thank you, Pedro.
Thank you.
Back to you, boys.
So there you have it, a couple of really good interviews with the guys that showed well in this second Pro Shifter heat race. We are now working our way now into the second run of heat races, KA100 Master, getting ready to roll. You can see we're very close to the time where that sun's going to work its way to the horizon, so we're very likely setting up to take a bit of a sunset break here right now. We'll get the sun down, we'll get the lights on, and we got a bunch more races for you still coming. 7 more races to cap off the day as we go a full run through the rotation here in the afternoon class. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll have more to come here on Kart Chaser.
Join us for the biggest kart racing convention of the year, the 39th OVKA Kart Racing Trade Show and Swap Meet, Saturday, February 1st, Robert Center, Wilmington, Ohio. Whether you're into sprint karting, dirt and oval racing, road racing, unlimiteds, or vintage karting, there are deals here for you. Shop our 60,000 square foot show floor, filled with the karts, parts, and supplies you need. Network with kart racers of all disciplines from across the country. Get insights from experts at our performance seminars. Visit our Intro to Kart Racing open house to get started in racing. Visit OVKA.com. Vendor registration is now open. OVKA.com.
Turner Brown will win on Sunday.
Augustus Toniolo wins X30 Junior.
KA100 wins the main event in KA Senior. And the RPG Cosmic wins in Micro.
Donovan Bonilla has won at the SuperNationals.
For more information on how to start your driver development journey with RPG, visit RollisonPerformanceGroup.com.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Jr.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here. Told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Karts.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspects with mindset, racecraft, and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
So you will finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
The foundation of your racing endeavor is the kart. It carries your hopes, your legacy, at times your heart outside of your body. And if it's the right kart, it holds the line. Factory karts are the only karts hand-built in the U.S. A precision-welded frame made of 4130 chromoly tubing, adjustable wheel bearing cassettes, seat mounts that don't break. But what good is a foundation if it's not the fastest? Made with care by a 4-time SuperNats champion, Billy Musgrave. Factory Karts. American-made, race-proven.
Lead the pack with Freem, the ultimate bespoke brand for karting racewear and team apparel. Handmade in Italy, our high-performance gear combines style and functionality. Whether you're a seasoned racer or just starting out, Freem's passion for karting fuels every stitch. Embrace the adrenaline, express your individuality, and join the choice of professionals and champions worldwide. Find us at SuperNationals 27 at the K1 Freem trailer to learn more, or online at freemracing.us.
Stop that. Stop that. Yeah. Out here
chat to the noise, move too quick, can't stop for the talking. I hear him chat with the boys, man so tough, but mans keep walking. Just too sharp with the prize, white girls let it tell me I'm awesome, yeah. Hot like fire on the pan, if you wanna touch man, please use caution. Cold like 0 degrees, I'm out the cage, gotta let out the beast. Revolutionary, gotta let out the streets. Locked in a cage,
I'm Yusuf Kazanski. And I'm Asher. Today we're going to talk about MIR racing suits. The reason why I love MIR so much is because they're very lightweight and very breathable.
You could also get your suits custom made for your own team. We love MIR.
here for KA100 Masters. The temperature has dropped significantly. Even we were saying how cool it was. It's now European winter.
Yeah, and to that point, you go in and we look across the way to the grid area where all those flags are, and they are headed straight out. It is full on right now, boys.
Well, the thing is they get to look at it. It's really kind of going again across the track again from 60 kind of up the straightaway again. I only say that's half decent because I'm looking over and seeing the clouds maybe not as bad that way as they are on the other side of the speedway. So let's do the best we can to see what we got. Right now, though, let's jump back into it real quickly here. Of course, racing still to come. KA100 Master brought to you by Orsalon Racing. Ben Cooper starting on pole alongside William Isaias. Nicky Coelho and Kip Foster will be on row number 2. Jacob Nairi and Bruno Sprengler on row 3. Matthew Waters, last year's winner, alongside the 2022 winner, Martin Stone on row 4. Lauren Tumardan and Jesse Gwynn on row number 5.
See Kyle Byers and Scott Kopp on row number 6. Then Renato Jada David, Carlos Calderon, father and son pairing. Mateo Calderon also racing. Scott Falcone, Dennis Holler, Travis Irving, Randy Klimek, Max Papis, and Derek Cutshaw. Further back, look for Miguel Amia in cart number 477, starting 27th. And I'm not saying I'm regretting wearing shorts, Rob Howden, but I'm regretting wearing shorts.
Yeah, it is cold right now. I got long johns on, you've got shorts on. So, yeah, I feel like I've prepared well now at this point here. Again, folks, getting set to go for the KA100 Masters drivers. This will be their second heat race of the event so far. The first one went to Ben Cooper. He starts on the pole position again. Nice and slow crawl. Very controlled for Ben Cooper. He knows what he's got on the carburetor. He's looking to see if he can't spool things up and come out of turn number 1 with the lead once again. Green flag flying, and we're underway, and a strong start for Cooper. He's going to come through cleanly from the outside of the front row. Isaias gets through cleanly as well. First time through 2, 3, and the big run up to 4. Kip Foster's going to look to the inside. He wants to go to P2 quickly, and he does. Cold tire lap for these drivers here. A little bit of contact. 1, 2 drivers around, but not. Back around again over in turn number 4 and 5.
And for my next trick, here we go. Kip Foster making that thing happen right away, and that was big. Remember how far out Ben Cooper got? He did not want to let that happen. Watch for Foster. This is where our first shot to see what he really has.
I thought that was a really good move for him, like, to see what was happening. I can't let him get going again.
Yes, indeed. He got to try and drag him into a battle. That's what you got to try and do, because Ben Cooper, he didn't show his hand too early, but what he has done is told the rest of the competition that, if they want to catch him and pass him, they've got to put him into a bun fight early on.
So again, the opening laps coming in the books here for the drivers here in KA100 Masters. We'll see a little bit more. Oh, that was almost a big mistake there for the 441 of Martin Stone.
Yeah.
Oh, and behind there is also a little bit of consternation going on. Yeah, driving his hand in the air, a GFC kart there of Irving. That's going to drop him. Well, he was just outside the top 10, and he was 16th, and now that's going to be even further back.
Ben Cooper trying to pull away a bit here. The gap was a half a second first time by the stripe, but again, you can see Kip Foster closing up a little bit there. William Isaias did not lose that much. Nicky Coelho, who is in the battle up front for a majority of the race, now finds himself back in the 4th spot ahead of Bruno Spengler in 5th.
Look at Kip Foster playing the needles already, starting to make something happen. He wants to make sure the pressure is on from the get-go, and he's there already.
Well, listen, Kip Foster is an engine builder back home when he's racing in Australia, so he knows what's going on. That engine on the right side of him right now, and he's going to be able to get that thing tuned in nicely while he's on track.
One of the things I love about Kip Foster is watching him drive through the corners, especially when you can carry a lot of speed on entry. I remember watching him at the Rio so many times in the X30 Masters, and he would just kind of back that car and just carry big speed from turn in to apex. He's doing it again, especially through these high-speed entries like turn 4.
Yeah, I like to see what he's doing right now to try to close back up. Last time by, Cooper did go purple with a 54.059, but just really only a half a tenth off was Kip Foster. Everybody turning their fastest laps on lap 2, not surprising. Here's another driver out here.
In the
barriers.
Sure who that
was. So looks like one of the LN Kart drivers.
Driver getting out. That's coming out of the chicane at turn number 10, which has seen so many drivers come to grief, driver is up and out. Kart out of the way once again. I don't even think the leader's going to see a yellow flag because the track workers have, I mean, maybe they're just so cold now that they're running around quicker than ever.
Robbie, you were just talking about some of the other drivers that were really hauling. How about Matthew Waters, 6th place fast driver on the track, but 53 seconds for everybody in the front. Cooper, Foster, Isaiah, Coelho, Spangler, they're all picking up speed.
Well, finally getting some heat built in the tires. We're trackside here. For those of you who aren't here with us at the track, it is getting cold. This wind is super brisk, and anybody who knows anything about the words wind chill, that's what we're getting right now. It is that wind's blowing right through us here right now. It's picked up quite a bit for sure.
Did you see the leader, Ben Cooper, going down the straightaway? Ducking. I think the pressure is still there. I didn't see him duck one time in the first heat race. He's making sure he gets every little piece he can right now.
And do you know what I'm also seeing is that we talked about the marbles, the bits of rubber that come off these Evenco tires. The wind is now so great that the marbles are being almost blown back onto the racing line, which is going to give them even less grip. You can maybe go and pick some of the marbles up there. They're now not just off the side of the circuit. You can see bits of black rubber there getting kicked off there. The marbles are being blown actually onto the racing line. Oh, the 499 and the 476. That would be Scott Falcone. And the 476 is Pierce Baldus.
Couple drivers getting together there. One in his kind of debut in the Masters category, and of course that's Pierce Baldus, and of course Scott Falcone, veteran driver for the last many years, top Masters driver coming back to the sport recently. Not a good run for he or Baldus in heat race number 2. Up front though, still Ben Cooper leading the way, got that full second gap, but watching some of the fights a little further back. Cooper, Foster, Isaiah, and Coelho, your top 4, all turning their best laps in this last time by. Lap number 5 as we're getting into the second half here. Again, for all of us trackside, I think everybody kind of looking at the skyline. We're going to be checking things off, trying to get these races done as quickly as we can. If we have potential weather coming, hopefully it'll blow its way around the racetrack here. But again, those of you in the paddock area, please do your best to really batten down the hatches to make sure that your tents are secured. We don't want any tents getting out of control, anything flying around the paddock. We, of course, don't want any damage whatsoever.
And that's, it might be a lot of Europeans watching this. It's late in the night now over in Europe, early hours of the morning. They've got no comprehension of what a desert wind feels like. The wind whips in off the desert, and of course Las Vegas is in a desert like no other. I could only imagine, the only thing I can liken it to is that I've been mountain climbing in the Highlands of Scotland in the United Kingdom, and the wind is as bad now as it is there.
There you go, yeah. We're used to this, I think, at the Super Nats to a certain extent. Pretty aggressive here today, though. Again, laps winding down, 6 down, working lap number 7 right now. Ben Cooper looking to keep his program rolling in the direction it has been from qualifying on, P1 all day long. Still, Kip Foster leading the way, half a second on William Isaiah. Martin Stone now gathering things back up. Both he, Bruno Spengler, and Jacob Nairi turning their best laps. Stone actually with the fastest lap of the race, almost 2/10 quicker than that of the leader.
I'm seeing a name drop down the charts on timing, and that's Nicky Coelho, but I still see Nicky Coelho up there.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think that maybe either transponder might have come off that ride or whatnot, but I think I still see him at the front group, do I not?
And this is that Spengler fight here, the Spengler-Stone-Nairi fight, I believe, right here.
Yeah, Coelho looks like he's still circulating in 5th.
Yep. I think the transponder might have blown off or frozen to death. One of the two. But whatever happens, the transponder is no longer functioning.
There's Coelho right there, so he's still on the racetrack, P4, because it's Cooper, Foster, Isaiah, Coelho, then almost a full second back to Waters, so he's digging in to try to close back up as well. Fast lap laid down by Cooper this last time by. This wind is whistling. And again, this is where at the end of the day you give the shout out to the SKUSA corner workers who have been out there in this wind all afternoon.
Or a cameraman if you're for Kart Chaser right now.
Yeah, I was going to say these Kart Chaser cameramen out there holding on right now.
The camera that you're looking at now, that's the outside of turn number 1. Jerry Fandry is on that camera, and he is a good 20 feet in the air.
That's fun.
Yeah, that's fun. But he's still getting the job done, is good old Gerald.
It was a fastest lap of the race last time by for Ben Cooper as he finished up lap number 8. What I was looking at, too, is the fact that everybody started to get faster. He still has the edge, and still deep into the race does he have the edge as Ben Cooper now working lap traffic right now.
Got to get by some lap traffic here. There's Kip Foster, one of the slower cars. White flag flies as they come back around. Big run here for Isaiah. He's going to try to go to the inside. That driver actually putting his hand in the air and will wisely take the run off into pit lane.
Chris Suliutis.
Good call for Chris.
Got flagged off in race number 1 as well. Haven't mentioned Max Papis that much. He's moved up into 14th position. Laurentiu Mardan, after a great top 10 run in race 1, he has slipped back to 17th in this one.
So final lap here for the drivers in the KA100 Master category, brought to you by Orsalon Racing. Nicky Coelho is not done yet here with William Isaias. He's not been able to find a way by over the first 9 laps, but he continues to put the pressure on to see if he can just push for that one little mistake. Because he tried coming over here, thinks about it to the inside. The win's going to go to Ben Cooper, and look at the side-by-side action between Coelho and Spengler, or rather Isaias to the line. 34 thousandths of a second, Isaias holds on.
Oh, and look at it, right as they go across the line at the very end. Renato Jader-David, fastest lap of the race.
Wow. He was just in a hurry to get back to his tent to get in the wall.
Hey, whatever motivation gets you to go fast.
Yeah.
Yep.
Although I got to tell you, it's probably warmer in the seat right now than it is once he gets out.
Ben Cooper with the win by 1.4 seconds over Kip Foster. William Isaias ends up in 3rd. Nicky Coelho in 4th. Matthew Waters up a couple spots to 5th. Bruno Spengler held station in 6th. Martin Stone 7th. Jacob Nairi 8th. Scott Kopp up 3 into the 9th spot. And Renato Jader-David P10 with the fast lap of the race, as we had said. A number of drivers +7. Christian Vermeer, Laurentiu Martin, Wes Steege up 10 spots. 11 spots up for Andrea Del Fonte. Tyler Prestel, though, up 23 positions. 45th to 22nd. For Tyler Prestel. That is a fantastic recovery. Starting deep. Same goes for Diego Pelosi, 50th to 20th. And the wind is pretty killer here right now up in the KC booth. We're doing what we can to kind of hold things down right now. It's battening down the hatches for sure. And again, you see the clouds continues to kind of come our direction a little bit. If we're lucky, they're going to push off a little bit more to the north. We'll do the best we can here right now, folks. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break, and we're going to come back because our next category, ready to hit the track, is Mini Swift.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental US.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
Looking for a team with a diverse calendar? How about a team that offers both full support and teaches you and your kid how to do all the work yourself? For us at Drive Your Line Kart Sport, fostering growth on and off the track in a family environment is what we do. Well, that and bringing home some hardware. Contact us today online at dylkartsport.com.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Well, going to a track for the first time. Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspects with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? It's Sean Perez, who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Jr.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here. Told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Karts.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Let's get out of here with the drivers in Mini Swift. Parker Ives going to start on pole in the 148 alongside Benja Fernandez. Row number 2 will be Liam Nakawati and Nika Katowski. Row 3 on the inside, Troy Ferguson and Lorenzo Varela on the outside in the 164. Starting 7th inside row 4, the champion of the Pro Tour, Ashton Woon. Josh Bergman, the 140, starting in 8th. Coming off your top 10, Maxwell Macha, former winner here in the program, and Jan Bindi starting off in the 10th position.
Jeremy Sincere, after starting at the back for his first heat, is now starting where he qualified 11th now. Royce Vega, reigning champion, Braden Wagner, Valentino Santillon, Marco Samut, Enzo Di Janeiro, Callan Berghofer, Mika Baruch, John McClellan, and Alex Chandler round out your top 20. The rest of the field, another huge field here. Big movers, we saw possibly Jay Kostecki, Pasha Ali look to make progress for them. Jackson Porter, we hope that Olivier Chasse is okay. He was the driver that rolled out of the first heat race. There were a couple of other drivers. I think Wes Witt was one of them, and the other driver that was involved, the third driver, was Nicholas Ardelian. Sorry, can't even speak my mouth. My lips are frozen. There we go.
47 drivers are going to come out at turn number 16 and line up into the tram lines to start the second heat race. This will wrap things up for the drivers in the Mini Swift class. If indeed it does rain, these guys will be able to get out of here pretty quick. Coming to the line here right now. They're trying to whoa them up, and we do get the green flag. We are racing. Parker Ives will take them down into turn number 1. Let's hope they get through cleanly. So far, so good. Maybe an incident a little bit further back outside the top 20 or top 30. Everybody else around the big sweeping. Turn 2, 3, back into turn number 4. Here they come through over to turn number 5 now. Again, still 2, 3 wide at times. Drivers giving themselves some room. Parker Ives leads, but Benja Fernandez to the inside of turn number 8. Book it. He'll take away the lead.
How about Ashton Woon making moves there? Remember, he got stuck in the back. I believe that's Woon up to 5th now, trying to make things happen. Hey, I got to tell you, stuff like this happens, and there's an urgency that happens. Like there may be weather on the way. I better get moving now, and so that could be part of it.
I do not disagree with that at all. It's they get to lap 6 and it rains. We're past the halfway point. They may call it. Well, everybody else either battens down for weather. We figure out how we're going to handle the remainder.
We're freezing our you-know-what's off up here. The drivers are going through the same thing.
Yeah,
some of them will be hating this, but some of them are thinking, well, do you know what? If my rival's not liking this, I'm going to take advantage of that because they're not on their game.
Well, I'll tell you right now, it's just like running in the wet. Once you get rolling, you kind of forget about all that junk and you just get to work, and that's what's happening right now. You see Parker Ives putting the pressure on heavy, and he's trying to make it to the top stop. This can be Fernandez who has it, Ives that wants it.
Exactly that. And again, these drivers are doing a good job up front right now. Fernandez has set in the pace. Parker Ives being very, very patient, sitting right there with him. A look over his shoulder to see what he's got happening. Troy Ferguson in the draft. He's going to work his way up. Maxwell Macha and Ashton Woon. 5 driver breakaways. They've got about a full second back to the TKG driver, Josh Bergman, in 6th.
Nico Katowski looking to redeem himself after the race 1 incident that dropped him from the lead group back to about 32nd. The other driver that was involved earlier on, Liam Nachawati, trying to get back from a 40th place effort as we go through it. If you're watching the live broadcast at home and you're thinking, why is the camera shaking and moving a little bit? That is because our Kart Chaser camera crew are up in hoists and on 2-story high scaffolding towers in gale force winds.
I put the long johns on, but I didn't put the turtleneck on. I probably could have went for that one extra step, but I think I'd be in really good shape right now. None of us are wearing winter jackets. Smith is dialed in. So you're dialed in with winter jackets. I got long johns on. Henry's got his shorts on still enjoying the warmth.
I was going to say no sense, no feeling, but even though I'm stupid, I am feeling the cold. But we have got a great freight train at the front of this field.
Look at the back of that. It's going to be Ashton Wood right at the back, able to roll through this entire deal. And look, again, we're going to be coming up on halfway here pretty quick. Where's the move going to be made? These guys are being very, very patient after the early jostling for position. Now going through the chicane. That's 9 and 10. Now into 11. Next opportunity is going to probably be the best is going to be into turn number 12. Ives there in the third spot. There's the inside move right there, trying to hit on Ferguson. Done deal. Move up Ives, one more spot, looking for the shoulder. Clear. Going to move on to the final corner. We're going to get another one in the books, hopefully. And there's another move. This is Wound to the inside. All right, so you got 2 spots changed after we said they were notice tail.
We were ready for Ashton Wound to make that move from 5th to 4th. He gets by Maxwell Macha, putting Macha back to 5th. Wound goes up into the 4th spot. Same goes for Parker Ives. Lost the 2nd position for a time. Took it back again from Troy Ferguson. He will transplant himself right back onto the rear bumper of Benja Fernandez. Well, we see a move. Here comes Wound, thinking about trying to go for another spot, but tucks back in. Lots of time still to go for Ashton Wound.
And on the back of Ashton Wound's crash helmet, because of course he's got a Japanese heritage as Ashton Wound, he's got Japanese like pink blossom flowers. They signal a new dawn, the start of a new something. I think his Supernats is starting in this race. Hasn't been a great start to the weekend, but hey, now he's picking things up as we got side by side with the Parker Ives trying to go to the outside of Benja Fernandez, and Fernandez had to close the door.
I was wondering how much that was going to start happening. You get on one side of the person, get him to the other side, and have a little switcheroo. There it was. It didn't quite happen.
I love the racecraft right now for Parker Ives. He's really trying to make sure he's putting the pressure on Benja Fernandez to try to force him into an error. Like you've said, he's been on the outside, he's been on the inside, just trying to set up for whatever move he can. Big run down here to the inside of turn number 1. Book it. He is through. Parker Ives goes to P1, and it's going to be a side-by-side run up into turn number. Oh my goodness, over to side 6, 7, 8.
That's a brilliant move right there. The red, that is Wound. It was actually Ferguson trying to carry the speed. Didn't have enough. It was side-by-side, and then it was going to be Wound that actually pushed through and was able to make it another one. So Wound 2 for 1 in 2 corners.
There was a lot of layers in that pass. Great pass by Ives, but then Wound fully taking advantage of it to put himself back into 2nd. Fernandez gets pushed down into 4th.
I'll tell you right now, the way that Wound went through there, as you see another pass on the screen.
That's Bergman. He's arrived on the scene as well.
There's a name that we haven't actually talked about right in this group, and now Bergman's going to be in the conversation. But Wound, I was just noticing how that court was going through the corner. It is rolling. So you can kind of see the way the rear of the car follows the front. Wound is on rails. Watch for a move coming quickly.
Does he push or does he pass? That's the question right now. Josh Bergman, that kart coming to life as well for the driver of the number 140, the TKG Kart Republic, and he has finally worked his way up a couple of spots. P4 now for Bergman. He was a full second back at one point. He's got himself into P4 as Ives continues to lead with Wound trying to push him from behind.
Yeah, Ferguson in 3rd. Then it is the fast approaching Josh Bergman, followed by Maxwell Macha. Then it is Benja Fernandez. Behind this group, there's a big gap. About a 3-second gap back to Varela, to Vega, to Wagner, to Santion. Nachawati has been falling back. He's down to 11th, and Jeremy Sincere in 12th. But it's all about this lead group of 6 drivers.
You know, I thought the Wound was going to be able to really lock and load and not let Ives get away at all, but Parker's pulled away on this last lap. You can see he's given himself a little bit of an advantage, a couple of kart lengths. Now, of course, the draft is going to work when you come back into turn number 4 and 5 with that wind smacking you a bit directly in the face, but he's still holding on to a 0.3 of a second lead.
You know, it looked like actually on the straightaway, right at the very end of the straight, the Ives pulled on Wound just ever so slightly. I wonder if there's a tooth difference there between those two drivers, and maybe it's going to be used up a little bit here late in the run. The Wound's only good through these tighter bits. That's where his advantage is. Only good. That's where his advantage is anyways. But now starting to get eke away from Ferguson. Let's see what happens as they come onto the straightaway here one more time.
Bergman could be the man on the move right now, to be honest, over these last couple laps. Sure that Ives has been able to pull away, but Bergman was 6th, reeled him in by a full second, got himself up to P4. He's ready to make a move on Troy Ferguson. Does it happen here in 1? It does not. Maybe he's just going to push for a bit, but I have to think we're going to see a move potentially down into turn number 4 for Josh Bergman, lining things up. He's right there. Do we see a dive bomb to the apex? No. He sees that they're catching Ashton Wound. I think he's going to hold station right now.
Yeah, Macha go to the inside and kind of tap the helmet. Was like, please don't fight me here. Let's get rolling here. We need to get with these guys. But side by side with the 2KR drivers, now moving back through 9 and 10, try to catch back up to the front 5.
Well, they're teammates. They're SLA karting teammates, Macha and Benja Fernandez, and they couldn't quite sort out, and they've cost them both time there by battling just when they needed to be in touch with the top 4, because I'm pretty sure that Ashton Woon isn't just going to sit behind Parker Ives. He's going to force Ives to defend as we've got one more lap to go.
Yeah, this is it right now. You can see Bergman kind of chatting up there with Ferguson saying, let's keep going, stay focused, let's get up there. Woon right back onto the rear bumper now. He'll check over his shoulder. How much work does he have to do? He's going to make the move on Parker Ives and into the inside. Book it. Big, wide run around the corner. That's going to potentially hang Ives out to dry. He's going to look to the inside to try to tuck back in. No. And he's going to keep trying to tuck back in. Does not work. He's going to go back to 4th, and that moves Troy Ferguson to P2.
It moves Bergman to P3. Now, half a lap to go. What did Josh Bergman learn for that experience he gained racing in the FIA Motorsport Games? Aggression is key. We've seen it. Now, it's all going to be down to patience and timing.
And one thing is for certain, Ashton Woon has leveraged this nicely. Look at the gap that he's been able to pull away, and he will win. Ashton Woon, who's had some trouble so far on the weekend. A high point end to Saturday evening for him. He'll go to bed knowing that he just was got another victory, big one for him. Ferguson coming home in 2nd, Bergman 3rd, Ives 4th. Benja Fernandez in 5th spot. Maxwell Macha ends up in the 6th position. Lorenzo Varela in 7th. Royce Vega, Jeremy St. Cyr, and Valentino Sampion.
Now, look, there was one driver, I'm trying to find out, as he crossed the line, was cheering massively. Possibly Diesel Basinski, because he gained 8 places and finished 26th. But there's always great.
So hold on. That's the one thing right there. Gloves are off.
Yep.
They're all trying to warm their hands up because, listen, you said it before, Mike. When you're in the kart, you're driving. Everything's great. It's the hands, though. Your hands are so cold.
Josh Bergman there, you can see him flexing his hands in his gloves there because, of course, those what even with the race gloves on, you're white-knuckling it on the steering wheel. And then he goes, smart driving.
Fantastic idea. Let's have a look at our Coastal Link Printing race recap. And here was the start. A good one for Parker Ives. He comes out nicely. We had one driver into the barriers at the back. This is the opening lap. Got pretty exciting into the opening corner. Benja Fernandez did a great job to get himself back into 2nd and eventually was able to take over the lead. That's when Ives started to come back once again. We saw Woon make his moves, starting Henry his move forward.
Woon really like I said, with the wind, it helps some drivers, it hinders others. Ashton Woon decided, okay, if other people are going to be a bit thinking about how cold they are or what have you, I'm going to take advantage. It was really good, aggressive, clean racing there. Don't forget, we've got a situation where the marbles are now on the racing line, so going offline is even more treacherous with a lack of grip.
That was a fantastic move a couple laps ago there by Woon, making the move to the inside of 6 and 7 to come out with that lead. Then he goes a big, huge run to the outside, and this is what hurt Parker Ives. He got hung out to dry there. Giving a big run to the outside, did Woon, and he come back across. Got the job done as we knew. Parker Ives ends up in P4. Could have been a lot better, but not quite enough. I don't know what that means. I don't even want to know what that means.
It's something that the kid says. Gibbity karting Riz.
All right. Well, listen, you're the guy that wears the shorts. You must have more Riz than we do. So,
Doctor of Rizonomics.
So again, let's go as quickly as we can. The sun is down right now, so we really can't see whether the clouds are closest to us or not. It actually feels a little better not knowing if it's coming here or not, because it looked pretty ominous for a bit there. Again, as we said, folks, everybody kind of battening down the hatches as the wind picking up. One of the things we were worried about.
Pedro Alves de Lima there, sorry to interrupt you, clapping his hands. Already, that tells you the drivers are worrying. Now, what happens to your hands sometimes when they get very cold? They cramp up. You're gripping a steering wheel. Some of these drivers, I think, are going to start getting cramping in their hands and their fingers. Will that cause issues? Will it cause problems? We're going to find out.
Yeah, 1 more minute there. They get the 1 minute board to fire up the engines, get them ready to go as we get set to roll out here with the drivers in the next category. Again, as we've said before, I think we have 5 more races still to go. X30 Junior, both of the races for Pro X30, and both of the races for Pro Shifter. So 5 more races on the docket for you here. 50 laps of racing to cap off a Saturday here at the SuperKarts USA SuperNationals 27. Drivers getting ready to roll out for X30 Junior. Some excitement, as we said, during the qualifying runs as the drivers in the second group did a little bit of messing around, trying to slow up one of their laps, and actually a number of those drivers coming a little low on lap numbers, and of course didn't take the full opportunity to get their heat into the tires. We saw a bunch of guys, Mike, from that first group hold on nicely to get themselves up in the top 10.
Specifically that of Pedro Alves de Lima, and who made it happen there for P2. And the one driver who was able to make things happen, though, was Turner Brown, and again, made things happen in the heat races as well. So here we go with the starting lineup, boys. Let's go ahead and see what we got.
Yeah, Turner Brown in the 703 starting on pole alongside Pedro Alves de Lima, as we just talked about. Very excited to get that P2 position. Alexander Vanchev and Javier Chaparro on row 2. Peyton Fayen was another driver. She was able to go very quickly in that first group. Ends up P5. Really worked for her as well. Remy Andreatos will start on the outside alongside Fayen on row number 3. Row 4 will have Diego Ardiles on the inside, who's a Pro Tour champion, alongside Sebastian Rist in the number 717. Charlie Smith and Ty Fisher will round out the top 10. Fisher has been impressive all day long.
One of the drivers of SuperNats 27 so far. Tristan Murphy and Jackson Gibson go from row number 6. Sebastian Garzon and Felipe Jesus Benito are next. Edward Kennedy and Jose Alejandro Halpin. Cameron Marsha and Maverick McKenna on row number 9. Roberto Rendos and Max Wyland. Look for Lev Krutelov. Very impressive this morning. Struggling a little bit more in...
Alessandro Truchot as well. 100%.
Further down the order, there's Jackson Walney. He is having a week to forget so far, but it's still early days yet.
Talking to Sarah Bradley's dad a little bit. They've been struggling with the engine. They were trying to get that thing dialed in for her to get her to work back forward.
Enzo Vidmontier and Chase Gassioli outside the top 20 of the top 12 rows of the grid. Now, my use of the S word earlier has created some consternation amongst the Kart Chaser universe on the live chat. However, it has promoted one user to use the phrase "what in tarnation," which is excellent use of the English vocabulary. So I think my work here is done.
All right, there you go.
Aldo and Hector Iturriaga. As well as Indigo Irwin, the youngest driver of the field, down in 41st. And all the rage, Gage Korn is having a shocker down in 42nd.
All right, line them up again. Let's get to work here, folks. Turner Brown starting on the pole once again to try to see if he can't get another victory with the RPG Cosmic Machine. A lot of racing up front. There's drivers that have work to do from the back. Field set, spooling up, underway. Green, green, green. And again into turn number, whoa, big slide there. One of the RPG drivers almost sideways, one up and over top of the curb and right into the barrier. Look at this gaggle.
Traffic jam there. Now I think, is that Chase Gassioli on the inside there, trying to get his kart back on the grid there. You can see Gage Korn on the outside. Oh, that's an absolute nightmare for the corner workers.
They're going to have about 45 seconds to do the best they can to clear that corner up. Otherwise, they're going to have to go full course yellow. I don't see Aaron Lycan sprinting yet up to his flag stand. That would indicate a potential full course. At this point here, they're doing their best in that corner to get it cleaned up. Otherwise, the drivers up front have no idea. They're racing right now. They're hammered down to try to get this opening lap in the books.
And that actually started right at the front, didn't it? We saw right at the very, very beginning, things starting to get hot and heavy and people being sideways going to the first corner. There's another move down to the inside. Is that Ardiles making things happen? I think.
Let's just say this. They came back to turn 1. It was done.
No.
Kudos to the SKUSA. Everybody was able to pull away, get rolling. There was no remnants of a wreck there. And the driver's off. Another driver.
That's Ardiles.
Diego Ardiles is off over in turn number 4.
I think it goes back to the fact that that was such a slow speed incident. Yeah, there were drivers that clattered into one another, but most of them were able to drive away. And so there's not a lot of damage to the barriers, which was neat, but incredible work by the course workers.
You saw another driver spun and against the wall. I'm not sure which one that was. That was kind of further up front. May have been one of the RPG drivers. Turner Brown with a 1.8 second lead out of the gate. A monster opening lap for Turner Brown. Peyton Fayen up into the second spot at RPG 1-2. What a run for Peyton as well.
And it was Ardiles who had just made the move on Peyton prior to the going over to turn number 4 and having him in the wall. So let's see what happens when we come back around.
Yeah,
well,
indeed.
He's come back around in 12th place, has Diaz.
And that's right there. There's the Charlie Smith, Peyton Fayen run. They're running now in second and third. You see Tristan Murphy, Chaparro, Garzone, Alves de Lima back into 7th. Ty Fisher a couple of spots early. You see him there in those TV cards. They're always easy to pick up. I think he may have just got by Alves de Lima, so I think that Fisher could be up into the 7th position right now. A methodical march forward over the first couple of laps here for the Canadian Ty Fisher.
I'm looking down at the people there. Benito, Yaramillo are both out of the race. Krutulov was involved in that incident, so was Landon Bua, so was Gage Korn. A good 15 to 20 drivers. Chase Cassioli was involved in that incident, but he's carried on. It has helped the likes of Enzo Vidmontien, who's outside the top 20. He's gained 10 spots now, up into 15th, but Alessandro Truccio, Robbie Pointing, still only 20th on that parallel.
Wow, I was going to say the same thing for Lillian Scarborough. She was able to move up a bunch of spots as well, at least 5 or 6 spots for Lillian. She was able to get, I think, up into the top 10 earlier, so some good runs here. Drivers taking advantage, number 1, of the chaos, and number 2, of the tricky conditions. A lot of these guys doing a good job working their way forward. Ty Fisher already up into the 6th position now after starting in the 10th spot. Just a slow march forward. He's only about 3/10 behind Peyton Fayen, a full second behind Tristan Murphy. I don't know that he's going to get any farther forward than that, but again, still a long way to go as we're just working lap number 4.
There's that Carlos Sainz chassis there. You can see on the outside that the CS55 branded Kart. I think that was, I couldn't quite see who it was with that Carlos Sainz. Maybe Jackson Gibson in amongst the pack there. Here is the number 73 when Peyton Fayen looks out behind her teammate, Javier Chaparro, falls back into line. And there's a couple of carts going around. Pedro Alves de Lima, and he gets rear-ended by the number 727. Was that Enzo Vidmontien going into the back of de Lima?
And that would 100% be a pushback bumper. The severity of that hit. Obviously, Alva de Lima was just stuck there going nowhere to go again for Vidmontien. If that was indeed him that made the contact coming through, that will be tough for that driver who's trying to work his way back forward. But yeah, that was just some contact coming through turn number 4 over to turn number 5 and really nowhere to go. Oh, looking left, going right, down to the inside again. Great move there to get that spot away. That's Tristan Murphy getting by Charlie Smith.
It was Maverick McKenna in the 727, not Vidmontien. So apologies to Vidmontien fans.
Big move there for Tristan Murphy, who's worked his way now up into 2nd. Strong run there. Here's another move back to the inside as well, Chaparro. And there's a big move again by Ty Fisher. He is 100% leveraging every opportunity, Mike. He hasn't been super aggressive, but he's placed the cart in the right place to take advantage of openings.
100% down, and that was a pretty move by Chaparro, to the inside, really rolling on 3 all the way to the braking zone. Very well done as Fisher going to make it happen as well. Now it's going to be Tristan Murphy leading the group. Hey, remember Charlie Murphy in P2? That seems like forever ago. Now trying to hold on to about 5th. Over the shoulder, there's a shot right there going down to the braking zone. There's some love, and too much. Is that Fayen?
Peyton Fayen, she's going to get going again. No one else collects her. This battle is happening 5 seconds behind Turner Brown.
Yeah, right.
Now, do you know what is more impressive than anything about Ty Fisher? He's doing it without any teammates. He's doing it without anyone else on a TV cart up at the front. That's hard.
Well, I'll tell you, there's a momentum and confidence in this young Canadian right now. He has worked his way nicely into, I believe, the 2nd position. Great drive right now for Ty Fisher. Tough one there for Peyton Fayen. She was pushing hard to try to get by, just lost her rear end a little bit coming through the corner. We'll see how many points are spots she actually loses because she was able to continue on. Nonetheless, we're looking to see the
we'll see as
two to go here pretty soon. That's going to come around, working lap number 8.
Ty Fisher, fastest lap of the race last time by. Fisher rolling now, not going to be able to get up to Turner Brown. I don't care how fast you are right now. You're not making up 5 seconds, but Ty Fisher could have an opportunity to pull away a little bit here potentially and lock in P2, although Chaparro right there, it's going to be pretty close, I think, between those 3. Tristan Murphy right in the conversation as well.
I don't know if Ty Fisher gets a nice gust of wind behind him. That could give him 5 seconds at the right place. But yeah, he's got Chaparro. He wants to basically get so Chaparro is not within lunge distance.
And Fisher's nowhere close to Brown. Brown's backing up a little bit. It was a half a second faster that last lap. Ty Fisher went purple. 5 seconds up the road. Easy peasy lemon squeezy here for Turner Brown, but Ty Fisher trying to hold on to another strong 2nd place. He has been a revelation here this weekend.
Yeah, every once in a while you'll have a scenario like you'd mentioned about you. Hey, we didn't really talk about that person, the predictions, what have you, and then holy shnikes, here we go.
Yeah.
Guess what? Fisher is the one for this weekend. And Chaparro and Murphy right there with to try to make it happen right now.
Well, you hit the ground running. You know, you're quick out of the gate. You're really happy with the kart. You're happy with the racetrack. It suits you as a driver. And then you come out and qualify well and bang out a couple of good heat races. Momentum is so big, especially for these young kids, these young drivers in the junior categories. When they have that confidence, Henry, you know that. You've done the Rotax Worlds. You know the guys that are running up front when they first arrive.
Yep.
They're not quite sure how good they're going to do, but they're top 10 in qualifying. It just raises them to the next level.
Absolutely. You know, you come to an event, especially like what the white flag goes in the air. That first couple of practice sessions as well, when they realize, okay, I am worthy of being here.
Yeah.
I do belong here, even though I feel like a fish out of water. My talent says I belong.
I like that. Final lap here for the drivers in the X30 Junior category. Just 4 more races set to go. We've got a couple of heat races for X30 Pro. Same goes for Pro Shifter. We're not done here yet, as Chaparro has not given up at all, trying to find a way by Ty Fisher. Javier continues to push in the number 787. I'll tell you, though, this cat here right now, Turner Brown, the domination in this one here. Almost 5 full seconds out front. Got away from the chaos and said, I got this handled. Putting the laps down. It's another win for Checo. Big victory there for Turner Brown as he goes P1.
The only word I can describe the way he's driving is majestic. He looks so at one with his machine.
Agreed. There's confidence there, right? Oh my goodness. Ty Fisher, though, big run. Hey, that's 10th to 2nd. Ty Fisher just keeps doing it as Brown rolling in. There's Fisher. And again, let's have a look at it. Fisher 2nd, Chaparro ends up 3rd, Tristan Murphy 4th, Sebastian Garzone in the 5th spot, Jackson Gibson up 6th to finish 6th, Diego Ardiles, even after the incident, ends up at 7th, Charlie Smith 8th, Lillian Scarborough up 12, again into the top 10. Same goes for Enzo Vidmontien in the 15th spot. 16th for Peyton Fay, and she was having a great run, but still 16th, not the worst result for her.
Maybe a little bit more on that motor for Sarah Bradley there, up 14 spots.
There it is, up to 17th for Sarah Bradley, right behind Peyton.
Well, the Lillian Scarborough, the younger sister of Emma Scarborough. She's got Jamie Dyer mechanicking for her. He's come over from the UK. He's working in the RPG tent with the Scarboroughs, and that's a really promising thing because Emma Scarborough's been taking a lot of the credit this year. She's been the highlight. Sure. Hey, little sis can get it done as well.
I like it. That's fantastic. Yeah, indeed, Emma's having a great run, but fantastic there for Lillian as well. Hey guys, we got 3 in. It's still windy as heck out here right now, but again, we can't see if there's any clouds. It makes me feel a lot better. We're getting set to go with 2 races for Pro X30.
And there's a driver that knows all about cold weather. He's from the northeast of England. That is Kai Hunter, official representative of the People's Republic of Thailand Weir. I have never been so happy to be relieved of duty on commentary for a couple of races. As Xander Clemens joins you, I'm going to go and warm up. I'll replace Mike for the shifter races. Enjoy.
I'll stay here as the brave Canadian.
Someone's got to do it.
That's very true. Oh my goodness gracious. Xander's rolling in here to come and join us in the booth. Henry more than happy. Listen, you got to realize one thing. Henry's used to come doing some cold races, but the biggest thing for him, the biggest thing for him, of course, was the fact that he's wearing shorts. So listen, folks, what a fantastic run. Chico Brown, Turner Brown standing by right now with our David Land.
Yeah, if you're one of the thousands of folks tuning into our broadcast internationally, you might want to know this name. Remember it, Turner Brown, because that was a heck of a performance. Dominant, Chico. Tell me a little bit about that.
I mean, it was a really good heat race. We were really quick all the time, and I knew that coming into this race, I just needed to try and get that gap on the start, and luckily I did. And from then on, it was just my job was not to hit the barrier.
That's always a good attitude. What is it about this racetrack? We've heard from some drivers who really have gelled with this racetrack. Why is it working so well for you?
It was really good the start of the weekend. I had amazing pace, but I mean, in the U.S., like in these KA and X30 categories, everyone catches up by the end of the weekend. So for me, it's just trying to keep my level-headed and try and keep pushing, and hopefully end up with 2 wins by the end of the weekend.
It was a dominant performance, 5 seconds the gap to win, and we're going to let Turner Brown get out of this cold because it is freezing down here, as you guys know in the booth.
Indeed, David. Unbelievably chilly up here as well. Great job there for Turner Brown. I know that his grandma and grandpa wanted to be here this weekend, but they weren't able to be here. I mentioned it yesterday. They're not feeling well. They're at home. But his grandfather, Greg Pickett, I want to give a shout out to Greg, just got inducted into the Trans Am Hall of Fame. One of the absolute legends of motorsports, especially Trans Am racing, of course. Obviously, the pedigree is there, 100% in that family lineage. But yeah, I'll say a shout out to Greg and his wife, not able to be here with us here right now. But Turner definitely getting the job done. You may be sick at home, but you feel a little bit better when Turner rolls out there to a 5-second win.
Pretty good medicine.
Yeah,
pretty good medicine right
100%.
there.
So again, drivers getting set to go here in the Pro X30 category. We have a couple of races for you here to wrap up the day. This will be, I believe, A versus C and then B versus D. That'll be the way we'll line up the heats for both the Pro X30 and the Pro Shifter category. And indeed, 4 more races to go for you, 40 laps of racing. Hayden Jones ready to go. He's actually stepped things up over the last little bit to be right in the middle of the fight as well. There are a lot of drivers getting set to go, and Xander Clemens joining us back here in the booth. It ain't a warm one today, Xander, but things are heating up on the racetrack for sure.
This is crazy. I mean, talk about, we've seen a little bit of everything over the years at the SuperNats. Definitely wasn't the level of liquid sunshine or liquid nighttime that we had about a decade ago at this point, where it was monsoon level. But that was probably that little bit of sprinkling and inkling there for a moment. And the heavy wind, of course, probably had every mechanic scrambling to see, do we have the set of MG wet tires? Do we have enough for everybody? Are we set? Luckily, it seems like it's cleared, but the wind has not. And that's going to play a big factor here as the X30s roll off the grid. And when we get set to take you through how they'll line up for their second round of heat races, like you said, Rob, it's cold, it's crazy, but it's going to be some hot on-track action here for our final 4 heats.
Well, I love the fact that Mike is going to be interesting, even more interesting, because it's going to be so cold, it's so windy, it's going to be slippery out there. It's going to make things super exciting on the opening lap, and these pro drivers better show all of us how to get some heat into these Avinco tires.
Well, that's just it. If you want to be able to attack right away, you know you got work to do. And again, it's not just about the surface of the tire, right? Almost everybody has been talking about how they don't have grip coming off or center of the corner. It's about that side bite, right? It's about trying to get heat throughout the tire. If you can't just do these quick little buzzes, you got to put load into it, get the whole thing warm to make things work. And then, oh, by the way, it's got to work for 10 laps. Got to make sure you make it do it right.
Obviously, big story qualifying yesterday. Ruben Moya getting the pole position for Forward Direction Motorsports on the Pantano chassis. He'll start in the pole in the 52 alongside Kai Hunter in the RPG number 35. Stephen Miller has been impressive here all weekend long in the number 97, starting in the 3rd spot alongside GFC driver Jesus Vasquez Jr.
That front 2-row kind of 4-driver quartet seemed to be the raciest 4 in the first round of heats, and I think with the lowered grip, we're going to have longer brake zones and potentially some more passing as the karts dance around. Paulie Massimino and Harley Keeble will have a front row view to those boys and girls up front. And then here's a look further back at some of the drivers that have a lot of work to do. We saw Fernando Reynoso start to work his way up the boards a little bit. Long way forward for Chase Jones. He picked up 10 spots in that opening heat race. He rolls off there in 22nd as the field is making its way out of turn number 15, 16, and starting to head towards that final corner on the racetrack here to get ready to go.
Yeah, that's it. They'll come out of the final left-hand hairpin. We saw a number of drivers get some over-unders working in there. Nonetheless, about set to go. The drivers will work their way out here. We'll go 2 by 2, sliding into the tram lines to get things underway for 10 laps of competition. The second heat races for these drivers, Group A versus Group C. And again, as we said, it still puts that Group A leader, Moya, on the pole position. Kai Hunter on the outside. Pantano versus Cosmic as they roll down. Nice, super slow start. Moya really dialing things in here. A couple drivers in the back don't like the pace here. It is a crawl up through the line. Watch for the flag to go. They're in position. Once they get to that blue cone, they're underway. And indeed, it works. Good crossover there for Kai Hunter. Coming across. A couple drivers having some trouble further back. But a really super slow start. That's one of the Sony car drivers in trouble.
Jaden Thiel was in the top 10 in the first heat. Look at Kai Hunter trying the high side. Didn't work in turn 2. And the other driver that we caught a big look at going backwards was the number 2 of Hayden Jones. Terrible start for the North Carolina native. He's buried right there in the midfield behind Harley Keeble outside the top 10.
Yeah, elbows up here, Mike Smith.
Absolutely. You saw the start, too. It was Moya already playing with the needle right out of the gate. That slow start, all by design. Remember the first heat race, it was big defense out of the gate. This time around, I was like, maybe I can get a little bit of a lead so I don't have to do that. Maybe I can just try to run fast laps. Moya right now only has about 1 kart length lead as they came through the final corner. Let's see if that still is there as he goes by. It's going to be close. No, right there. It is KA100 in the game here as we go to finish. Start lap number 2.
KA100, one of the many Brits at the front of the Pro X30 field here this weekend. This weather probably feels a little more familiar. Cold, a little bit of rain. They get a lot more of that across the pond. And behind him, a couple of Americans there with Stephen Miller, Paulie Massimino, the Mexican hero, Donovan Bonilla, winner from last year, looking for a much better heat race here as he runs 5th in heat number 2. He needs it if he wants to have a shot to defend that crown.
Again, cold and slippery is no surprise or no stranger to KA100. You'll deal with a bit of wet weather when you're running overseas, and indeed, he'll get things underway and get things going. Now remember, these first couple laps, guys, they're just trying to get the heat built into the tires, right? They're all really controlling it. You know the tire pressures weren't quite as high as they needed to be. Midway through this race, we're going to see the grip levels coming up as the temperature continues to plummet here as the sun has gone down. The wind remains very high. Moya, though, out to a pretty strong lead, and for him, remember, in the last race, guys, he had to battle it out with everybody. Everybody threw everything at him, I think, in that race. To be able to get out to where he is right now, a lot more comfortable and a really good opportunity for him to potentially stay away from some of the attacks that he saw in race number 1.
Down the straightaway that last time by, it was Massimino playing with that shroud right in front of the radiator, working the heat in that X30 motor, trying to make sure there's enough heat where it needs to be to try to get all the power possible out of that power plant right there.
Here we are coming to put 3 laps in the books, and one guy I've got my eye on is the man in 7th. Frankie Mossman. It took a little while to kind of get going up the board in heat number 1. He didn't really go that quick that last lap around, but here in these slick conditions, a good start for him has him safely inside the top 10. To Vasquez, to Justin Music on his Pro X30 debut. A nice run so far in heat 2 for him. And then Jones back there trying to rebound. So no movement in the top 10 yet. There was really only one big moment so far here, fellas, and that was the driver that kind of tagged the wall coming out of the infield right-hander. You can see the barriers have been pushed out a little bit going in and coming out, and here's a look as Jones has gone by Justin Music now to get back up one spot higher.
You know, one of the drivers that's really been impressing me all weekend long, seeing as he didn't race karts all year. You guys saw him at the USPKS finale. That's Aiden Ingrata. He's been running with Rawls and Performance Group and got super racy there in race number 1, the first heat race. And again, to watch him dig and get forward like he is right now, not that far behind his teammate Bonilla at this point, as Moya continues to lead back down into turn number 1. But just to be able to see a guy like Ingrata come in here, pick right up where he's left off earlier, you know, even in last year as well, and be right in the middle of the fight.
A few more moves there. You saw on screen Harley Keeble and Blake Nash moving some positions up. They both were able to get by Justin Music in the last turn. And then as well, up the road in front of them here, we've got the battle for third kind of tightening up. Stephen Miller got away from Paulie at the beginning. Paulie's tracked him down, fastest on the racetrack last time by. So that carburetor adjustment, Mike, obviously went the right direction. And now he's going to take that into third with a nice move down the inside.
We're seeing some good moves there, are we not, Mike? These drivers really position when it comes into getting that car turned right at the right time. And the drivers that are getting past are letting it happen and realizing, hey, I can't fight it. I can't pinch down. I'll just tuck back into P5 like Miller did and say, hey, let's go to work, a P4 rather. Let's go to work, and I'll go with you. If you're faster than me, let's go.
We've seen that so many times in turn number 4 where that's over-under and then try to hold the other side. You end up getting freight train to losing time. Same thing goes for the final corner. If you're going to fight that too hard, the longest straightaway is next. You're going to lose a lot of time. So you got a smarter way to go. Ease off the throttle, let it go. Fast lap last time by, your P2 driver, KA100. Only a little bit quicker now. Massimino leads the rest of the train.
And Mike, you mentioned the over-under and guys trying to go on the outside. It's the over-under you don't want to do over in turn number 4. It's a great pass there as well, potentially for the lead. Hunter, can he make it stick? He does. Hunter, that's the over-under that works. But over in turn 4, if you try to cross back over like Moya's trying to do here, yeah, he's back through. It doesn't work. Let's see what happens here. The big run there for Massimino. He'll go to second.
Was he going to try for another one? No, but it's going to be further back. KA100 is going to try to hold on to the spot as they come off the corner. Big run for Massimino down at turn number 7. He'll have an opportunity right here. No defense out of Moya.
Moya backed him up really good in that first heat. Let's see if he does again. They're lined up all the way back to 5th with Bonilla, and then 6th with Aiden Ingrata.
And defense would make sense about this time of the race as well.
Yeah, this one would be well understood. Now, Paulie Massimino slowly charging his way forward, a consistent run in the opening heat. He's obviously been at the forefront in both senior classes, but different conditions at night right now, and Kai Hunter, realizing that this is about to really open up, is taking the fight to him.
I'll tell you, I was trying to illustrate a point, but these guys said, no, it's go time, Rob. You should have did that a little bit earlier.
Well,
it is 100% go time right now.
And they all start doing that, and here goes Moya, now out to 5 kart lengths. If there's another run right here, it's going to happen. Massimino to the inside. He's got it. Now it's going to be Hunter coming under fire from the 97. That's Miller. Miller had a great first heat race as well.
The RPG's now lined up 4, 5, 6, and here comes Mossman trying to split the train apart. And behind Frankie, Jesus Vasquez Jr. on the GFC is closing in there in the 8th spot. Hayden Jones still a good ways back along with Blake Nash. We could be 8 deep though, coming to 2 laps remaining. Ruben Moya's lead opening up a bit, but can Paulie Massimino start to build a gap at least back to Hunter and ride? A second place would be solid for the number 5 to line him up for tomorrow.
Yeah, my question there for Massimino, again, goes to work on the shroud on that radiator. Looks like he may have been lifting it up a little bit. Temperatures starting to work their way a little higher on that edge. They'll go up and down on that shroud to get enough air coming through to get that optimum temperature they want in the water for the engine. But it's Massimino there enough to go real in Moya. Again, I said it was go time. We've got a couple laps still here remaining. The white flag is going to come out next time by. What was the pace like last time for Massimino?
I think he's got a shot because he did that passing.
Yeah, he was quick, and by over a tenth for sure.
Now, behind him here, the RPGs are still kind of white lining a little bit, but Nia trying to just hang on, I think, as they're all struggling there. And, oh yeah, great catch there, Mike.
Looks like the leader Moya, as he went through the second to last couple of corners, big hop out of the Patano chassis.
So high tire pressure there.
Yeah, there it is. He might be losing a little bit of that run. It's not going to rotate quite as good. This is going to be first opportunity. Big defense out of Moya. You know it's coming. Going to open it up is Massimino. Crossover opportunity. Here it is. Perfectly done. Massimino, and a thumbs up out of Moya.
And it was right at the yellow. So what do we have there? You saw Moya point at it as they were going side by side. Paulie set up for it, but the yellow was after the exit of the corner.
Ooh, exactly. I'm looking across now, and now I'm seeing a yellow in the shade, like in the dark where you can't see it. I wonder, was there a yellow out?
Oh, man, that's going to go to race control. If it holds, though, we've got 1 corner left, Rob.
Yeah, indeed, coming into the final corner. Big wide run. Whoa. Massimino trying to hold on to it. Big wide run. They're going to be 3 wide coming across the line. Not quite. Massimino's going to get away with it, but look at the chaos behind.
If there was a yellow and he was confident there was a yellow, why would you do that move?
Yeah.
Why would you just ride in second if you knew it?
Yeah,
that's a really good point.
I think he knew he was cooked at that point. You're going so slow out of that corner. You got time to realize, oh, man, he's got me. And then he looked over and he saw the yellow on the exit. But, yeah, I agree. I don't think it was on the way in until later on. I think they first got the yellow on the exit because they saw the wreck ahead. And then, after the leaders got through, the yellow went out on the way in. Paulie, though, is having a word with Moya, and in our Coastal League recap, you'll see why. Because that last lap, last turn, Ruben was trying to, it looked like, either defend or send it, and the combination nearly cleaned them both out for that heat race victory. It also docked Stephen Miller. He was the biggest loser out of that whole skirmish. Hunter snuck around him for 3rd. Bonilla stayed in 5th. Ingrata, Mossman, Vasquez, Nash, and Hayden Jones. Jake Drew and Ellie Goldstein, couple vets there closing into the top 10 after some woes in quali. Big mover this time was Santi Fernandez, just outside the top 15. The Miami, Florida native has picked up a ton of spots after qualifying basically at the back of the field to 19th there that time by. But unfortunately, it wasn't enough to get himself above the cut line. Maybe there'll be some more penalties that could change that.
Yeah, just a wild finish for sure. Again, we'll have a chance to potentially have a look at it in our recap. But the bottom line is we saw some good racing up front. Paulie Massimino, guys, just continues to flex his muscles. But let's have a look how things rolled out at the green flag.
Yeah, right off the bat here, again, you called it, Rob. Slow start. Kai Hunter was trying to pick up the pace there as he gave a little shot to Moya, but Jaden Thien goes around in the first turn. Jones goes backwards, and right off the bat, Hunter was taking the fight forward. Now, there were some good scraps further in the pack, but Paulie Massimino, after kind of waiting in fourth for the early parts of this race, got by Stephen Miller, then started to charge towards the leaders, and right as he did, they began to fight. First with Hunter taking the first blow at Moya. Here was some moments further deeper in the field that had happened in turn 3 with all the lower grip. We saw a lot of maybe a little more pushing and shoving than in some of the earlier heats, but we're getting to that kind of crunch time to get your ticket to Sunday, and well, you see even as well, that ticket to the pole is going to be all the more elusive with the way this heat race transpired, because you can see any of these 6 could have got it. And at this point here, we thought that it might have just turned into a fight for second, Rob, because they had given Moya a pretty decent gap coming out of this corner.
But we know that really a tenth, a half a tenth quicker, and indeed, there's that flag right there. But it's around the corner already.
And they were nose to nose.
It had already started.
Yeah. And then this was the moment there in that last turn that Paulie was not happy about. Moya, I think, just misjudged it, and I'll give him the benefit of the doubt on that he was trying to defend the spot, and that might be what he's communicating with Paulie, but the two of them having just a quick, hey, what was that? Are we good? And they're judging by the body language of the both of them. I think that was, hey, my bad, didn't mean to get into you there. It was all good.
What's going to be interesting, too, we'll get to this right here, is going to be how far up was Massimino at the time.
Let's go down to you, Alex, here standing by with our heat race winner.
Thank you, Xander. Paulie, I mean, like you mentioned there on the Coastal Link recap, I mean, it looked like Ruben had this race won. Last lap, you closed in the gap, got it done. Describe that last lap to us.
Yeah, I mean, we're fighting like it's Sunday. My only goal is to try and survive the heats, but, you know, you gotta be careful out there. Everybody's trying to take it off everybody's head, so, yeah, just glad to survive, glad to get that heat win. Feels good. Missed a little bit in the first heat, but I feel like we rebounded a little bit.
I feel like you've flown under the radar this weekend, but nonetheless a heat race victory for you. How would you kind of sum up the first 3 days of SuperNats on your end?
I think it's been going great. You know, KA, we're fast, and, you know, X30, we've been up there, but we've always been missing a little bit. You know, this team and I have been working super hard all year, putting up results in KA and all the categories, and we're really trying to push our program to be the best out there. And, you know, I feel like we keep coming closer and closer, and I can't thank, you know, all the BJR, MDR guys. We have good momentum. We'll see tomorrow.
Thank you, Paulie.
Thank you.
I'm also going to bring in Ruben here. Ruben, for you as well. I said it to Paulie, I'll say it to you. It looked like you had this thing kind of sealed, and then last couple laps that went away from you. How did you feel from your end?
Oh yes, last couple of laps were a little bit hard, but I think we did a really good race. Then yeah.
Walk me through that last lap, especially the last corner there, the decision to kind of go for the move on Paulie.
Yes, clearly he overtook me under the yellow flag. It's like even before braking, we already saw there was yellow flag, and he even went for the move. So. He knew there was a yellow flag, so like 100% he overtook me under the yellow flag. So we will see what the marshal says, but it's clear.
Thank you, Ruben.
Thank you.
Well, it appears that he thinks that it was a yellow. We didn't get a really good look at it, right? We were kind of at a pan look as opposed to being able to see everything that happened. I don't know that there was a yellow flag coming in or not, but nonetheless, he seems to think that he's going to get the spot back.
Well, I mean, the good news is that the marshals have a lot of manpower because, well, there's another race already onto the racetrack and getting set to go green. How about this head-to-head fight, something that has been long awaited? We were hoping to get it at the only other time these two shared the racetrack. Ryan Norberg and Joe Turney earlier this year at Trackhouse Motorplex, but neither one of them ended up with the real kind of head-to-head fight that we thought they were going to get. Joe got the win, Ryan got cleaned out early on in that main, but now the two of them are together, and Rob, you were there when we kicked off the year. Ryan said he had one guy he needed to come back so he could beat. And it was JT.
Yeah, it's going to be Ryan Norberg and Joe Turney on the front row. Diego Ramos alongside Andy Rattel on row number 2.
Austin Garrison had a solid opening heat race, but he was outnumbered. He's at least now one man in the top 5 amongst 4 other different represented teams and chassis here in heat number 2. And he starts alongside one of the youngest drivers in the field, Jensen Burnett, representing Canada there in P6.
Yeah, you go back a little bit further, Dalton Haynes alongside Aaron Garcia Lopez on row 4, Nicholas Terlecki and Alessandro DiTullio on row number 5.
We've got more sprinkles and drops hitting here with the third to last heat of the night going, and well, we've got a few more to get through on the lineup. Lucas at Longchamps had a solid opening heat there into the top 10. Matt Higgins the same on the Energy Corsa Racing America's entry. Laurent Legault, Chase Hand, Eli Warren the top 15 of the 30 plus. Keep an eye there. You can see the bright yellow fluorescent comp cart of Oliver Hodgson. He had made up some spots in his opening heat. He's going to try to do the same thing here. Heat number 2 for Groups A and C, but Ryan Norberg, Joe Turney, and there's a look at the couple of droplets that have hit. Here we go.
An opportunity to have a little more of that moisture. We'll see how that plays out on a very cold racetrack right now. Norberg on the inside, Turney on the outside. It is our second run through the heat race rotation, and we are green, 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 and a big move from the inside to the outside for Ryan Norberg. He'll grab that spot and lead early, coming out of turn number 2, 3. Does Turney go right after him? No. Mid-corner run down the bottom. Turney will try the over-under. I think Moore happy just to get out of that corner onto the rear bumper, not have any kind of issues. Gave himself lots of room as they now roll through with Diego Ramos into the P3 position.
You see those little things come from the sky. That's going to give you a little bit of urgency. You're going to want to make sure that you are in the right position if something big happens, and that means that Turney now, he's in a spot where he can either play this smart or try to go get it. But I'll tell you, getting it, your leader, Ryan Norberg, trying to vettle this thing. Remember back in the day, you had to get out of the DRS or whatever? He's trying to get out, way out front, no draft allowed to Turney as they are fighting behind him.
I will say that start was a lot of respect there between the front drivers that have spent a lot of years running around each other. Ramos, Garrison, Norberg, and Turney now, but for Andy Rattel getting by Garrison, that all spurred up because the young kid is splitting them all up. How about it for Aaron Garcia Lopez? 5 spots up and still digging on that DPK America's Alonso Kart. The pack is going at it behind him, but the blue and yellow machine is up to third and hunting forward here while they are still going out in the chicane. That's the Longchamps and Haynes back and forth. Great fighting there inside the top 10.
Yeah, for Garcia Lopez, what a great run out of the gate here to be running with the big guns of single speed racing right now. Look at that. He's surrounded by Norberg, Turney, Ramos, and Garrison. That is essentially the big guns. You throw ADT in there, and there's your top 5 on the ECAN driver rankings. These guys are the best of the best in the USA.
Talk about a stacked heat race here in a very crazy midfield. ADT's in the swarm of it trying to find a home as here goes Matthew Higgins to the inside of Dalton Haynes in turn number 1. Dalton's going to let him on through, and Nick Terlecki looks on the HOTS DD Tony Kart. 6 cars deep up front. Higgins low, Haynes low. Over under from Terlecki will not happen there.
Wow, this is some good stuff. A little bit further back. Again, that's that battle with the, we said Haynes, Higgins, Terlecki. It's a 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. A little bit back out of that lead group that's trying to stretch away. Lead driver's doing a great job, and not surprising, settling in early here, waiting for those tires to come up to temperature, get those pressures where they need to be. Mike Smith, allow them to really kind of go to work.
Well, not only that, what's really, really important about that is that the tires do come up to temperature. We start getting more of these sprinkles. That's what you need to be able to get through. We've gotten some of them. We're starting to show up here on the Car Chaser desk, and we are seeing these guys get after it. If the temps stay up and the sprinkles stay down, we're going to be just fine. If it starts to flip-flop, that's where we're going to start having grip issues. Right now, we should be all right.
This is a concern right now, I believe, Xander, that with the fact that we are getting more little shots here coming down. We're almost being able to see it now. Visually, we can see
here it is.
The weather come. The rain is now arriving. These drivers need to take care rolling around here on lap number 4.
This is going to be crazy here. Ryan Norberg is the only driver inside the top 4 spots there with a tinted visor, it looks like. And yeah, the rain is hitting.
This is going to be a bit much. You guys are going to go down this straightaway, and they're going to be going straight for a while. They're going to be picking up some liquid as they go down at turn number 1. The question is, it's a long enough track. Is it worse on one side or the other? Right now, we see it right in front of us. It's starting to pick up.
Here it is, the big moment down in turn 1. And does Norberg get through? Do the leaders get through? Does anyone go off? Couple are wide through turns 1 and 2. Turney nearly ends up in the wall. Here comes Rattel looking to go into turn number 3.
Yeah, super tough conditions. You couldn't ask for anything harder than cold weather. This kind of racing surface, no rubber whatsoever, and of course, then the unbelievable rain coming down here potentially. Turney trying to go to work. He knows he's got to get by. Look at these guys trying to lay over now. They're really trying to get the body moved over to potentially get some weight on the outside rear wheel. They are digging with Norberg out front.
Look at this. I mean, this is like a slick track, a dirt track here. We were already talking about the lack of grip, and now you got 5 guys lined up here with Norberg at the helm. And to Ryan Norberg's credit right now, as Rattel goes a little wide out of the last turn, he's admitted that the rain racing, the wet racing, probably one of the weaker portions of his game, and he's got some strong game. But look at this tourney. Nearly hits the wall as he locks up low, and Norberg's looking like
Let's
a pro.
throw this by. We're past the halfway point as well. If rain does come and they decide to shut this one down.
Well, and what I was just going to say, too, even bigger hat tip to our leader, because he's the first one into the corner. He's the one showing everybody else how bad it is. Look at how early he's slowing it down. He knows it, too. He's tiptoeing, going through. Now they're starting to get out of the chicane. This is going to be where it starts to get tight. Coming through the turn 11 section. Wide goes Norberg. Here comes the rest of them. They're going to curl around the final corner. All this turning right here, this is where it's going to get a little bit tough, you guys.
Indeed that. We are now working, as I said, lap number 6. And the rain, we can see it in the light here. It is consistent. It's not super, super heavy, but it's a consistent light rain onto the track right now. Sooner or later, you're going to see the glaze come across. Here comes a potential move. Lopez looking to the inside. Norberg can't get a turn. Almost get to the wall, and Garcia Lopez goes to the lead.
Rattel followed him off the ledge, turning nearly the same. Garcia Lopez to Garrison as they tiptoe to turn number 5. Norberg back to 3rd, and look at Matthew Higgins on the energy.
And that was 100% what Mike said. He was the first guy in. Everybody else checked up a little bit more. Norberg went off. Lopez and Rattel were able to come through.
Did you see Turney go through turn number 4, got out wide, tried to get in the marbles, find a little bit more grip on the outside. Red flag is out.
Yeah, there it is.
You talk about a golden horseshoe. Ryan Norberg is going to get a gift as this race goes under red, goes to the last time to the timing loop, and if it does not restart, the number 1 is going to get a mulligan here with the drivers coming to a halt.
You know he's going to be upset about that.
Not exactly sure. Are we red for an incident, or are we red for?
I would
see one stationary vehicle over coming out of turn 4.
Yeah,
but in the seat still.
The fact that we're rolling the ambulance, we've got an issue on the racetrack.
Yeah, so this may not be
Turn
over.
1, fellas. Turn 1.
Oh, yeah. All right, not a surprise there at all. Turn 1 is the call that we've got an impact. And, I mean, that was unfortunately probably on the cards considering what happened. And I think that's also why we apologize for the little hiccup there of losing the pack right before we picked them back up. That was our turn 1 camera that also catches that infield triple right. And I would imagine the shock right there and then trying to pan away in case that driver was hurt at the first corner. So under red, either way you scale it, whether this race gets called or whether it returns, it goes back to the previous lap where all drivers hit the timing loop, which would put Ryan Norberg back at the helm. Garcia Lopez, Garrison, Rattel, Turney, the top 5 with 6 laps complete, 4 left on the board, and 2 more heat races on deck. Pro Shifter on grid. Can only imagine what those boys and girls are thinking. We're going to step to the side, and when we return, we'll get some more info of what is all going on and, well, what do we have more in store as the rain continues to fall here in Vegas.
So you finally want to get behind the wheel, huh?
Yeah, I've been shooting for 3 years, and I've never got to drive.
Well, you're going to need some more gear than just your helmet. Why don't you go to shopakr.com. They got their inventory online, and they'll ship it the same day if you order before 5:30 p.m. Eastern.
They got shoes?
Yep.
Gloves?
Yep.
Rip protectors?
Got those too.
Can they make me go fast?
No.
Here at Acceleration Kart Racing, we've got everything you need to get on track. What happens next? Well, that's on you. Check us out online at shopakr.com.
The foundation of your racing endeavor is the kart. It carries your hopes, your legacy, at times your heart outside of your body. And if it's the right kart, it holds the line. Factory karts are the only karts hand-built in the U.S. A precision-welded frame made of 4130 chromoly tubing, adjustable wheel bearing cassettes, seat mounts that don't break. But what good is a foundation if it's not the fastest? Made with care by a 4-time SuperNats champion Billy Musgrave. Factory karts, American-made, race-proven.
Lead the pack with Freem, the ultimate bespoke brand for karting racewear and team apparel. Handmade in Italy, our high-performance gear combines style and functionality. Whether you're a seasoned racer or just starting out, Freem's passion for karting fuels every stitch. Embrace the adrenaline, express your individuality, and join the choice of professionals and champions worldwide. Find us at SuperNationals 27 at the K1 Freem trailer to learn more, or online at freemracing.us.
Stop that. Stop that. I hear him chatting the noise, move too quick, can't stop for the talking. I hear him chat with the boys, man so tough, but mans keep walking. Just too sharp with the prize, white girls let it tell me I'm awesome, yeah. Hot like fire on the pan, if you wanna touch man, please use caution. Cold like 0 degrees, I'm out the cage, gotta let out the beast. Revolutionary, gotta let out the streets. Locked in a cage,
I'm Lisa Guzanski. And I'm Master. Today we're going to talk about MIR racing suits. The reason why I love MIR so much is because they're very lightweight and very breathable.
You could also get your suits custom made for your own team. We love MIR.
Wins the main with a stunner in Pro Shifter. Turner Brown will win on Sunday.
Augustus Toniolo wins X30 Junior.
Kai Hunter wins the main event in KA Senior. And the RPG Cosmic wins in Micro.
Donovan Bonilla has won at the SuperNationals.
For more information on how to start your driver development journey with RPG, visit RollisonPerformanceGroup.com.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Jr.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here. Told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2024 for TV Karts.
Amarillo Kart Complex is now the official distributor for TV Kart in the continental U.S. Become a dealer today.
Brandon, why are there all these charges for just over $200 from Acceleration Kart Racing's website?
That's because AKR gives you free shipping on orders of $200 or more within the continental U.S.
Okay, but I thought you were just getting a pair of gloves. That's what, 70 bucks?
But if I'm getting a new pair of gloves, I might as well get a new pair of shoes to match. And then on top of that, I'll get a neck brace because with the shipping, it's basically free.
Yeah, I do not think the math checks out on that.
Everything you need, all in one place and shipped to your door for free for orders of $200 or more. Exclusions apply. Spend responsibly. Shop AKR.com.
Looking for a team with a diverse calendar? How about a team that offers both full support and teaches you and your kid how to do all the work yourself? For us at Drive Your Line Kart Sport, fostering growth on and off the track in a family environment is what we do. Well, that and bringing home some hardware. Contact us today online at dylkartsport.com.
Are you stuck with your kart racing? Not sure the ideal kart setup? Or going to a track for the first time? Well, Kart Class has the answers for you. Our online portal has a wealth of experience and knowledge to help your kart racing. From kart setup advice to track guides that are targeted specifically to your circuit, or the driver coaching aspect with mindset, racecraft and driving techniques. If you want to take your karting to the next level, visit us at kartclass.com.
All the way up to the finish line. Who is it going to be? And it's Sean Perez who wins in Crescent.
Ty Fisher wins $1,000 in KA100 Junior.
Alex Stanfield played it perfectly here. Told him to wait. Stanfield wins the Duffy in 2020.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here as we are just taking a look at what has quickly. Lap count be going back to the end of lap number 6. Lots to break down from that, Mike.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing to try to dice it in on a proper racetrack, but a parking lot track with the different things that happen here, whether it be oils or whatever. I mean, it's regardless, right call there. Obviously, the incident in turn number 1 to call it the red flag, but yeah, extremely tricky conditions. I mean, these boys earned the pro moniker right there.
That was a big test. I believe we may be able to pull the results up for all of you. If not, again, Ryan Norberg will get credited with the win provisionally with a lot more to break down. They are still trying to take a look at what's the best course of action for the 2 pro shifter heat races that are lined up. Like you said, crazy stuff. Also involved in the red flag, so we weren't sure initially. Then right before we went to break, we were given notice that it was Pierce Jaso, we believe, that was into the wall at turn number 1. I believe he's been checked and cleared. And taking a look, there is movement down on the grid for pro shifter. What are we in for? It looks like we got some drivers kind of getting ready to go. I think we're getting ready to let them loose. So Norberg, Garcia Lopez, Austin Garrison, Andy Rattel, Joe Turney, your provisional top 5. Still waiting there. A lot of drivers kind of standing up, and I don't know what we're in store here, Rob. This is going to be wild.
Yeah, indeed. I guess we could throw on the rain tires first and foremost, but man, cold rain tires, this kind of rain, this kind of surface, it is going to be an absolute skating rink.
Well, taking a look though, I don't think there's a lot with them, and I think that's where a lot of the confusion is. While there was some deliberation, there's some last-minute tire pressure changes. Everyone's already up to the grid, so you don't want to take the risk of running back to go put the reins on and miss the session.
Looks like slicks to me.
Yeah, I think we're rolling. I mean, again, the track is getting the rain, but it's not puddling. It's definitely cold. It's definitely slick. Man, this is going to be something else here. Talk about must-see TV.
Okay, yeah. It's and we're talking about massive horsepower, grabbing gears, all that torque. And listen, this is going to separate the guys that can get it done and the guys that can't, because this is going to be tough.
If there was ever, like you said, Mike, you gave a tip of the hat there, kind of a nod to the Pro X30 boys and girls for that pro moniker with them. These pro shifter boys are going to get put to the test in this next heat race here. We'll see how much the track's going to already have fallen away, because we've been only gone for 5 minutes, but the temps continue to drop. You can see Christian Bertuca, right leg twitching there. He's ready to go. Engines are firing. We're rolling. This is going to happen.
Yeah, I find it interesting. I'm kind of surprised that they wouldn't call this a wet race. And then if we did that, though, we'd have to have the time set out to be able to get that done. But apparently, as it stands right now, we're going to roll these drivers. Engines are fired. It sounds like we're going to put them out here and let them go to work in what is a steady, light rain that we can see here from the tower.
It's one
see
thing.
And feel.
Yeah, you know exactly that. So if we kind of compare it real quick, in the X30s, we're at full song, we're rolling. who've got heat in the tires for making things happen, and it's the drivers adapting to the changing conditions. Flip side, shifters, there is no heat in the tires. They have to try to get heat in the tires on a wet track. They're going to be sliding around. And the only caveat to that is that they know about it in advance, and it's starting out that way. That being said, we need to try to get 5, call it quotation, clean laps in to make this a race.
52 degrees, by the way, here, folks. That's what I'm seeing. So that's the watch.
I don't like that number. I don't think it's real. It definitely doesn't feel real. Look, I get it, Rob. You're from the red and white country up above us, but this is cold. Okay, this is cold.
We would be inside in the heat right now in front of a fire.
Hold on a second. I changed my mind. I got coffee left.
Oh, there we go.
We're
again.
back in, boys.
All right, well, we'll be pulling that starting grid up for you all here momentarily to get a look at how they'll line as the engines fire. Again, it's just kind of off and on. The wind, whenever it kicks up, the rain picks up. Whenever it dies down, it seems to fade away, give you a little hope. We're still waiting on the AMR medical team to set back up. Obviously, that's great news that the drivers involved, again, we believe Pierce Chasho was one of them, and the rest in that Pro X30 heat race all cleared. And okay, no need for transport. Was a very scary impact, definitely high speed. The leaders nearly ended up being the incident that called the race. And then further back, multiple drivers, lots of wall impacts. I want to give a big tip of the hat, though, to Neil Strickland and the entire SuperKarts USA track crew, because turn 1, as many impacts as we have seen across the racetrack here, for it to be at the end of a 900-foot straightaway and have a heavy braking zone, I have not seen anyone really break through all the way.
Welcome to the Red Army.
Yeah, how about this look, right? You got Christian Bertuca there, first in frame. Matteo Vigano, former SuperNats champion, next in line. You have Jesper Schulberg there, fourth in the train. And I believe we have the 99 machine, another one of the Bureau Art Superstars. I don't know that helmet. I know we had Pedro Hiltbrand on screen a moment ago. Is that may be Pedro there in the 99. So I maybe you just a tick off on that. Either way, we'll get the leaderboard up for you when they fire. They're still holding for a moment. And as you can see, the holding is as well on timing and scoring.
That's X30.
Yeah. So that's where the last little bit is. And that may be also what's kind of the delay.
Yeah, indeed, the AMR safety team has got themselves back. The ambulance is back in its area in the back part of the racetrack now. So yeah, look, out in slicks, I'm going to say the rain has lightened up significantly now. They're going to refire these engines once again, get them back rolling.
Lots of deliberation obviously going on in race control here. So that's what this has got to be coming down to is this safe enough to let them loose? And well, a great shot there, just behind the orange barrier. The orange, blue, yellow, and white Sodi Kart that has been top of the board so far. Emilian Denner has his tuned up. Cinnamon Wolstein, even more so. He got that extra day of practice. And the 44, the vice champion in the FIA-KZ World Championship main event, rolling from the inside of row 1 here in groups A and C. Christian Bertuca on his outside. And oh no, we have issues for our pole man.
Yeah, and Trefilov.
Trefilov got trapped behind him. Cinnamon Wolstein has flooded it. Van Wolstein trying to get away. He does, but he's got to hustle now. And he's got to do it on a wet track to get back in position before the commitment line.
A couple things are going to go in our favor here. A little bit of the wind is going to help us out in the drive factor. The fact that the track, to your point earlier, Xander, not puddling, not having issues there, it could go back our direction. And again, it does look, if you look at the lights out here, I'm not seeing a lot of the drops, so I think it's gone our direction a little bit.
It's backed up a little bit for sure. Van Wolsten and Bertuca on the front row. David Trefilov, he and Van Wolsten finally able to get rolling. Matteo Vigano on the outside of row number 2. Victor Gustafsson in the 45, starting 5th, alongside the 99 of Pedro Hiltbrand. Drivers their first time trying to get around here. This is what the pro drivers can do. This is amazing.
I mean, again, we've got thousands and thousands of you watching here in the paddock all around the world, and you're in for a treat. We go back, of course, with Kyle Wick, Jasper Stolberg. How about the experience when you look back down to row number 5, Boss Lammers and company trying to go. Check out everyone tiptoeing there in turn 3. Daniel Vasile won in Vegas. It was a lot different weather 2 weeks ago when he did it. Remo Richetti's got a lot of experience. Keon Tandon kind of can mark him as a veteran even with the partial karting schedule he's had recently. And we've got already one driver that's gone wide here. At the end of that back straightaway, it's one of the CRGs, David Williams out of the Ron White Racing Camp. He'll get refired. Still trying to wait and see if they can make it. So that seems to be the biggest trouble spot right now, even worse than turn number 1.
This is going to be incredibly interesting. First and foremost, remember, they got to come off the line with all that horsepower and no grip at all. See the field down from 21st all the way to the tail, 34 in this particular group. Remember, 2 groups. This is Group A versus Group C. And again, that's why Senna Van Wallstein is the leader of the A group, starting on the pole position alongside Bert Tuca. This opening lap, again, as they get rolling, they're going to get a little bit of heat into the tires, but man, with the track being as cold as it is, I'm surprised. Look at these drivers really working it on what would be a very slippery racetrack.
You know what they talk about all the time in F1, right? Was the first guys get lined up and then the back guys do it. It takes so long that the heat starts to go down in the tires.
Check this out. Senna Van Wallstein did not make it all the way up to the pole. He's going to be back. His spot will be vacated. So you can see Trefilov backing up there into 3rd. Christian Bertuca is going to be alone on the front row. I believe Van Wallstein is trying to make his case there as he was able to get up halfway. He got all the way to the top 10. He's trying to say that he's slated to start first, and that's what's got them all confused because Kyle Wick's behind him.
Trefilov's where he's supposed to be.
So nobody knows what's going on. You got Keon Tandon has stalled on the outside, still stalled. I think they're going to have to wave this one off.
Oh, they're pushing him off. Neil Strickland's telling him to get off the side of the racetrack.
Wow. No shot. He tried to fire. I don't know if he's going to get a penalty. Still out of the box. Still in. Yeah, they've got to wave it. There's nothing they can do.
That's actually a good thing. If to one more lap to help dry this place.
Well, the key right now is what are they going to do with Senna Van Wallstein? He did not make it back. He's just going to have to start wherever he was. Everybody else is going to have to make the transition.
Yeah, so as Keon Tandon tries to refire that GFC, finally does, but he'll have to go all the way to the tail, being the cause for the aborted start. And yeah, great question, Rob. Does Senna Van Wallstein now, does the commitment line reset with a aborted start?
Again, that remains to be seen. Got to go deep into the rule book on that one to find out what the concept is going to be there. Trefilov was doing the right thing. You see the SKUSA official trying to tell him to move up to the spot, and Trefilov's like, no, I'm P3. I got to leave this spot open. And indeed, Van Wallstein was not able to get around, as we said, so a little confusion off the start. The obvious issue with Keon Tandon sent us around again. These drivers doing big-time work to get some heat into these tires. Wow.
All right, so you can see Tandon is probably unfamiliar with the rules that he needs to vacate his spot. You saw him making up ground, so Keon is going to get a penalty of some kind. He might actually get black flagged or sent to the tail in a DQ for starting in a spot that he's no longer supposed to. And looking for Senna, it looks like he's been able to go all the way back up. No?
Yeah, exactly that. I just saw him right as we switched to this camera angle. He was right there, but I'm not sure if there's anybody in front of him.
Well, I don't know if any...
He's out front.
Yeah.
He's
I don't know if any of these guys have hung out all too much with so many people coming in from all around the world. But for Senna Van Wallstein, I'd be buying Keon Tandon a beer tonight if I could find him.
Are you kidding me? That's what I'm saying. It actually kind of worked out, I think, for everybody else for that happening.
Here we go. This is going to be wild. Senna Van Wallstein gets a godsend to be able to start from the pole after struggling to get off the grid, which, to his credit, it was a bit of an issue there. Now you see Sam Dicker as well. He's a bit confused on where Tandon's lined up. They've got an empty box in front of him. There's all kinds of chaos, but we've got our front row set. On the inside there, Senna Van Wallstein. On the outside, Christian Bertuca, Taryn Likens. Let's go racing under the lights in slick conditions are Bro Shifter, and Bertuca gets the whole shot.
Wow, that was what we were thinking about. Who's going to get the run around the outside? A couple drivers coming up and over. Great job thus far all the way through the field, but Bertuca with the whole shot. Trefilov goes up into second. Van Wolstein slotting back into the third spot. Everybody else trying to figure out what kind of grip are you going to have at full speed.
Yeah, now is it going to change as you get to the other end of the circuit? You're going to come around these corners. You can see right where they were driving, it actually is pretty good. As you get off the circuit, it gets a little shiny. That's where the wetness is still there. We've been driving on these bits. This is okay, but you try to make a pass or something like that, it could get interesting.
Talk about a crazy Friday night here. We are racing in Pro Shifter, and look at Tandon there trying to make a move. Lots of drivers up, high, wide, low, middle, center, anywhere you can find the grip, but they have all survived to this point, and I believe we'll put the first lap in the books. Bertuca leads to Trefilov, Van Wolstein, Victor Gustafsson, and down to turn one for the first time at full speed. And a couple wide moves.
You see Trefilov get over the front end, yeah.
They're really trying to work those front tires to get them to bite coming through. What's really interesting right now, guys, if you're not here, you can't see it. It's not raining anymore. We'll see what this track does in terms of potentially building some kind of a dry line. Maybe not even for this race, but for the next one. It's going to be interesting for the last race of the day.
And they set the tire pressures knowing it was going to be a low grip. How they're going to be as they go. Everybody's got something a little bit different right now.
So already a lap and a half in, Christian Bertuca is the one that leads us basically off the cliff every time. That first lap in at speed now, the second one coming to us. Let's see what kind of lap times we're running. You can see the top 5 are separated, then you got this mid-top 10 scrum with the likes of Vigano, Daniel Vasile, Pedro Hiltbrand's there, Kyle Wick is there. 2 complete yellow flags, turn 1. That'll make things a little bit easier as everyone can tiptoe. They can all hang on. Look at all the variance in lines there as they try to take the different approaches to that first corner. We got to change for second. Van Wolstein has gone by David Trefilov. The pole man is back up towards the front row here in this group as they head to the infield triple right.
So I'm saying 6 seconds off the pace right now. 47.4 is what Van Wolstein did in this first heat race. We're doing a 42.9. So again, 5 to 6 seconds off the pace right now.
We're talking about Bertuca being out front. Here's the deal. When you're out front in drying conditions, your confidence just keeps getting better and better and better. It's not like it was in Norberg where it gets worse and worse and worse. So as you are leading and you go in there, you have to tiptoe a little bit. We're like, oh, it's better this time.
Oh, big
close
hit
call.
there.
Close
Sam
call.
Dicker. Lots of drive. He wasn't the only one in that section to hit the wall either. The 72. The man from down under is looking for 9th. Big deep send into turn number 1, and he's got it. Sam Dicker is throwing Bosch Lumbers, but Boss is coming back on the inside.
Talk about running the ragged edge here right now, really. They're just right on the absolute edge of adhesion. How much of that right pedal can I give? How much wheel do I have in it? Can I get it to slide? These guys are really working this right now.
And you can see as they start moving around in the seat, there Dicker to the inside gets it done. He's got the grip going on. Hey, he's got the confidence to send it down to the inside. He had the confidence to undercut and make it happen through there.
Now through the back sweeper, check it out towards the top 5. Pedro Hiltbrand's look pretty sporty. Right behind David Trefilov. Victor Gustafsson up the road on the CRG, 4 complete. Van Wolstein, purple again, 3/10 clear.
Do you see Senna reach down and adjust the brake bias going into turn number 1? I'd be curious how many times they're going to start moving things around. You want a little more brake bias for turn number 1. You might want that thing to move around elsewhere.
Hey, listen, less than 4 seconds now. They keep cutting it down, getting closer and closer to the dry times that they had earlier on. So this track is getting better every time by, and you made a great point, Mike. As opposed to when the rain's falling and you're not sure how bad the track's getting, it's getting better every time. So a guy like Bertuca can push a little bit more every time he gets through a corner.
Track's getting better, setup's getting better, heats in the tires, everything's getting faster and better. And you know what? Give me a little bit more rear brake. Give me a little bit less in the front because I don't need to be able to get through the corner like that.
So Pedro Hiltbrand making up one more position here. Trefilov one more backwards. Senna is hunting down Christian Bertuca as the yellows continue to wave in turn 1. And there was the first big moment out of Senna Van Wolstein. Probably had a lot of front brake in it initially, and then started to put some rear in it. Now for the lead, turn 5, Senna is through.
How good of a move was that? Got in there, took the position, knew he had the position, and then got that thing to rotate right at the apex and coming into the corner. Beautiful.
Bertuca has been not as good off the corners up to this point. It's been Senna really making the drives coming off turn 1, turn 4, things like that. But I'll tell you right now, that Sodi car is rolling through the middle part of the corner. Now it's going to be Bertuca's chance to follow. He's been leading this entire time. Now he can make the adjustment, see where he can attack.
Here comes Pedro Hiltbrand on Victor Gustafsson. 2 FIA world champions, Hiltbrand in the OK class, Gustafsson as well in the KZ2 division, I believe. Down in turn 1, he's going to go low. Hiltbrand to the high side. He'll wind that car up and get a big run at him towards turn number 5. Let's see if we have a fight for third. Yes, we will. Pedro to the inside.
He rode the cushion on the outside, baby.
Go who went purple, right?
Hiltbrand.
Only 2.6 seconds off the fast time from Van Walston in the dry heat. These guys are really working it in tough conditions.
Next time they go through turn number 1, look at how they lean over the right front. They're trying to get that thing to rotate through, but then Hiltbrand that time, after the rotation, was able to just rail it and get the run all the way to turn number 4.
Well, Pedro Hiltbrand is one of the smallest drivers in the top 5 here. He doesn't have that extra height, that extra body to be able to kind of use that to his advantage. So he's having to get a little creative. It's working for him. The 99 once again is purple, this time by 2/10 to the leaders. 3 to go. Look how wide Pedro Hiltbrand is ripping the outside.
On purpose.
Yeah, you see
on purpose.
His exit speed was massive coming out of the corner like that. Able to get it turned quickly and get back on the throttle.
It's all by design. He's figured it out right there. He's rolling the traditional rain line going into turn number 1. He has to tiptoe, but he gets it straight in the grippy stuff over on top of the marbles, and he's able to grab gears coming off. Hey, he was 49.9. He was 3/10 clear of Bertuca last time.
Everybody else still has wheel in it. They can't get on the throttle. He gets it straightened out and is back on it.
Speaking of Bertuca, though, starting to close in on Senna a little bit right now is going to be Sodi, Kart, Burrell here as we start getting down to just 2 to go.
Out of the final turn and across the stripe this time. White flag given that time. 1 lap remaining. We'll see if it goes off the flag.
So they were going to lose a lap very likely because of that false start.
Ah, yes, indeed. So we're on the last lap now. Hiltbrand may run out of time. Bertuca still putting pressure on Senna Van Walsteen. I will say as well here, of the top 5, the most experience on these parking lot circuits is Hiltbrand. Former SuperNats winner. He knows how to get it done. Whereas Bertuca's only been here a handful of times. Van Walsteen's debut, Gustafson's debut, and Trefilov only a handful as well. But Senna Van Walsteen is 2 more sectors away, 1 sector away now from closing out a picture-perfect day with a sweep of his heats.
Will it be close enough for Bertuca, Rob?
Yeah, we'll see. I don't know whether or not he even tried at this point here. Just bring it home. You know it's been a tough session. Senna Van Walsteen will come home with the victory in what was a crazy, interesting race. And has got to have everybody thinking over there right now who's getting set to go for this next one. Because the bottom line is they went, how quick did they go? 49.1. 47.4 was the fast time. They were less than 2 seconds off a dry racetrack time.
How about that?
And a track that got better and better
and better.
That's
what I'm saying. So then Walsteen with the win. Christian Bertuca comes home second. Hiltbrand third. Victor Gustafson fourth. Trefilov fifth.
Oh, some words here from Pedro Hiltbrand to Senna Van Walsteen. He is not happy with the Sodi driver. I don't know if we caught what happened there between the pair.
It would have been earlier.
Yeah, it must have been maybe near the start or something. But Pedro Hiltbrand, you could see even there Christian Bertuca kind of went up and guided him away from Senna. So hot for Pedro Hiltbrand at the end of that heat. But he was fast. He was hunting him down. Victor Gustafson, Trefilov, Vasile, Kyle Wick ends up 7th. Sam Dicker probably had the most fun car to watch in that one. He was sending it. In the beginning especially, ends up 8th. Jasper Schoberg, Boss Lammers, Vigano falls to 11th. Ruschetti 12th. How about the Kiwi kid? Jay Irwin up another few spots there, 13th for the number 6 plate. Check out the biggest mover here, Mike.
Yeah, looks to be Federico Piero. There are 14 spots in these tricky conditions, getting up to 17th. Anders Elkjar in the 11 spots going up, and drivers that didn't have such a good time with Sebastian Kellogg, Warren Camara cool there towards the back.
Yeah, same with Anthony Martella, who was a hard charger in race number 1. So tough for him to not get a good race there, to try to move himself in. Remember, he needed the LCQ last year and might need it again this year with that rough run.
So for groups A and C, Christian Bertuca, Senna Van Walsteen, and Pedro Hiltbrand class of the field. I see David Land is standing by for some post-race thoughts from this one. A crazy one, to say the least, here for Pro Shifter. Still got 1 more to go, but Dave, let's break it down.
Yeah, Christian Bertuca, amazing conditions there, tough conditions. What was it like in the cockpit?
Well, it was really, to be honest, really difficult, and we tried our best with being fast with the pressure on the tires before the start, and was good. Was good at the start. We made a good start and had a really good grip till the fifth to sixth lap, then being in front in this condition doesn't help you a lot. And when I was behind Senna, I began to be faster, following some lines, and knowing you could enter a bit faster. So yeah, that is still a good result, and we look into Sunday.
I think we're all looking forward to Sunday. That's Christian Bortuca, second place, and there's a little bit more racing to go, boys.
Yeah, one more. As we know, they've rolled out onto the racetrack already. I just feel like we're in for kind of a different run here with Marcus Kajak and Mateus Morgado on the front row. We talked about the fact that we weren't sure what those opening laps were going to be like. They literally chopped off 4 seconds worth of pace over that essentially 9-lap run, Xander. So for me, this is going to be a much different race. I think these guys have a more understanding of really what the track's going to be like when they get out there. They were on the fence watching this thing the entire time.
Oh, had to be glued to it. We were as well. Marcus Kayak, Mateus Morgado will be the first ones through on the warm-up lap, and of course off the stripe. We saw the outside lane pay off for the whole shot. Mateus Morgado needs one after that rough start he had in the opening heat race, Rob.
Yeah, I would agree with that 100%. And there's guys that need to work their way back. Louis Speck had a pretty good run as well. He's going to start 5th position. Emilian Denner, who is subbed in, as we know, for Giuseppe Palumba. He's been very strong here. And again, backing up that first race. This is weird conditions, but you got to back up what you did already. Marty Kremens has got to have another good run here. Rousseau's got to have another good run. You have to see what you did early and come right back. AJ Myers, I don't know, at this point, all or wall essentially, right?
Yeah, you got to go out and at least get you a couple heats. The thing is, if he wins out from here, though, I mean, that's going to be a 10th place average in the groups, 20th overall, and you do the math, but there still could be a lot more attrition to go. Roll from the mid-teens, so 25 lapper, a win would be really tricky in a gearbox class, but a good result's not out of the question. Here's a look further back at the last few starters that we'll have for groups B and D. Again, disregard Jordan Musser and Eduardo Mormarelli. Kenneth Cannell and Riley Pegram will take up the final row on the field. 16 total rows for 32 drivers in groups B versus D here. So here we are, ready to roll for Marcus Kayak, Mateus Morgado, and the rest of our Pro Shifter contingent. One more time.
Aggressive tire warming, if you will. They're going at it all the way into the staging lanes as well.
How much did the mechanics hedge bets on the pressure? Where exactly? It's not full dry. It ain't full wet. They had to get a little creative.
Yeah, I would agree with that. You got to go up a little bit. Temperature continues to fall. You're going to be up quite a bit, I would think, actually. You look at a little move there for Kayak on the shroud, pushed it down a little bit further.
We're sitting still. We're not getting any air,
that's exactly right. Because you're going to want to leave it down for that first lap to get it back to where it needs to be.
Yeah, right now they're just sitting here. Temperature's climbing.
Yeah, they got to be careful about making sure that the engine's ready, primed, and set to pop it into first, pull that clutch back, and get ready to launch. Here we go. One more time tonight for Pro Shifter. Marcus Kayak, Mateus Morgado. Morgado with a massive jump there as he gets away off the line and to the outside, nearly into the wall for Billy Musgrave, but he hangs on.
Wow, big start there. Unbelievably hectic for all those drivers coming down. Big start for Morgado, but look at this move for Kayak, right back to P1 around the outside. He'll take the spot. Couple guys climbing over top of the curbing, coming through turn number 5. Another one through turn number 6 as well. Morgado hits that right rear on it. Another shot there. Everybody working every bit of racetrack they can.
2 drivers further back on your screen have gone into the barriers on the outside turn number 7 as we actually pick up Morgado right now. I believe it's AJ Myers right there with the Morgado with the whole shot, as you said, but did not have as they went to turn number 4.
Through the back double right, Myers right behind the number 1 plate as they rocket onto the front straightaway. And we'll get the updated leaderboard. Luis Speck on that lime green TV has gone to second. He's going to try and take the Hiltbrand line through turn 1.
Was he watching on the sidelines for the old Hiltbrand?
I was waiting for that. Who's going to make that adjustment coming through visually, seeing what worked out for that driver for Hiltbrand and get that big wide run. Only one driver really pushed out early, and there's the yellow flag you see him for potential drivers off the racetrack to the right side of the screen.
Jared Ramnarayan is the one standing there. Another one that went out with him looked like it might have been potentially one of the CRGs out of that black and orange contingent. A lot of them here this weekend. We'll try to figure out who was the other driver involved. I believe Angel Reynoso in the 18, the driver from Mexico going out on the opening lap. So 31 remain of the 33 that have crossed the loop. Cross the line, 2 down. There's your top 5. Let's see what Kayak does in 1. He's going to go a little bit low and hit the curb and launch away. The grip is coming back.
Yeah, Luis Speck was the fastest driver, and that was able to close up a little bit here on Kayak. It's only 0.4 of a second back. We'll see if he's able to continue that. There's the driver of the 59, Jordan Lennox, pushing hard here as well. Where is Lennox here on the order? 8th position, trying to go after Rousseau.
Something I want to point out here, guys, is Emilian Denner trying to get a little bit of action going on here. Just in front of this train right here. It's basically Kayak, Speck, Morgado, Myers, Musgrave, and then Denner and company after that. Yeah. Denner going to try to get away, but he's got Rousseau and Lennox Kremers right there.
Yeah, exactly that. That's the lineup there, and Kremers needs to work his way forward. Did not have the result he needed in that RPG Cosmic. Needs to put a good one in here to try to see if he can't give himself a little bit better starting position come Super Sunday. Here comes AJ Myers. He's going to go to the inside. A Morgado. No, not quite enough into turn number 1.
Fastest lap of the race so far, AJ Myers last time by, so the number 3 is cooking right now. Not quite enough for the run. There's a little bit of love going into turn number 4. Everybody continues on.
So that's Quarantine Rousseau behind Lennox. Lennox had got around him about a lap and a quarter ago, and he has now, it looked like, started to put some pressure on Denner. Then Denner was able to get away there out of turn number 1, and since turn 5, Lennox has been kind of on the back foot, trying to hang on. Rousseau getting a little bumper there as Kremers moves him up and out of the groove. Nice little slip on by for the 25. He's got to go, and he's made up another one.
Yeah, that's a big move for Kremers to get himself up into the 8th position. Now with a chance to go to work on Lennox for 7th. So key move for these drivers. Again, watch the battle up front here as Morgado and Myers are slowly rolling in Luis Speck right now. It's a 1.2 second advantage for Marcus Kayak getting away. Here goes the move to the inside of turn number 4. Can Myers hold it? Not quite. Over under for Morgado, and he'll hold on to P3.
I'll tell you what, Marcus Kayak has been 10 out of 10 here in the cool weather, but here you throw a little bit of moisture down, he turns it up to 11, finds a little extra. Right now, Kayak is going bye-bye. Speck is going to hold on because here comes Morgado and Myers. And how about Billy Musgrave with him as well?
Mateus Morgado right now has to be careful. I will say, he and AJ Myers, the last time they were on the racetrack together outside of Las Vegas was when they were fighting for the Pro Tour Championship, and it did not end up respectful. But, and to add on to that, AJ's a bit in the kind of, well, I don't really have a lot left to lose column, but the number 3 still wants to make the main. He's still got to be smart about it. He's not going to work with Morgado, but unfortunately there, not enough grip off line. And a nice over-under.
He may lose a spot to Billy Musgrave if he keeps trying there. He went down to the bottom and wasn't able to park it enough to be able to take that spot away from Morgado. And yeah, you bring up that action we had in the Summer Nationals over in the shark fin when they kind of went after each other. Actually, it was essentially Morgado trying to go to the inside of Myers. That was not a happy time for AJ Myers. Does he keep thinking about that here right now? Is there a little payback coming? We'll see. He's tried a couple of times with really solid moves, though. He didn't get into the back of him, just went to the apex.
No, and now they're going to be right to the back bumper. Speck actually looks over the shoulder. These 3 behind have been able to roll a lot more speed. Look at them just come up on the back bumper. Is Speck not able to carry the speed? Morgado's not going to waste any time. There's the move inside. No, has to back out a little bit. But this is going to bring right into the game Myers and Musgrave. If he cannot get around Speck, they're going to try it right on him.
Yeah, working lap number 7 right now. We just got a couple more to go here to cap off the race and cap off the day. Really an interesting change with another move to the
turn
inside.
11.
Oh, that's beautiful. With the second big pass we've seen in turn 11.
Surprise, AJ Myers gets in there, and how about all kinds of left foot to keep it out of the wall was Morgado.
And look what else happened. Billy Musgrave came through as well because, as you said, big checkup for Morgado. Didn't realize he had lost that spot. We've only seen another pass like that. It's been 2 there that have been impressive all day long.
And both poor categories, too.
Exactly that, 100%. And again, will this allow now AJ Myers to go real in Speck? Speck with a little move. Myers was setting up for the move to the inside. Speck came across the bow.
Now watch Musgrave right there with him. Does he try another turn 11 program with Myers, and then Musgrave is able to get him? And what do you think, Xander? Here it comes.
It could be either way here. Let's see. I don't think anyone's close enough, but Mateus Morgado kind of got a taste of his own medicine, it felt like a little bit, with a very aggressive move to the inside that was either hit the brakes and let me go, or we're both going to crash. This time from AJ to Morgado. And Morgado, like you said, hard on the left foot. Now for Speck, I will say the TB kart's probably one of the stiffest front ends. He's been able to keep that kart out front for a while. It will not stick. Myers gets by. Musgrave gets by. Morgado is now going to drag race and get by the German as well.
Yeah, that was a big move there to the inside. Expected everything he could to hold the Lions back, but it wasn't going to last for long. Now it's Billy Musgrave potentially having to hold off on Morgado, but a big flat slide coming through the corner there through turn number 6 and 7. Has lost a little bit of ground right now, leaving a little bit of pressure at least for Morgado.
So Billy Musgrave, through all of that, flying kind of low and under the radar, has snuck his way into third. Talk about one happy number 8 factory kart. The All-American Badass has an All-American sweet-looking big rig here this weekend, and the factory karts crew now have another point less in their heat race tally that could potentially put Billy on track to be the first ever 5-time SuperNationals champ.
And how about a 3.6 second lead for Marcus Kayak? Billy Musgrave's kicking it, but this is the last lap, and literally Kayak has just walked away from this.
Unreal.
Right now Kayak has put the stamp on this class as being the guy I think to beat right now as we go into the next day. We still got to finish out this whole program here, but Kayak well out front and in control.
This is it, folks, the final lap here for the drivers in the Pro Shifter race. Final lap of the day, and like we said, the rain was coming. We thought we'd even get to the end. We have, and indeed, Marcus Kayak with a dominant win as he'll roll across the line. A.J. Myers did not give up throughout the entire 10-lap run. He comes home in second. Billy Musgrave in third. Morgado in the 4th spot. So 3 of the top 4 drivers in American shifter kart racing. We're seeing them right here in the top 4 of this battle, and we expect holding on to P5. Amelia Denner in 6th. Marion Kremer 7th. 8th spot went to Nicholas Taylor. 9th to Davide Foray. And Jordan Lennox ends up rounding out the top 5. Xander, those were 3 wild races all told when the rain came, but I don't know. We somehow made it to the end.
Yeah, and the only one of the 3 that got the red flag with an incident was the first one with probably the driest and grippiest track conditions as well. So kudos to the Pro Shifter fellas and the men and women on the racetrack as well. A huge tip of the cap to the SKUSA and Kart Chaser teams that have weathered it to bring you the action here. Let's go back to that start. Marcus Kayak, a last-second adjustment as he tried to get a good launch. It wasn't good enough to get the lead. Look at Billy and as well Denner trying, but no grip there as they both locked up, went wide, went backwards a bit. But like you said, Marcus Kayak, I don't know if Morgado missed a shift or what through that kink, but Kayak cleared him around the high side. And this was fun to watch early. Quarantine Rousseau, Jordan Lennox battling it out there in turn 5. They were really around each other, felt like the whole race, and slick little move there for Marion Kremers to pick up a spot. But this rivalry is absolutely still well and alive. A.J. Myers and Mateus Morgado. Multiple times A.J. tried to get back by the number 1, and then here, he stuck it right to him.
Yeah, and Musgrave was right there. He was immediately ready to take it off. Here was the battle they had going again by Luis Speck as well. Great pass for A.J. Myers to the inside. Musgrave kind of came with him. But again, this was all about that guy right there, Marcus Hayak. We didn't really see much of him.
No.
We didn't have him featured.
He was gone.
He was gone. But again, great to see him coming across the line at the end. This is a guy right now that we may say is the outright driver to beat.
Well, Rob, Mike, I think today has been even crazier than last night. Last night we thought was a bit of an oddball, right? Just with the fast groups getting beaten multiple sessions over. But in this case, it felt like it was actually a little against the disadvantage, I should say, to go out first in that first Pro Shifter heat. They made it look easy, though, and, we've got some of our Pro Shifter drivers down to catch up with how they did it. Alexander Searle standing by with A.J. Myers.
Thanks, Xander. A.J., after that first heat race, it seems like you didn't have bad luck. You'd have zero luck at all. But in this one, were you driving angry out there?
I mean, I definitely wasn't leaving it on the table. Obviously disappointed after the first heat. Vegas, me, we just don't go together. But we showed what we could do in that heat race in mixed conditions, and it was a really fun race.
How did you adapt so quickly?
Send it.
You had a pass in the fast right on Mateus. I want to talk about that move because I think everybody was jumping up and down in that one. I mean, what kind of, gathered you to be so bold out there?
Well, obviously I tried twice and blew up both times. That's just bad driving on my part. The wet line, it's a little wet on the inside, so it hurts your braking. He had a real bobble out of that kink, and going into that one, I just put my nose in there. He saw it. He didn't want to crash.
Heading into tomorrow now, does this give you some confidence?
Yeah, I'm confident I can do good. I just hope to get the best spot in the final and get a whole shot.
Thank you, AJ.
All right, thank you.
I'm going to get Mateus here as well. Mateus, the other half of that pass that AJ got on you, but we won't talk about that. You had the whole shot at the start. Grip wasn't there for you, just like everybody else, but how would you describe the race?
Yeah, definitely. Getting the whole shot on this condition is very tough because you don't know what to do in the corner after, where to brake. And yeah, I missed the gear down the back straight here, and Kayak got me from the outside. But first 3 laps, I felt like I had the speed, and then everything just went away. So didn't understand why. Just couldn't drive.
How tough was it out there condition-wise?
Yeah, it's really hard. With the KZ in a condition like this in a parking lot, I mean, I think it's one of the hardest conditions to drive.
Heading into tomorrow, I mean, how would you kind of sum up the first 3 days for you?
No, I think we are in the game. After the first heat, mistake from my side, I locked the tires and I hit the barriers. But with the point systems, I think if we get another good result tomorrow, I should be fine for the final. My goal is to start in the top 7, and I think we have a good chance.
Thank you, Mateus.
Thank you.
So, Xander, a big takeaway there, again, thinking about A.J. Myers, kind of what you said, right? There's nothing to lose right now for him. He knew he had to go forward. He knew he had to send it. That was the plan, to send it. And, again, for the issue he had in the first heat race and to come back and do what he did with that result, that really kind of opens the door, as you said, for maybe not the worst starting spot on Sunday.
You just never know, right? We've seen at least a few guys start to make some headway, and it's not just double the length, it's 2.5 times the length. This year, continuing on with the trend from the Pro Tour with an extra 20% distance on the finals for the Pro classes. They go 25 laps to the support divisions running 20, and anything can happen. I mean, we've seen a lot go in just 10 laps. So I still think you start top 15, there's a chance. We've seen guys, especially in singles, but think of that one year, Marco Mastronzi.
That's it.
I mean, he was in the mid-20s, I think, when he rolled off.
Yep.
So it's possible, but again, the odds a little bit tougher. But it doesn't mean they're at 0, Mike.
No, exactly that. And the thing is, anything can happen. We still have another heat race to go. Like, if the other drivers, if everybody has one bad one, I mean, if that were to actually happen in the front, then you end up shaking the order up one more time. So you obviously you don't roll over and die. You don't quit. You got to just get everything you can. Like you said, you got to send it and hope for the best.
I think the 25 lap distance is what Xander said. That's going to make the big difference. Your kart's got to go that far. You've done 3 10-lap runs, but you've never done that 25-lap run where you kind of roll the dice a little bit on terms of what tire pressures you go for. What do you do axle-wise in terms of a longer run like that? Because you've got to be good in the last 5 laps.
Well, I will say also, it does also calm the drivers down quite a bit. Having driven in a similar format for the regional races I did this year with the SKUSA and IKF affiliate TSRS events, I mean, our heat races of 8 to 12 laps would be night and day different than a main event. You'd see guys pointing each other by in the main, taking it easy with the spread. Yeah. Obviously, you won't see that tomorrow with the SuperNats on the line, but it's definitely a lot more frantic when you don't have that time on your side to go and hunt somebody back down. That'll be the case tomorrow, though, still, with Situation Saturday coming up. One more round of heat races. Obviously, got the AM groups, KA Senior, Junior, Master Shifter, Micro Shift. Want to send an apology for any that are still watching along. We did obviously have a little hiccup on our side that cut out a couple of the second heat races today. But we'll be ready and locked and loaded with warm-up, kicking things off at 8 a.m. Pacific, 11 a.m. Eastern tomorrow. And then, of course, the same thing for the afternoon sessions with KA Master all the way down to Pro Shifter. And then last chance qualifiers for KA Junior, KA Senior, Pro X30, and Pro Shifter that we know of. But I wouldn't be surprised to maybe see one more. KA Master's at 55 guys. So either we're starting them all. I don't know.
Run them all.
It's craziness. It's Vegas. It's what it's all about. From the Kart Chaser booth here with Rob, with Henry, with Mike, myself, here in at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. And technically, we've actually had 2 more drivers join us here today with their presence. One of them is actually in Las Vegas. And one of them, well, he was a year ago, and he's not here right now at the Kart Chaser AKR booth on the side of us. You'll see Donovan Bonilla, the Pro X30 champion from last year, and the big guy, Danny Formal, So he's here in spirit. I wonder what he would have thought of some of the curb hop in there in that last heat racer running in the rain.
He would have had that shoulders and head leaning over that back rear tire, would have cracked that. He would have been all over running in those conditions for sure.
SuperNats 27. It's been a blast to bring you all of the action for 2 days straight. We've got 2 more still remaining. Saturday, Sunday, we kick things off 11 a.m. Eastern, 8 a.m. Pacific. Thank you for joining us, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, for e-karting news, Kart Chaser, SuperKarts USA, the entire hardworking crew that has brought you racing for a full day once again. And there was a lot to catch up on when it all finally came to a head here tonight with crazy winds, rain. Doesn't even feel like that was yesterday there with the sunshine coming down. But we've already got 2 rounds of heats in the books of the 3, and a good look at who will be our contenders and who to keep an eye on tomorrow.